we go. 3 days of rapid chess are in the books. It was dramatic, it was fun, and Miro, until the last few moments, we didn't even know who would win.
Absolutely. So the tiebreak thing, which we still didn't get right till the very end, plus Anish saving that game that we've just seen on the screen, that could have turned the tables upside down. Well, time for even faster chess today. And let's look at the format, because, man, it is a complicated one.
Exactly. We need a reminder, just as you guys do too. Today, it's the Blitz, so we're looking at the right of our screens here. We start with pools. I believe that there are 4 pools. Each one has 12 teams. And everyone plays everyone within those groups. So it's going to be 11 rounds of Blitz. The time control is going to be 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And from each group, it will be 4 teams qualifying, so 16 in total, getting out of the group. Time control remains the same, and then the matches start. And then it becomes knockout, and we'll be guiding you through it as we go along. Miro, it's going to be complicated. It's going to be non-stop action, pretty much. It's going to be a lot of chess. And yeah, I hope the players are rested.
Yeah, so it took me quite a bit to understand the tiebreak system. And for the groups, for the pools, we will not have tiebreak playoffs. It will be mathematical tiebreaks starting with board points and so on and so forth. But in a later stage, elimination stage, every time there's 1-1, there will be matches play, or 3-3. Well, I'm not sure. 6-6, maybe. Anyway, if it's a tie, there will be playoffs, playoffs, and playoffs, on and on and on.
I'm glad you've been doing the research. Thank you for guiding me through it. And yeah, I guess we'll be learning as we go along. So yeah, we can check out as well what the players will be competing for, all these teams. There's a lot on the line. Of course, there's a World Blitz Team Championship title. Everyone wants those medals. But on top of that, of course, there's a big prize fund. We're done with the Rapid, where 310,000 euros were handed out. Now it's 190,000. Also very, very lucrative prizes. First prize will be 75,000 for the Blitz. And yeah, it feels like this is going to be quite an open competition. Like, we saw some big surprises. I think most of all that top seeds WR Chess struggled in the Rapid, and they'll be hoping to do a bit better in the Blitz. The main thing is to get out of these group stages first.
Yeah, for the time being, the main problem to solve is to go into the top 4 in each group, because yeah, we've seen how one day could ruin your overall performance, and that's what happened to Hexamite Chess, who played more or less flawless event in the last 2 days, but it was not enough right after dropping the points in the first round, in the first day.
And here they can't afford a bad day. Anyone with a bad day might be knocked out before the money rounds and the knockout action tomorrow. So I think the good thing about this format that I really like is that we see kind of the top seeds spread across the groups, which means that most likely we'll see them in the knockouts as well. It's going to be really exciting stuff, but also because of the group stages, we'll see some of the underdogs get to compete against the favorites. So we'll see many players, some maybe amateur teams, get to compete against the likes of Magnus Carlsen, which is going to be fun.
Absolutely. Magnus is back in the lineup for WR Chess. And let's see how, or if he managed to recover. Yeah, so that was a hot topic yesterday. When was the last time Magnus Carlsen had lost 4 in a row? And quite a probable answer is never.
Yeah, maybe not since he learnt the rules of chess, Magnus Carlsen. He will be trying to bounce back. In the meantime, let's go to the playing hall where we have Charlize on standby.
Welcome back to the playing hall, where we are waiting for the Blitz Championships to get started. And I will tell you, it's been a little bit chaotic in the hall this afternoon, just because the format is completely different and teams are assigned in different groups and have to find their tables. I think things have smoothened down a little bit. The arbiters are helping, but you can kind of see a few lost chess players all around me, behind me, coming in. Nevertheless, this is going to be very exciting. we have 4 groups. I think this is a little bit of a football World Cup format where we will have the different groups and top 4 go through. So it's going to be exciting. There's going to be knockout, lots of blunders, lots of time scrambles, and of course it's a clean slate for teams like WR Chess to get back on their feet and fight for another title. So it's going to be an amazing day. Stay tuned. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. I love the way she described it as pretty much similar to the current
Football World Cup.
Yeah, the ongoing World Cup, just slightly bigger. I guess, or at least 48 teams, just like that. But yeah, group stages, knockout, exactly what we like in a sporting event. And it looked like some of the players were seated, getting ready. Magnus will be in as early as round 1. We see him currently on the pairings. Who are you most looking forward to watching today, Miro?
Well, it's him, I guess. But once again, with that system that we have, I believe the top 4 seeds, which would be Magnus's team, WR Chess, Dragon Chilling, Hexamind, and Cast Chess, they're probably going to qualify. Right, so that is they're top seeds in their group, and you only have to be, say, in top 4 out of 12. So very good chance that none of them will get eliminated in the group stage. That is because today, after the group stage, we will have one knockout match, which is the last 16.
Exactly, that's when it starts already by the end of today to get tough. So the likes of Magnus and WR Chess will be hoping to make it through to tomorrow. I've spoken to some of the players from other teams. They're cautiously optimistic. They think the odds are in their favor, even some of the lower seeds. They think, okay, 4 out of the 12. Here we go. It is round 1 in the meantime, and let's check out which teams will be facing which. We see some teams not yet arrive. Okay, that is dramatic. Potentially.
Yeah, for Blitz there is no default time, but there's not so much time at all. Yeah.
Wow, and there was a big counter, kind of a countdown clock on the big screens. So,
and it ran out.
Yeah,
right?
It ran out. So, okay, we're waiting. Maybe some traffic, maybe some other stuff going on. Magnus not yet seated.
Yeah, I'm checking all the top boards for the top seeds, and Mamedyarov's resting. First board for Cast Chess is Alexander Grischuk, and Dean Gliren is not playing round 1. Magnus is in the lineup, and so is Alireza Firouzja for Hexamind.
Okay, so we will see whether Magnus can bounce back. 4 losses in a row, probably never happened, but 5 in a row almost definitely never happened in his career. Magnus will have the white pieces.
He definitely needs to just start winning games in order to get back into his...
Rebuild the confidence.
Absolutely.
Magnus will have white. WR Chess will be playing against Inst Adapt, and that looks like it's a team of players from China. And Magnus will be facing Peng Hongqi. Magnus a big favorite, 500 points higher rated than his opponent. We see games going on elsewhere. Magnus is the only one awaiting his opponent.
Oh, so Magnus's opponent is not yet there.
And Magnus has not started the clocks. That's good sportsmanship. The arbiter at some point, though, might have to start the clocks.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And his opponent, I think I've seen his opponent arriving, but no. Ooh. There was somebody trying to run past, but yeah, there we are. And the game is starting, and it's e4, e5, and no... Oh, well, wanted to say no silly stuff, but knight c3, g3, not so silly,
not
but
so silly.
Not your... Say, not your usual... Not your usual line. Okay. Okay, at what point Black stops repeating, copying the moves?
Okay,
yes.
finally.
H4, yeah, fell for it.
Magnus.
Don't castle too fast, right?
He was waiting.
Yeah. And then bishop d2 goes to g5, and then f6 is kind of awkward.
Mm-hmm. And now that Black's king is committed, White's king's going to go the other way. That's
that's my feeling. So he wants to go queen d2. If pushed, will go bishop h6, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still an interesting position. It's unclear exactly what White is going to do. There we go. He jumps in with the knight.
Yeah.
We could see some.
Knight d5 is pleasant because even after f6 and bishop goes, you cannot really get rid of this knight, right? And after bishop f7, which is a typical move in some English openings and so on, I imagine c4 is not so bad because d4 is very well controlled, right? And yeah, so knight d5.
He gives up the bishop.
He gives up the bishop, which is usually not a great idea. Knight d4. And then he can take, taken g4.
Magnus is in the mood for blood.
Wow. No, that's just a bad position for black because this pin is still quite annoying. The king's going to be very safe on f1. If you were to take, and you probably have to take, then queen g4, and yeah, that's very, very unpleasant. Rook to e8 immediately, I guess. There is no discovered attack with the knight, so white might as well. That's exactly Magnus's conclusion. Let me take this h5 pawn. Because even after f6 and move the bishop, I don't know if you have to, but even if, right, you move the bishop back. Okay, knight d5 check is one check in a row, king f1, white be winning.
Yeah, looks like Magnus is going to bounce back from his tough run of losses. This is the best possible time to play him for Peng Hongqi, but I think he just arrived at the board a bit late. He looked a bit kind of flustered, and the opening didn't go according to plan. Very sneaky from Magnus, this delaying of castling.
This types of opening, like you get kind of lollified with like a very, very slow development of things, and this bishop d2 was quite provocative, and then all of a sudden, castle short, and 5 moves later, white's in a winning situation.
Yeah. Even if he wasn't just mating at some point, just positional, bishop pair, open lines, and the clock difference now. Magnus still got most of his time left. Black only has
bishop f6, trying to be clever. Yeah. Bishop f6, king f1. King f1 though.
If the bishop had been captured, Black's knight would have moved with the discovered check.
So that would be answered with a check, king f1, knight takes, and white's still better, but not as much. After king f1, bishop g5, h5, white's up a pawn, the h-file is about to be open.
Yeah, the white bishop's going to be beautiful on e4 in the center.
No, it's still very, very bad. Yeah, so now after queen e7, just go bishop e4.
Yeah. And then just put everything on the h-file.
Yeah. King g2, rook h3, other rook to h1.
Yeah. He looks fresh today, Magnus. He's looking sharp.
Yeah. Oh, well, he just goes with queen to h3, which is even more convincing. Rook e7? Or what did he play?
Looks like he played rook
e7. Yeah.
That's a good move.
That's a good move. So now if h takes, f takes, rook guards h7, queen guards h8. But it's still not a checkmate just yet.
Black's
king
pretty much
g2
frozen though.
Yeah, king g2, rook e1, bishop f5 at some point.
Looks like rook to e8 has been played. Rook a to e8.
Yep.
And Magnus just choosing, or trying to figure out how to break through. They do have a strong lineup. Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Kostenyuk is restored to the lineup as well. Fabiano Caruana sitting out after a tough end to yesterday. It felt like there was a curse on the WR chess team. Anything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Yeah.
But
I'm not even sure what place they finished on. Like at some point we just stopped looking.
I think we felt
it was pain to watch. So rook to h2, the other rook will join the h-file, and after knight g7 you can just take g6, right? Which already was played. King h1, and no way to stop. No way to stop queen h8.
Mate incoming. Okay, and he can slide his rook across. There we go. The last piece joins the party. And that is going to end resistance. Only 5 seconds left, or 7 seconds left on the clock for Black. Giving up the queen now.
Bishop g6 through... The rook sees g6 through the queen. Right.
Still fighting on, but queen down now.
Yeah.
Okay.
If black was to move one more time, rook e1 would have been a checkmate, but that's not how chess works.
Exactly.
And there he is, bounces back ever slightly. Magnus Carlsen wins his first Blitz game today.
And, okay, Magnus winning convincingly. We have some top board clashes. Maybe we can check out what's happening in Group D.
Yeah,
and
I just have to change the
top board.
Yeah, the top board. Group D, that's big Grischuk, right?
Grischuk against Nigel Short.
So Nigel is there.
Out of all of the first round matches, this is probably the biggest top board clash. Nigel Short, former World Championship challenger in 1993.
Yeah, but I'm afraid I've got my PG and frozen, so we might as well just, zoom in on the board.
Because it does look like Nigel has a big time advantage. 1 minute against just 15 seconds. Alexander Grischuk, we're used to it from him. But this is a big chance for Nigel. Position looks roughly balanced, although white does have a safer king.
Right. Yeah, some hesitation from Nigel.
Ooh.
It has to be said, well, these players, all of them, they have quite experience in playing both Rapid and Blitz, but the tricky spot is like playing one after the other, because you've just got used to this rhythm of 10 seconds increment, and now it's only 2.
And Grischuk does look like he has a nice position. He's now threatening
Bishop c5,
Bishop
right?
c5, hitting the black queen.
And then just take on e4,
Ooh.
queen b3 check, and then...
But Nigel at the end will be the exchange down, and if it wasn't for white having an a5 pawn, white would be doing, black would be doing well.
If it's all on one wing, then black would have a decent chance, right? Being as it is, well, still, you take the pawn, and it's rook d1, rook a1. So Alexander forces the king to d4 first.
Blocking its own rook, so the black rook can't get active.
c8. And forces the king to c-file, so that the black rook is still not in the attack. Rook c6, swap the rooks immediately, and that should be it. No, decided to capture.
Okay, so the rooks stay on the board.
That was a bit of a surprise, because I thought he would have won relatively easy.
Yeah, now
he's still probably like easy winning, but this black rook, the invasion of black rook is somewhat irritating, I imagine.
Yeah, and that's a very nice move, rook behind the pawn.
Nigel is trying to do a Nigel, famous, king march with Neman, king to h6. Okay, not as powerful this time around, and his king is actually cut off.
Totally stuck.
Yeah,
and there we go.
That beat. So Alexander Grischuk wins on board 1 for Cast Chess.
Yeah.
What were the other results? Alireza. What did Alireza do?
Okay, Alireza is in Group C, Pool C.
And he has won. He has won already, and let me check Group B, Wei for Dragon Chilling.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
Okay. It does look like the big teams have won overall, though.
Yeah, Baijin Shi lost for Dragon Chilling, and wait a sec, so Dragon Chilling won with 2.5 only.
Yeah, 3.5 to 2.5, very close margin. Magnus chatting to MVL. It looked like it was a good round for WR Chess. They won at least 4-1. No, it looks like 4.5, 1.5.
Tudor, MVL, Wesley So and Magnus all winning. They've lost their last board, I believe.
Yeah, that's where they have struggled, WR Chess. We see Nigel watching Richard Rapport against Tregobov there. Yeah, Nigel put up a good fight, but Grischuk's endgame technique too strong.
Yeah. I just didn't realize that they've swapped the boards order, right? So Rapport playing board 3 in the Blitz.
That is...
yeah, that's some trickery going on.
Exactly. Cunning stuff. Well, it looks like all the top boards here that we see have pretty much finished now.
Yeah.
Okay, round 1 in the books. Yeah, Blitz goes so fast.
Yeah.
No time to dig deep into the openings like we were doing in the Rapid, but also nice to see the tactics unfold so quickly.
Okay, so that was silly, David. Mamediyarov was playing. It's just they've decided Grischuk was board one as the next Blitz world champion.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
Blitz world champion. And
okay, I guess that's our time. Probably all the games now, not all the games, but all the games we have access to have finished, and we can kind of spend this time looking at other boards in the top matches or some unexpected results.
Yep. Okay, so you mentioned Dragon Chilling struggled a little bit.
Yeah. So shall we check their match, the Dragon Chilling against whichever team they've played? It was Chess
Tulia from India. So
yeah.
China versus India, the top seeds in Pool B.
Well, and Wei, despite being a very serious favorite, he didn't win his game. And in fact, the final position where they've agreed a draw, Combi thinks he's worse.
Okay. Wow.
And it was a funny opening. So b3, d5, bishop b2, bishop to g4. And I think that was one of the recommendations on internet, because at some point b3, bishop b2, well, it's transitioned from let me play this and there is no theory. It's transitioned to be like quite popular, and people started to invent some clever systems against it. So that's one of them. F3, bishop goes, knight h3, trying to get to f4.
E4 is the other move I like to play.
Yeah, e4 is a funny, since we've mentioned it, just to, queen e2, and the chat is to go to b5.
Lots of people blunder that online, but here knight h3, very positional.
Yep. So knight f4, e3. Well, he's gotten something. He's gotten a pair of bishops, but the fact that he has played f2, f3 is probably not ideal. E d4, queen d4, black captures this guy. Knight e7, check. This looks like Fischer random to me.
Yeah.
Like, why is the king on d1? Black castles.
Oh, that was a very nice move.
And they went with all this. Queen
repeating.
d4, and apparently some bishop f2 first, forcing the rook here, and then bishop c5 would have been better for black. And instead, black just went bishop b6 and bishop c5, and they repeated. Yeah. So Yu Yang-yi won his game, Lu Shanglei won his game, but then Bai Jin-chi was defeated by the player Ilam Parthi from India. Ilam Parthi from India, and I don't even know like where to look, what to click.
Yeah, it looks like Hans Neman was actually playing against Pragnananda, but we lost transmission halfway through the game, so we don't know the result. We didn't get the final position. Was looking very good for Prague.
Right, I just got how these group stages work. It's not necessarily that the top seed team plays the kind of the strongest opposition, because it's round robin. It's pretty random, and then we've seen Magnus Carlsen in action, but their opponent's team wasn't one of the strongest. And meanwhile, we had, as you said, Prague playing Hans.
Big games elsewhere. And I'm wondering if there was anything spectacular going on. It looks like most of the top players, especially for WR chess, it was grindy chess. It wasn't no real sacrifices, no real drama.
That's I've found Prague against Hans, but we don't know what the result was.
Final position.
Yeah, it says Prague was better in the final position, but that's about it.
And I just saw very interesting Theme International Trading at one of the highest seeds other than WR Chess in Group A. And maybe we can just show their top board, because I saw one of the most swingy endgames that I've seen in a long time with the
let me try to find it. So that's what? That's group A.
Group A, and that'll be the second match.
That's Group A. Let me see. Yep.
Rinat Zhirmabayev.
On the top board, Rinat Zhirmabayev. Yeah, Rinat somehow has, not only he had a great result in Rapid, but all of his games were pretty swingy.
Yeah, and maybe we can go to move 39 here, so
39.
and then start the madness.
I see some kind of double questions marks even before that.
Oh,
So
dear.
apparently there were sorry, but I'll start earlier.
Okay.
So 31, move 31, equal, but then e5 double question mark. Black is winning.
Ooh.
It's a decisive breakthrough. So takes, and there wasn't anything. I know there was something in particular. Queen b7 hitting this, and there is like no good way of defending it. Knight f3 allows knight e3 allows knight f3. Queen e4 hangs the knight. So black missed queen b7, which is understandable. It's blitz after all.
Yeah.
Rook takes. Black went for this simplification stuff. Rook takes e5. Yeah. And now, after queen f3, apparently it was equal.
Okay.
If black keeps the queens on the board, like queen to e5 or something. Queen f3, king f3, and now all of a sudden white is winning because the d pawn is very, very dangerous. c4, and bishop c5 would have won.
Wow.
If
Stopping the
we-
black king activating.
Yeah. So instead, king e4, double question mark, and black is better. f5. f5, king goes back. You take b2. The king is in the square of this pawn. This pawn is very hard to stop, and now black would be winning. Bishop takes b2. Double question mark. After d6, the position's equal.
Yeah, not the last double question mark.
King f8, of course, have to stop the pawn. King d5, king e8, double question mark. White is winning. Apparently, bishop to f6.
And just push the pawn.
Yeah, and I guess, say, if we go, say, here, c3, bishop e3, c2, threatening this, and after bishop c1, king e8, d7, king e7, black's even winning. So
Wow.
d7 is the bad move. You have to wait with the bishop, because I thought like we are getting somewhere, but king c7, king runs up, we sack the bishop, we go forward with the king. Ooh, king e8, white is winning now. King c6, bishop f6, and bishop to c5 would ensure the pawn's promoting.
Wow.
Because I'm forcing the king to d8, and then I give a check, force it to e7, and to block the pawn would be unlucky, because d7 would be a checkmate. So bishop c5 missed, bishop b6 instead, understandable. Bishop d8, bishop d4, h5, bishop c5,
And
and
big threat.
was missed.
Oh,
Yeah, so
no.
still f5 would be good enough, because the c pawn needs attention, and black just probably swaps all the pawns here, loses the bishop to the d pawn, but that would be enough for a draw. c3, the worst moment to move the pawn forward, because he was checkmated with the pawn. What a game.
What a game. Up and down. A lot of drama in this one. And yeah, not the last blunder we'll see today, that's for sure.
Absolutely. They did win the match, though, right? Yeah, it looks like they did win the match, but there have been some. Yeah, Tin Jin Hao lost on board 3, for instance. It wasn't such a smooth win.
Yeah. And Vishy Anand won his game. Okay, at some point that means we'll see Vishy Anand against Magnus Carlsen, World Championship rematch. Yeah, it looks like.
But
big matches ahead.
there've been very next game to Vishy Anand. There've been some ratatatata, because Jordan was Forest lost to Jose Fernand Pepe Cuenca.
He got lost in the forest somewhere.
Lost in the forest, yeah, precisely. I do not. Yeah, that featured couple of double question marks, but that was already quite messy. So basically, that is like two big mistakes back to back. So queen c3 double question mark for white, where black could have captured on b1 with the rook, but capturing with the bishop. So
That's very
point
nice,
being, capturing with the rook. Rook takes as a check. Cannot block, of course, because the bishop's pinned. King c1 runs into bishop takes, queen c2, checkmate.
Ouch.
So you're forced to go to e1, and black captures b1. And instead, bishop takes was played, but then after bishop h6, there is no decisive continuation for black. So ran out of checks slowly, and Yeah, Pepe went to Ratatatata.
I'd love to hear a live commentary of his in his mind during this game. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like a big win there. Just a reminder for everyone that there is a poll ongoing, poll of the day. And the poll question is, will WR Chess make a comeback? And so far, so good. It's early days, just round 1 out of 11 in the group stage. But Magnus has ended the losing streak. And currently, it looks like around 55% of you have voted that, yes, they will make a comeback. And I'd probably agree.
Statistically, there should be, right?
But yeah, if you are watching, then feel free to go and vote on that poll.
Yeah, so in search for big upsets then, right?
Okay.
I think we still have plenty of time to fill, because, yeah, the way it works, the pairing is predetermined. So theoretically, they could have started the round 2, well, match 2, immediately after match 1. But let's not forget, the team can have up to 9 players. So there are some reserve players, and therefore, team captains are given up to 10 minutes to submit the team composition for the very next round.
And okay, it looks like the board pairings have come up for round 2. So Magnus Carlsen will be playing Nicholas Theodoru.
Oh, that is something. That is something. Nicholas Theodoru, you told me he's very well prepared. We've seen him winning a game against Ding in a quite convincing fashion.
Yeah, especially with white, he's very dangerous. But Magnus gets another white, so good start.
Magnus has 2 white games in a row.
Okay, and in Pool B, Ding is back. He chilled in round 1 and didn't play, but Dragon Chilling have unleashed.
Unleashed the dragon, the main dragon. Yeah.
And at some point, we might see Ding against Hans Neman, Ding against Shirov. It does look like Pool B is very strong. Ding against Bortnik, Ding against Aravind. Okay, I guess board 1 in general is very strong for most teams.
Yeah, I think each team has, like at the very least, a decent player on board 1, and most of them have a strong player on board 1.
Got to cut off the head of the dragon on board 1. That's the big task.
Right.
And we're just awaiting pairings from groups C and D. Yeah, often in Blitz, like because of the increment, they can go on and on certain games. Here we see players taking their seats again. I think we're going to see this quite a lot. Like there's only a few minutes between some of the rounds, and there we see players seated, ready to play. Who are your underdogs? Who are your dark horses? Oh, whoa! Okay,
Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan, which are not so dark horses.
No.
Yeah, and once again, if they can somehow fix their recreational player, maybe he's going to be performing better in Blitz, and then all of a sudden you have Uzbek national team, who by default strike me as very good Blitz players, all of them.
And there we see Grandmaster Nicholas Theodoru of Greece, and he'll be facing Magnus. Oh, this is a tough call. Do we follow Magnus against Theodoru, or do we follow Abdusatorov against Alireza Firouzja?
Yeah, I think we'll have enough Magnus. I feel like he's back.
Yeah.
He's winning. He will keep winning, most likely. So let's go with Nicholas Theodoru. Oh, no, with Firouzja and
Nodibek Abdusatorov.
Yeah, Nodibek.
Okay, one of the two.
Still don't have any of the games.
Okay, we'll see. Once they begin, hopefully we'll magically see the games appear. And elsewhere, Group D, we'll see Kazchas facing off against fellow Azerbaijan team Odlar Yurdu. So 2 of the top seeds already in Group D, clashing as early as round 2. But what a lineup this is. You see a few world champions, FIDE world champion Rustam Kasimjanov, the team captain, standing there.
Yeah.
We see
World Championship challenger Sindarov casually on board 2.
Exactly. Former world rapid champion on board 1. And all smiles. And Ishigiri in the background. Alireza looks happy as well. Yeah. Everyone looks chilled today. Everyone looks like they're enjoying the Blitz more so far than the rapid.
Yeah. I believe like this top seed teams, they still, for now at least, unless somebody messes up, they see this group stage as a formality, because normally all of them should be through. It just like depends from what place.
Yeah. Yeah, it would take a real disaster to see some of the top seeds fall in the group stages, but everyone's maybe just enjoying the fact they can play themselves into form. Wang Hao there joking with Richard Rapport. Maybe he's saying, you know, where's my opponent? Looks like they're seated as well.
Okay, so, and we did get the games, and yes, let's watch Abdusattorov against Firouzja this time. Firouzja is such a dangerous blitz player. There's maybe one of the few who can compete on par with Magnus, with Hikaru and the likes, even an internet in the shortest time controls possible.
For sure.
I remember, like, I was incredibly impressed by a very, very young Firouzja. I think he was like 14 or even younger. And I had a training session with him and the other boys in Iran. And he'd be solving stuff that I'd put on the board, and like as a side quest, he'd be playing 1 minute blitz from touchpad. You know, and that is, yeah. He's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I think he beat me in the World Blitz Championship when he was 14. So, yeah, at some point I had a totally winning position, and then we both got down to 5 seconds, and he came up with these incredible tactics out of nowhere. And yeah, he's always been super sharp, great instincts. Levon, story time with Uncle Levon in the meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah, player of the day yesterday, Levon Aronian.
Yeah. And I know Levon is so chill, so cheerful, and it kind of feels weird to have him as the oldest participant in this among this 12, right? So he's the oldest guy in this match
by a long way, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish we had microphones, because apparently he told a very funny story there.
Yeah, everyone was laughing.
Sindarov can't control himself. Not if Abdusattorov doesn't look too amused. But everyone else. Oh, Rustam as well. Okay, everyone's in good spirits, but when the clocks start, they'll be locked in, of course. We're just waiting now for the last few arrangements to be made, and then the games will kick off.
Still, you see, the countdown still says 2 minutes, 40 seconds, which is a bit of a surprise, considering all the players are sitting. And
maybe the last game elsewhere in one of the groups went a bit long, and one of the players needed a bit more time.
Luckily, it's only 2 seconds increment, David. So Rapport can play his 200 moves masterpieces all he wants.
Exactly.
It won't delay us by much.
Oh, I would love to see a rematch, Rapport against Ding, because that friendship was pushed to the limit in the rapid portion. 177 moves of torture.
And then imagine Rapport plays 10 moves with black, gets slightly worse position, offers a draw. And I would love to see Ding's reaction to that.
Ding just slaps away the hand. Okay, Hexamind against Uzbekistan. On paper, this is very evenly matched, actually. It looks like these are the top 2 favorites in Pool C.
Yeah, so both 5, I'd say Lucknow is a favorite against Umida Omonova. And then I do not know how their recreational boards match, but on top 4, anybody's match, really.
Yeah. Actually, Pool C also has Team MGD1, who got the silver medals in Rapid. So, wow, really, really strong teams. But of course, yeah, the 3 of those. So these 2 and MGD1 should be progressing from Pool C.
Yeah, I have to find out where Peter Swidler and his team, in what pool are they?
Oh, I saw them earlier. I'll do some hunting. I'll do some tracking down.
Yeah. There was a big discussion if me and Peter, if we have a billiards match today, and it really depends on them qualifying and going through the last 16 stage, because very likely the answer is no, if they play well.
Oh, but I heard that you inspired him the other day, Miro. You inspired Svidler with some pool. He had a very good day after.
Yeah, we had a bit of celebration. Well, it's not every day a man turns 50 years of age, or a boy turns 50 years of age, should I say. And yeah, he had a very good result the next day.
Okay, Peter Svidler is in the group of Magnus Carlsen. Barris will play against WR Chess a bit later in the tournament.
Yeah, so that is definitely a match to watch.
Peter on board too, though.
Yeah, Peter's on board too.
Yeah. And, okay, the countdown clock ticks down to 0. Handshakes. Round 2 begins. And we'll be mostly focusing in on this match. Abdusattorov against
E4. And the Petrov. Please, no, not in the Blitz.
Okay. It never stays boring, though, these days, the Petrov. And
5, knight to d7. That is as solid as it gets, right? Bishop takes, castles, and the modern way of playing it, modern means since 10 years or something, bishop d6, right?
Yeah, bishop to d6. Another move would be for the black queen to come out to h4, black to castle long, but this is more solid and traditional.
Yeah,
white challenges the center.
4. Yeah, there used to be kind of an old system with queen f6 there as well.
Yeah.
Just sacrificing the pawn immediately, going castle long, pretending you had the compensation. c4, c6, knight to c3. It basically doesn't matter what the line is, you get this Petrov structure.
Yeah, the same structure. Black really needs to get castled. Alireza is pausing though. Okay.
Is he planning d takes c4 or something?
Okay. Very
Did he do it?
He did take on c4, allowing a big check.
Wait.
What?
Bishop e6, bishop c4.
Alireza's just dropping.
Is it a gamble or? Well, I guess if you take twice, it's an immediate punish, right? Bishop h2. Okay, not a punish, but it's a forced draw with queen h4, queen f2. So what was it? Takes, check, bishop e6, takes on c4, castles, took the pawn, and went queen g4. That's better.
Yeah,
that's better for white. Plain and simple. e6. I don't know if you can keep e6, but even if you can, it's like eternal weakness. Bishop goes somewhere, double the rooks.
Quite opening disaster, it feels like, from Firouzja.
And
plays rook to e8 to defend the pawn, but you surely can take it.
Yeah, white can and probably should take it, right?
Maybe he wants to set up some tricks on the back rank.
So it's like queen to d7 and then to recapture with the rook.
Yeah. Oh no, my queen.
But queen d1 and still, like next move bishop e3, it's a pawn.
Yeah. And the black king's a bit more open for the rest of the game.
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so rook takes, queen to d7, rook e8, rook e8, and queen all the way back to d1.
Only move, but good enough.
Right. I mean, knowing Firouzja, it will be hard to beat him after something like b5 and, just play a bit positional on the queen side. Yeah, you're a pawn down, but yeah, material's limited. 3 versus 2 should be a draw with any material, I want to say. If it's like we are down to 3 versus 2 on the king side.
Yeah.
So still not without a practical chance.
Okay, but Alireza needs to speed up. He's more than a minute down.
Went queen e6, bishop e3. Queen e6 once again. If you can threaten checkmate in 1, why not threaten checkmate in 1?
And that's how he got his queen into the center.
Yeah,
very nice.
To d5. Queen b3, intending to swap the queens.
Yeah, but black won't do it on white terms. I think he's played.
What did he do?
b5.
Yep, b5, trying to get some control over the light squares.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but now trading on d5 going a4 could be that it creates more weaknesses.
Okay, he's played it.
a4.
Predicting all the moves, mirror. Nice.
Yeah.
Looks good. White, I mean, it's going to be unpleasant while the rooks remain on the board.
Yeah, so basically the d5 pawn, so well, this discussion about good bishops, bad bishops, right? So bad bishops, and that is quasi-bad bishop on e3. Defend good pawns, right? Yeah. So that if say black was to go b4, then takes, we take the open file and we intend to invade, go to d7, maybe pick another pawn, after which it will be impossible to defend. Rook to c8. Computer doesn't like it at all because because
Rook takes pawn.
rook b3, g4. That's what Compi says, and
Play.
that's what Abdusatorov plays. G4, rook b5, and rook to d7, completely paralyzing black.
Ooh.
Right, because king will have to defend g7 or h7 if you move the g-pawn. Rook will have to defend d5, so white will lift the king up, move the majority, and black has little to do against it.
This has been very impressive from Nodebek so far. Perfect play.
Yeah, it's not like super tactical or anything, but just like very steadily increasing his advantage. Very technical.
And this is the way to beat Alireza and Blitz. Just not give him any
Precisely. Limit the craziness, right? I mean, just like be as dry as possible.
Exactly.
Play good moves, play them quickly.
And yeah, I'm keeping an eye elsewhere on Magnus Carlsen's game. It's still very early on. And this is a very close match, it's looking like, on most of the board so far.
b6 and king to g2. Yeah, that is precisely the situation I was talking about. Like black is paralyzed. Bishop cannot move. Rook has to guard the bishop.
Yeah.
And moreover, at some point, like me offering the bishop straight might win me the pawn, right?
Exactly.
Or maybe you go h5, bishop g5, and then kind of h4, g3, which is a long way, but should be enough.
Oh, now that the black pawns are fixed. Oh, this is very sad. The white king's going to activate.
King f3.
Oh, the clock as well. Just 6 seconds, 7 seconds left for Alireza. He's just got to pre-move king, king.
g5, and then, yeah, the king's going to get the passage. Bishop takes, king f8, king to g4.
2 seconds. Okay, the white king continues.
King f5.
At some point you play like bishop d2, and when black plays king f8, you take on d6.
Yeah. That's another one. King... Okay, if you put the bishop on e3, you'd be able to go king e6.
Everything's defended.
Maybe that's the way.
And he's got so much time. He's got 1 minute.
Was this 3 seconds only?
Yeah. Alireza, it's just been a poor opening, like not castling, and kind of losing a pawn so early. He's not maybe suited to the Petrov as much. f3.
f3. Right.
Okay, mysterious. Pawn was very safe on a dark square.
Yeah, I actually thought, yeah, that pawn's job was to defend the bishop. Okay, we can do it now. We cannot do it by going f4. So f4 and king e6, but that would be one way to blunder.
Yeah, he set the trap by playing bishop
d2, king h8, and now bishop f4 with the king on h8. Well, maybe still some chance because it's a rook endgame, even though it's bad, of course.
Yeah.
Rook f7. And the rook from f5 defends all the pawns.
Everything.
King h7, you can take... no, taking with the low rook a5.
Oh, but g6.
Ups, rook f5, g6.
Feels like he should still be winning, but...
Yeah.
King e6.
It still is.
How's he making progress?
Well, king e6 is weird. Check, go back, rook a3. The PGN is not fast, and I'm not fast either. So maybe just let's just zoom in on it.
Zoom in on the
Not
players.
that many. Okay, the king is cut off now. The king is cut off. Nah, that's game because you attack the f pawn. White doesn't need to. Oh, well, f4 is good, but you could have taken d5 as well.
And Alireza is about to lose on time. Oh, 1 second.
King e5 and just march forward.
Yeah. At the moment, I mean, he was already lost, but once the black king got pushed onto the edge, that was it.
7, rook g8, and that is it.
Handshake. Great game by Nodebek Abdusatorov.
And his win is backed up by a win of Jakub Boyev, as well as a win on the last board. So now it's a loss on the last board, pardon me. So it's 2-1 with some games still going. Sindarov with Aronian still playing. And that is Hans Neman, who's in, again, I'm confused, which group is he in with Chilling Dragon, right?
Yeah, and there we see Hans Neman wins his game, bishop endgame with too many passed pawns. Looked very convincing, very smooth. Okay, where else can we go next? Which other games are still in play? Magnus Carlsen has won.
Magnus has won in a very convincing manner, once again below 30 moves mark.
And Anish Giri gets the win against Madaminov. Levon Aronian against Sindarov. Levon needs to win, but it's a difficult position to squeeze anything out. It's 2 rooks against rook and knight. I don't think I've ever seen this material balance. If the rooks come off, if one set come off, it's a draw.
Yeah, well, I think I got excited when, when table bases came out, and I believed it's like the material itself, on average, it's winning for the rooks, which doesn't mean anything, of course, when it comes to Blitz.
Oh,
yeah, it should be
1 second.
Should be winning for the. Oof.
It's so difficult to defend this.
Yeah, one more check, but. Rook e6, that's a check here. Where do you go? Where do you go?
Ooh.
Knight b4.
Check.
And back to c6. Now, is he guaranteed to trade the rooks? No.
Not yet. He's got a good defensive setup. Now the white king's cut off. Now he's threatening to go behind and give a check.
Yeah, yeah. He's actually in a really good setup.
He's built a fortress, I think. He's going to hide.
It feels like, yeah, it's almost impossible to get there. Yeah, check, a lot of checks.
Yeah, he's building up a time bank on the clock with the increment.
So the score in this match is +1 for Uzbekistan, right? Levon is fighting to level, tie the match.
So Levon Aronian needs to win. Or does he? It's level now, actually.
It's level, so he needs to win the match.
Win the match. Yeah.
Right. WR has won their match convincingly, but not without dropping a point. Alexandra Kostyniuk lost to Theodora Inets.
Okay.
I think that's the only point they dropped, though.
Yeah, he's defending so well here, Sindarov.
Yeah.
He's making it look very, very smooth with his kind of fortress with the knight on c6. Maybe this is the way. I'm learning something new in this round.
Yeah.
Put your knight on c6, just play around it. King and knight defending each other. And at some point, the arbiter might be allowed to step in.
Yeah, it's 75 moves, if I'm not mistaken, right? As the player, you claim when you think the game went 50 moves, and then after 75 moves, the arbiter is allowed to claim. Well, with the king on c5, though, is it getting a bit awkward? Now there's rook d6, right? There's rook d6, and yeah.
Oh, these checks.
And there we go again. There we go again.
And he blocks. Levon's not allowing the black king to get back to b6, where it's found refuge before.
Right, but then the king goes to d6. And I think there's been way too many moves.
Yeah, and the PG and I have in front of me, like, it's just declared draw because it's over 50 moves.
Right.
But the players don't know that.
I'm thinking, am I hallucinating? Maybe it's just a wrong guess. Maybe it's a draw on average, and there are some winning positions, because you never know.
And there we go, a draw after 112 moves. Javokir, look at that.
That surely has to be the last game.
Yeah, he looks so pumped. And what a defense. He's a real sportsman, just you can tell he's full of adrenaline there. And 3-3, I think a decent result for both sides against fellow high seeds in their group.
Yeah, and that was a good fight.
Anish and Alireza sharing a joke this time.
Yeah, and a bit of a discussion of this endgame, I believe.
Yep. Elsewhere in this group, Team MGD1 got a clean sweep against Kaiser Hong Kong Chess Club, 6-0. Very impressive. I think they're the other big hitters, MGD1 in Pool C.
Yeah. Team Boris in Group A, in the group where WR team has won their match. Peter made the draw. And Vishy has won a second game in a row.
Okay, nice. I'm excited about Vishy Anand against Magnus Carlsen, gotta say. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't realize, but yeah, they will at some point, if no one's seeded out, like they will at some point play each other.
Yeah, not sure which round, but we can look forward to that one. Ding won his first Blitz game And the players having a post-mortem here, analysing the blitz or chatting about their blitz.
Yeah, well, there's a still live discussion of this endgame, and we can try to check Magnus's Vienna game yet again. So he did defeat Nicolas Theodoro once again, starting the game with e4, e5, knight to c3.
Yeah, Magnus.
That's something. Knight f6, g3. Somehow nobody dares to play d5, which apparently is the strongest move in this position.
Why not? d5.
Bishop c5, bishop g2. So that, at least I understand what white wants. It's a short castle, usually h3, d3, and play for f4, if allowed. Here black went d4, 5, but then, yeah, apparently this works. It already looks like, at least like a pleasant position. I'm not sure if really better, but... Okay, and a bit of a strange decision taken by Nicolas Theodoro to capture on d4, go knight c6. And I understand objectively there's nothing special for white, but it's, you know, pair of bishops, very safe king. Bishop h5 was a mistake, allowing this queen to h4.
Ooh, and the bishop comes
then bishop to g5. Yeah, d4, knight to d5. That's very clever by Magnus.
And Miro, we'll definitely come back to this because Magnus has an advantage. We'll break down how he won, but in the meantime, we can go live to Charlize, who's with Levon Aronian.
Wow,
hopefully you can share some stories with us as well.
Levon, the energy seems to be very good here today and seems way friendlier than yesterday. We saw little moments of laughter in the game between you and Hexamind and Uzbekistan. Tell us what was going on in the beginning.
Yeah, so we were just complaining that the whole waiting takes much longer than the game. And I remembered there was this joke about the husband telling his wife, you know, today I have this boxing match I've been waiting for a month to watch. So he's preparing this beer and all various type of snacks. He's turning on TV, sitting in the front row, tells his wife, don't disturb me while I watch the match. And then it's 15 seconds and knockout. And he's very upset. And then he hears, she goes, now at least you understand me.
Okay, thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day. There you go. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize.
Levon and his jokes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not much to add to this other than Magnus is incredible with two bishops.
Yes. Back to the chess. And Magnus.
Right. Now, I mean, already here you feel like it's mission impossible to, you know, to defend it. Well, maybe in a classical chess, there's a lot of time on a clock, but being as it is, well, it's just like too easy for white, and especially if you're Magnus Carlsen, you know how the game's played. Yeah, a5's very bad move apparently, and then after queen b5 something just falls.
Yeah, the number of times he wins with the bishop on g2 and then the white a pawn promoting somehow.
Ah, yeah, right.
He always manages.
So if there is a way to stop Magnus from fianchetting this bishop,
just trade
one
it off.
has to get it. AD1. Also, like when it's a good game, you feel, I don't no waste of time. Like white moves, like if you check the piece passes in this game, like bishop went on g2 and just standed there, went on f4, just standed there. So there was no much hovering around. Yes, the queen traveled quite a journey, but then on b5, nah, it's just a pleasant game to watch. Queen f5, hitting this, hitting that. So a little bit of tactic at the end, and bishop h6, knight e7, rook e7 takes, and rook to b7 resigns. Power play by Magnus Carlsen.
Not only two pawns, but the black queen trapped, unless it goes to a8 and then rook
f7.
Anywhere.
Yeah. So, and it's 5-1 for WR chess. Alexandra Kostyniuk losing her game, but all the rest they won, including Vadim Rosenstein.
Okay. So the poll of the day was, will WR chess bounce back, it looks like?
They've already done.
They already have, yeah? they've won more matches today than I think they won in the last 2 days of Rapid combined.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a disastrous Rapid performance at the very end.
Yeah, they came 17th, I checked, in the Rapid for top seeds. That is not great.
Yeah.
But okay.
Okay. Once again, any big matches, or big games, or shall we just check? I wanted to check Anand's game, but there was no game.
Oh, okay.
Well, at least the PGN says unplayed. Black is victorious.
We trust the result. And okay, Vishy Anand on collision course with Magnus at some point. Looking elsewhere. Looks like everyone else in WR chess very smooth. Okay, Pool B. Yeah, so many games, so much action. Hard to pick.
Yeah.
Ding.
Ding has won the first appearance of Ding Liren. Shall we check it quickly, or?
Yeah, maybe a very nice final position.
Yeah, nice final position, but not without a flow, it seems. So I'll just quickly click through for you guys, if you don't mind. Well, it's a funny opening as well. So it's once again first appearance of Ding Liren in Blitz. Starts with a win, if we can get the board on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah, so the Rostalimo line with e6 now almost totally forgotten. Bishop takes, which is one of the lines. d6, e5, and then d5. And d5 is definitely not the move, because the bishop is just way too bad. Black understands it, tries to, I don't know, open the position up. D takes, bc4, already up a pawn. But not only that, the squares are the main problem. Knight d5 trying to be tactical. Rook d1, but yeah, so basically white is already winning here. Bishop g5 traded on e7, but then queen d2, strangely, would allow bishop takes c4, and it's not clear why would Ding do that. Black didn't capture this pawn, and then it went forward, and knight d4, and knight d6, and that's of course like total dominance. The knight is trapped in the middle of the board.
Yeah, that pawn sandwich. The knight is the meat.
Yeah, precisely. Wow. Yeah, that's a really strange game, because they'd like to gotten to a winning position so easily, then almost let it slip, but yeah, won at the end. So Dragon is chilling, but not that easily, because they've lost the recreational board, and Yu Yang-yi lost with white against candidate master. Oh no, the untitled player with 2049 rating.
Whoa.
Ugly Pie of Beria.
Okay, so maybe the biggest rating disparity upset.
Oh, well, I guess
so far.
648 points or something.
That's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points. Yeah.
Wow.
Quite impressive. I don't know if he blundered something or well, I do not see double question marks. So apparently got outplayed.
Nice. Great from the player from Philippines, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
There are dangerous players from Philippines, right? Like the amateur level. Yeah, there are just like countries like that. And once upon a time, it used to be Uzbekistan. I remember when I went to play an open tournament, say around 2010, maybe. And it's not only that they had very strong players like Grandmaster level, but like their average 2250 would be very hard to beat.
The depth of players.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes like India used to be, I remember many years ago, like they had so many dangerous players.
Precisely. They wouldn't have, as they have now, like the national team with 2750 average,
100
right?
grandmasters in the country.
Yeah, but like an average player would spell danger. I'm playing with, say, the kid from India who's rated 2200. I've never heard of him. So that means, you're in danger, mate.
Exactly. And Philippines maybe then at some point they'll make the same rise that India and Uzbekistan have done recently. Okay, elsewhere, Anishgiri won a very nice game. It's going to be said, sacrificing his I say sacrificing his queen. He won 3 pieces for the queen. Okay. yeah, I don't see any team upsets. Just
No,
this one in individual terms.
not yet, perhaps. Yeah, Alexei Sherov was in action, but they've played. Yes, a Spanish team was playing like a very. Okay, they're not Spanish. I shouldn't call them Spanish team. They're called Ramblers, World Ramblers or something.
Wow. Okay.
They do have a couple of players representing Spain, Shirov and Chigayev. Yeah.
Oh, big news, Miro. Round 3, Vishy Anand against Magnus Carlsen.
Ooh, I know which game we are watching in round 3.
Yes. And yeah, that will be shortly, everyone. Round 3 beginning. It does feel like some of the big teams are meeting each other very early on. And okay, Dragon Chilling is going to be Ding Liren. They are facing Scholastic Aniches, Hong Kong. So he'll be facing Bortnik. Another decent game on board 1, although Dragon Chilling.
That's a good game, but yeah, the match should go Dragon Chilling's way.
Big favourites, Dragon Chilling. And elsewhere, yeah, it does look like Chess Academy Hong Kong will face Hexamind. Going to be difficult for the academy there. And Kazchess did narrowly beat Odla Yurdu. So
there could be their main rivals in this group, though.
It looks like Kazchess probably going to cruise to the knockouts. They do play Mr. Birdie and friends at some point.
Ah, right. So it's Mr. Birdie and friends, Kazchess and Odla Yurdu in the same group.
Same group.
But that's 3 for 4 sports, and then yeah, there should be some other decent team. But
that's the chance for maybe the Qatar chess team with Nigel Short, Victor Bologan, Tregobov, yeah, and others. So okay.
Once again, players getting seated, and Vishy Anand against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
we haven't heard of that for quite a few years.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, it was in the mid-2010s when they were facing each other all the time. And all smiles here as well. Who's telling the stories this time?
Yeah.
It's Wesley, so.
So it's Wesley against Jordan One Forest. Then Jose Martinez was white against MVL. And on board 4, Duda against Faustino Oro.
Wow, okay. This is where we're going to focus.
Yeah.
Not just the Magnus game, of course. But
yeah, Fausti's a very dangerous Blitz player.
Yeah. I played him recently, 3 games, just friendly, like down at a bar, and I managed to win 2-1, and I'm never going to play him again, just so I can keep that record, because I think he's going to start crushing everyone soon.
That's how I have like a couple of really cool records to, to tell your kids about. Say, beating Rajabov. I have 100% score against Rajabov. I won when he was 12, and never played him since.
Yeah, I'm the same, but with Gukesh, 100%.
Nice.
When he was 12 and 16.
No, but that's already a score,
Yeah. He was a grandmaster both times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
okay, and there we are. Vishy having the white pieces.
It's a fun match.
So what happens on the lower boards there? Kosteniuk against Humpy. Wait a second, it's not an easy match. Like, have a couple of games gone wrong on top boards, and we have a match here. So Rosenstein against Seçkin Serpil, which you'd be surprised, I know, is the vice president of Turkish Chess Federation.
Oh, nice. Yeah. And I guess you've worked with the Turkish chess teams.
Yeah. So I don't know how they are matched on board 6, but then Conero against Kosteniuk, and it also feels like this was very topical some 10 years ago.
Yep.
Right. Board 4, Duda against Oro, Martinez against MVL, Wesley So against One Forest. No, seriously, it really depends on the top boards.
Exactly.
This could be a tough match at some point.
I mean, throughout his career, Vishy has defeated Magnus multiple times when he's had white. I think, like, color-wise, it's good that Vishy has white for his team. And yeah, I mean, if Faustino, I think on paper a lot lower rated, but like if he wins, then suddenly, yeah, he's capable of anything. Yeah, this could be very close. 3 minutes, we see the clock, the countdown. Levon Aronian probably making the same joke again.
Yeah, Gusti's smiling. It's lovely to see WR captain smiling. He didn't have a lot of reasons to smile the first 3 days.
Yeah, poor Gusti. Like, we saw his face a few times when it was going wrong. And he did not.
I still remember him watching this Rukan game, Vadim's Rukan game, I think. Yeah, and he was
The number of times I've seen Gusti, of course, he's been team captain for Netherlands and Germany and other big events, and yeah, he tries to keep a poker face, poor guy, but not always easy.
Man, yeah, it's not always easy.
Yeah. And okay, we might have to get Charlize on the hunt for these players at some point to figure out what stories Wesley So is telling. Very good spirits, and yeah, I think probably both teams should be going through. Of course, WR Chess very likely, but Chess United. If it's 4 teams progressing,
yeah,
let's
check who else is in the mix.
Barris are in the mix, and
Barris, and there should be one more.
Team International Trading, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
And Snappy Crocodile, your favorite?
Snappy Crocodile.
They're back.
Can Snappy Crocodile advance, please?
Okay. So, yeah, Magnus, like 2013, 2014, he played the matches against Vichy, of course, but it was always quite close, despite the score lines. It was never kind of fully one-sided. Magnus just tried to grind Vichy down, I guess.
Yeah, and even after Vichy lost those matches, right, every now and again he would kind of, yeah, be an obstacle for Magnus in a tournament.
Exactly. And I think Vichy needs to get a slightly more dynamic position. Magnus, it feels like he's more chilled today in the Blitz, like putting less pressure on himself. He's not trying to be flashy like he was in the Rapid.
Yeah.
Like when Magnus is just level material, slight positional advantage, that's when he wins on autopilot, it feels like. But tactical mess, and Vichy has his chances. That was Magnus's weakness in the Rapid.
Yeah, it's like, so what happened in the Rapid, I feel like he went on tilt and he kept pushing his luck, like entering some dubious tactical positions, and he wasn't on top of the tactic as well, right? So he kept missing some shots here and there.
Just felt like he wasn't in the flow, and like Blitz, it's easier to, like, once you start winning, you don't think anymore, you're confident, your hand does the business. So, yeah.
Yes. My hand never does the business. Well, yeah, so you have to have Carlsen. If you're Magnus Carlsen, yes.
Yeah. Sometimes overthinking for Magnus is not the recipe. It's the rest of us mere mortals. We have to think and hope that we're...
And even then, yeah.
Even then you need a helping hand from the opponent sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, this is the best mood we've seen Magnus in all week so far. I guess it's the weekend here in Hong Kong. That's why there's bigger crowds than ever.
And there we go, I think. The start signal will be given any time.
Handshakes.
Handshakes, and there we go. An E4 from Vichy Anand.
Let's go.
Sicilian. And believe it or not, but that's a Sicilian.
Yeah, Magnus, he's been playing the Taimanov a lot lately.
Yeah.
In Blitz and Rapid.
That's what he does. That's what he does. He takes, knight to c6, knight to c3, queen to c7, and bishop e3. Very classical.
Yeah. Will Vichy go for one of the older main lines, something a bit more modern? I guess he might be a bit rusty, having not looked at so many openings lately. So expect him to play.
Well, we've seen queen f3, but no, bishop e2. Bishop e2. Very classical.
Makes sense.
Here, I'm not even sure what they do, because with bishop e2, bishop e3, d6 is still perfectly solid, like this Scheveningen is one of the... Oh, I guess you start with knight f6 first, because... Yeah, but...
Yeah,
I have to say f4 something.
I just remember watching all the Kasparov games. Every time the opponents were castling f4, queen e1, queen g3, all this stuff.
Yeah, Gary's the reason I've gotten checkmated a couple of times in this Sicilian, because I trusted him very much that it's never dangerous. Well, and it's never dangerous until it is.
And then you sit at the board, and then you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, wait. I'm getting checkmated from every possible angle. Yeah. Right.
White
bishop e7. Yeah, and we do have this.
Okay.
d6, king h1, castles, and then I think queen e1 takes d4, go e5 could be one line.
Yeah.
Queen e1's played, yeah. And there is also this or knight d4, b5, bishop b7, this nonsense. I'm not sure where.
White can play like a3, bishop d3, and
Yeah.
okay. I like this choice from Vishy though. He's relying on something a bit older that he knows well, and Magnus is thinking. Magnus has probably spent most of his time recently looking at the sharper stuff. Yeah, the Taimanov.
Bishop d7 is a move.
Queen g3.
And b5, a3, I imagine. Yep. Just stop this pawn from advancing further.
Yep, cement the white knight on c3. It's quite high responsibility for both players.
Takes bishop c6, rook a, e1, and we are back to some kind of familiar waters.
Yeah. Yeah, the bishop on c6, I guess he's lost the tempo to get to the long diagonal, but supports some a5, b4 later.
Right. And I think, you could have gone b5, bishop b7, but then later on, very often, they still go like bishop c6, queen b7. So it might be just outright transposition.
Same thing, yeah. But Magnus needs to speed up. Like, the clock was not his friend in the rapid. Most of Magnus's blunders came when he was low on time.
Rook b8, and then Compi tells me e5 is an interesting try here. And usually, if you can go e5 and get away with it, you do it.
Does. He pushed a pawn in the center,
right?
Actually. I think he pushed e5. Yes, he did. It's definitely not the f-pawn, and he definitely pushed something. So it must be e5 he's just played. And he's got some bishop h6 tricks at the end if you take this pawn.
Yeah.
It's very scary for Magnus
If you
Carlsen.
take, it's f e5. And then you can't take with the queen because knight c6 and knight e7 is the mezzo. And if you take with the knight, a to d1, computer tells me.
Wow.
Which is probably not an easy... But, you know, if Vishy played it, it might be that he just knows. Because that stuff he could have looked at against Garry Kasparov 35 years ago or something.
Exactly. Maybe in that match back in 95, he'd prepared something like this.
Yeah, so Magnus walking in dangerous territory.
On the board and the clock. Magnus, 40 seconds down now. Okay, what else though? I mean, if you don't take, you have to go back with your knight. And
yeah, knight e8 is definitely not something you're keen to do.
Magnus
takes. Now it's too late to go knight e8, right? Well, you could, but knight f3 and white is just better. He captures, right? Knight e5. So now, a to d1 is what Compi tells me.
Whoa,
Vishy
sacrifice.
takes on f6. Bishop f6 and bishop f4. No, I feel like he knows what he's doing.
100%.
100%, yeah?
There's no chance Vishy plays like this unless he has seen it before.
Wow.
Like this, there's not even an obvious immediate threat. I guess maybe knight f3.
Knight e4,
Knight
I
e4.
guess. Knight f3, knight e4.
But
once again, like if I trust the engine I have here, queen b6 and just giving away the piece is the best move.
And Magnus did move his... Oh no, not queen, it was the bishop.
Bishop c6, knight c6 is probably the similar version. It's just like white is much better.
Okay.
Takes on e5 and
look at the clock, by the way. Magnus has like 15 seconds.
wow.
Vishy's got 1 minute 40. This is a golden opportunity for Vishy.
Bishop to d3, so the queen side is safe. Queen d6, no, Magnus, no endgame for you. I don't think Vishy considers this endgame for too long. Even though, now that I'm thinking, take d6, go knight e4, go b4.
Yeah, put the knight on
It could be a very strong endgame, very good endgame. Yeah, that's what he does. But somehow still Magnus is an endgame magician. I don't know, I feel like he might find something, you know. Yeah, b4, put the knight on c5.
Now just bring the king to the center. Okay, knight c5 first.
d4.
Magnus wants to play a5 at some point, but
Right.
don't know when it works.
King, bring the king to the center. King f2, I guess.
King f2, bring the rook to e1.
King g1, f5. Yeah, just go king f2. King e3, like...
Yeah, king e3. If you can get c3, a4 at some point for white, it's just winning.
Bishop f1, which is an interesting approach, very direct. Right, once they go c3 and a4, but I'm not sure we like it. Rook d2, But still, there is like no real counterplay, right? The bishop pawn f1 guards the g2 pawn.
True.
So just go either a4 or c4 as well. Like c4 is another option, because after a4, at least like some rook c2 can happen. Maybe target the c pawn.
And the queenside might disappear. It's a4 from Vichy. Maybe it should have been c4. Apparently, there's a big difference. c4 was totally winning. a4. Now Magnus is back in the game. Oh, that's tough.
a4, rook c2, ab, ab. Okay, no, but with one pawn, there's always a chance, right? Like, say you double your rooks against this pawn and maybe return the exchange, and with a rook versus rook bishop and the two, rook and4 versus rook bishop and the two, knight a4. Starts to get awkward. Starts to get awkward, and Magnus, like, just you can feel like confidence leaves, one vessel and feels the other, right?
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit unclear.
5. Well, seriously, like even some go rook d5, take b5 could be a draw.
Yeah,
especially for the blitz.
Vichy's clock has been ticking. Oh, he starts to repeat the position. Magnus says no. Oh, that's not a good sign from Vichy.
No.
He started to repeat. Magnus
rook d4.
once more.
Well,
or does he? He's just going to take b5.
Not sure. Not sure. Can you? You can go knight d3.
And if rook takes pawn, the white knight would
takes pawn, the knight f4. Yeah. But it's quite awkward, right? So now rook to d4, the knight gets further driven, kind of worse and worse squares, and g3, g5.
Oh, Vichy's been hesitating. His knight's so bad.
Wow.
Now. Is this turning around?
Well, but now he can take.
He's just dropped his pawn. Advantage black. Magnus.
Advantage black for sure. And also the fact that you've played g3, it's like your h2 pawn is weak.
Oh, he's getting the rooks off.
2 rooks off, and this could be a technical position for black now.
Yeah.
Rook a2, connected passes,
And nice that he's putting his rook as far away as possible from the king.
Right.
No forks.
No forks.
Oh, Vichy loses on time. The clock has dropped. And Vichy Anand.
That's wow, that's a pain.
So close to a really nice win for Vichy.
Yeah, and this match went in favor of WR already, because 2 games are still in progress, but all 4 other games were won by WR.
Maybe we can see the camera just of the bottom board there. Faustino Oro against Duda. We had a great angle a second ago. Maybe we can go back.
Faustino is defending.
Just at the bottom of our screens there. Big crowd. He's still 12 years old. And
Duda found some trick, and apparently he's winning now.
Whoa. Duda's
or
breaking through.
Is he?
Oh.
No.
Pawn up.
Fausti trick him back.
Okay, game on.
Fausti trick him back, yeah. Now the king's driven far, far away. There is no checkmate because the black king... Who's better and why is the question. King e6. Was a king of b7.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to be? Could it be rook and knight against the rook in Fausti's favor? Now when if he captures this... knight h7. Very safe square.
Oh, Duda looks triggered, though. Duda looks a bit upset.
Rook h4.
Rook h4.
Rook h4 and knight c4 is the trick. That's a threat.
You have to give
check from f8 and rook a8. You can go rook a8 still. No. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Knight c4.
And how to win the white knight. Rook to
d4, last king c5.
The trick was knight d7. He would have taken it. And, okay, this is definitely Duda trying to survive.
Yeah. No, Fausti with his tricks.
Oh, the 12-year-old.
I think he was trying. He was trying to check what the score is. Yeah, he's trying to see what the score in the match is.
But they're losing 5-0.
Yeah, they've lost all the other games.
He's got to move. Faustino, he's down to 1 second.
Wow.
Oh, last thing you want is to lose on time here. And suddenly it's the black king in a bit of trouble again. This has turned back around. Duda smells blood. Oh, you got to pin it.
Oh, the knight's also not great on h4. And Duda just goes for perpetual. No, he doesn't.
He wants more. Or does he? Defends his knight. Still a drawn position.
Yeah. but you can feel how tense the game is.
Yeah, it's so easy to blunder a knight fork, like for both sides. Okay, it starts to repeat. Yeah, just 12 years old. He's so strong, Faustino Oro. Dude is now the one playing to win.
Okay, King F6 would be the way I would blunder this game away.
Yep.
Thinking I'm threatening a checkmate. And probably still a draw, right? But rook takes E4
knight.
and rook B7, rook E7.
Faustino! It's
Go Fausti!
the black
That's
piece is
incredible.
blocked.
Knight E7, next King F7, all solid, defended.
Wow.
That is incredible.
Dude, he went from winning to losing. When we joined, he had a winning position almost. And now it's a matter of technique.
2F1 and then 2F5 and then takes the pawn.
Oh.
Can block.
And this is
That's
easy
brilliant.
stuff now.
Almost on pre-moves, just look the way that's incredible.
Over the
That's
board
incredible.
pre-moves.
Yeah.
And look at the time he's built up. He's now at
25 seconds. Just move forward with the king.
Yep.
King to F4, then knight to F5.
Oh, dude, looks really upset with himself. That was a really nice trick earlier from Faustino. A fork and...
Yeah, check.
here we go.
The king is
Last
getting
moves.
cut off. E2 is a strange square, though.
He wants to block some checks from the side, maybe with his rook.
I guess. Yeah, you just go King F3 and you block Rook E3.
And handshake, Faustino Oro, just 12 years old, wins against Jan-Krzysztof Duda and restores some pride for Chess United.
Yeah, nicely played. And it could have been a much closer match here.
If Vishy had finished Magnus off when he had a big advantage.
Not only that, it's like Humpy blundering checkmate in one didn't help the overall result.
Oh dear. Oh, from an equal position as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like most of this round is wrapped up now. That was one of the last, at least one of the last games going on the top boards. So maybe we can recap that. You mentioned Humpy Konaru against Alexandra Kostenyuk.
Yeah, I don't know if Humpy ever was better. Oh, well, she was better at some point earlier in the game, but the very last move, basically, just, leaving the first rank and get checkmated on the first rank, that was, of course, not needed.
Yeah, maybe.
Any outlier results that you could spot, David?
Yeah, maybe we can pull the board up and just show that Humpy finish. If that's possible.
Let me once again open it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all
bring
right.
us back.
It's all right. I went to check other results, but
I'll hunt for upsets in the meantime. Looks like no upsets in Pool A at least.
No upsets in Pool A. So WR Chess wins. The international trading team wins, and Boris, where Boris is?
They beat the Schnappy Crocodile.
Oof, poor Schnappy. Didn't schnapp.
Okay, and elsewhere in other groups, Dragon Chilling winning 5-1 against Scholastic Anichess. Hong Kong, Endgame AI, Hans Neman wins, well, his team win 5.5-half. Chess Gurukul winning 4-2. Yeah, it looks like...
Yeah, it's interesting how favorites win, but there is no sweeps, right? I mean, at least like you drop half point here, half point there.
Yeah, exactly. No 6-0 sweeps so far. And, okay, it is interesting as well. In the Rapid, we saw so many team upsets. But in the Blitz, it feels like the gap is much bigger. The favorites much more likely to...
Very, very consistent. Right. So there was a round 3, and there was a secret agreement between the commentators that we will be taking some breaks after each round, even though it's action-packed. We have close to 0 chance to cover all the games. But yeah, we will be back shortly for round 4 and so on.
See you soon.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Step by step, we became part of the global financial system. In 2019, we went public on NASDAQ. In 2024, we built a digital ecosystem. Fintech, lifestyle, telecom, everything comes together in one unified digital space. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom begins with a choice, and every day we make it again. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Hello everyone, my name is Mr. Joseph. I am an English teacher at St. Joseph's Anglo-Chinese Primary School in Kowloon. And I'm here today to tell you guys about our visit from FIDE. It's very exciting. They visited our chess program. We did a endgame lesson about a recent match between two super grandmasters. And then we made things a bit more lighthearted with some football chess, which is a chess variant that most people won't know about. And finally, we had some interviews with some of our very keen chess players about their favorite chess players, their favorite chess pieces, their favorite chess books.
Do you have a favorite chess player? Who is your favorite chess player in the world?
Magnus Carlsen, because he is strong. My favorite chess player is Magnus Carlsen because he is strong and powerful chess player. I would be about Magnus Carlsen's strategy, because I can copy some about his move and then win about other people's.
Lefty Rossman is my favorite chess player because he always sacrificed the rook.
I quite like Hikaru because of his defensive playstyle, and I think his play can help me improve by giving me inspiration from his games. Thank you.
It's actually one of my classmates. He is from 5A, and his name is Jake Wen. He has won many champions in worldwide competitions, and I'm very proud of him.
My favorite chess player is Gotham Chess. He taught me a lot of tactics and things I need to be aware of. Probably Magnus, because Magnus is a really good player. He tells us that being confident is a good thing, and I always watch his videos. So I learned chess, some of the tactics I learned from him, from some videos about him.
I like the chess player Prague, not the full name. I absolutely do not know how to pronounce it, but his playstyle is pretty simple, and I can understand his ideas, and still the ideas are pretty well. So I just kind of like studying his games. That style is kind of my type. I can go into that kind of flow, and I'm not so good at attacking. So there's a lot of players which when I study and when I try to play attacking chess, I just fail. Yeah, so I like positional chess more.
My favorite chess player is Mr. Joseph because he taught me how to play chess and lets me to learn how other best players to move, and taught me how to solve that position.
I don't know why they said that, but that really touches me to hear them say that. Thank you very much. So our initiative to have chess in our school came as a bit of an accident. About 5 years ago, after pandemic, when I had repicked up chess and had learned about it, as everyone else had, I introduced it into my classroom, my English classroom, as a language activity. I thought, let's use language to learn about something. Something with a rich history like chess felt like a perfect opportunity. And then as an accident, these students kept playing chess, even after I had long forgotten about it. And well, after we started buying some chess equipment, my colleague found a flyer for a local chess tournament. We gave it a try. Our boys felt very encouraged by the environment. And for the following 3 years since then, we've been quite a serious player in local chess tournaments. So I've heard from my colleagues, my other teachers, about changes that have happened in the positive for their boys academically. But I think we're quite familiar with these concepts and chess's potential for critical thinking. I think what I'd like to talk about is more about social, how they develop socially, and in terms of their confidence has been really the most important thing for me personally. If I can talk about one of our players who went to Almaty, I remember this boy being very shy, very quiet. Even when I asked him to try a chess tournament, he basically said, I don't know, I'm not sure. But since then, he felt a lot of confidence because he had chess, he had something that he was good at, and he really found, I think, something to ground him, as well as making friends along the way. I think I better start with our most recent success, was our opportunity to travel to Almaty, Kazakhstan. Our school was able to travel with 4 of our best players, and I really felt that as their teacher, for them to have this opportunity, I felt very proud to even be in the room. And out of the 26 teams, we finished in 15th place, which was pretty well ahead of our starting rank based on our FIDE rating. So I felt that was quite a big success for us. Those players, some are old and some are much younger. One of our younger players is currently at the Amateur Cup division at the World Team Rapid and Blitz right now at Queen Elizabeth Stadium. And finally, we had one of our local teachers here, as well as our student art ambassador, do a wood engraving of our chessboard to commemorate the World Schools Team Chess Championships coming up here, the next stages in Cape Town and San Jose. Well, I'll tell you, as a lover of chess, it's very easy to make children hate chess. I will say quite honestly, if you let them play, you let them have fun, that is really the most important thing. I think being open-minded, that you can try to play silly games with the chessboard, you can make different rules, you have to keep your kids interested in moving the pieces. If you make it too dense, if you're talking too much, I think they will tune out.
Every year, Hong Kong plays host to spectacular international sports events. Our elite athletes compete for honors with other leading sports stars from all over the world. Join us in supporting our athletes. Come and enjoy the excitement of En-Mark events, Hong Kong's top sporting events.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Tired of paywalls? How about unlimited play, puzzles without limits, uncapped analysis, master-level studies, tools to learn and improve, and watch tournaments from all over the world, all for free. That's Lichess. No ads, no trackers, no subscriptions. Open source and funded by donations, not by data selling. Our focus is just on chess. Find us at lichess.org or on the app stores.
Welcome back to Hong Kong, where it is the World Blitz Team Championship currently ongoing. We've had 3 rounds, it's round 4, and I believe the games are about to begin. So the players have had a short break. We've had a short refreshment break as well. And Miro, big round.
I believe, yeah, that's the first time we catch a clash of main favorites in the groups that we absolutely have to watch it. Ding Liren and his team Dragon Chilling will be playing against Chess Gurukul. It's Ding versus Prague on board 1 in the pool B. Is it pool B? I'm confused. Pool B? Pool B. Yeah. And anyway, we've seen Magnus. We'll be seeing more Magnus. So this, for a change, let's watch this game. Ding against Pragnananda. Sad here to realize there is no PGN for this game. So I'm a bit sad, but I hope the technology will catch up.
It looks like it came from a Bogo Indian, if my theoretical knowledge...
Oh, well, with knight to d2 and then black not exchanging, but going back to e7, yeah, it sounds about right.
Exactly, and now it looks a bit more like a King's Indian, except the black bishop isn't fianchettoed, and Ding doesn't want to see it locked up forever. He takes en passant.
Yeah, knight takes, bishop to c3. Looks from every possible angle, it looks like it's better for white. I do not know. Yeah, the knight on d2 is far away from d5 square, but at least white has this square, and where black wants his knights to be is still unclear.
Yeah, how does black fight for squares? How does black break out?
Yeah, queen to c7, castles.
Very positional approach from Ding, I like it.
Yeah. Knight d8, okay. Yeah. So queen c7, castles, and knight d8 to e6, I guess?
And eventually maybe to f4. Still,
yeah, well,
where it goes from there.
White's gonna move the rook. When the knight appears on f4, just drop the bishop to f1, and I think would be fine. And then just has to find a way to remaneuver the knight from d2 to closer to d5 square.
Yep. And I guess that's why a few moves down the line, it looks like rook to d1, knight e6, and g3 was played to stop the knight dropping.
So he keeps the f1 square free for now. So g3 and maybe knight f1, knight e3, and probably later on bishop to f1.
And Prague has responded with b6, it looks like, on the camera. So, yeah, I guess trying to stop this plan by hitting the e4 pawn.
Yeah, maybe he's
just in time.
Now that I'm thinking, yeah, bishop to b7, rook a8, c8, something, and just stand like that.
Yeah, the knight will come to f6 as well to force white's knight on d2 to stay.
So maybe that's my chance to go knight f1, bishop b7, let's say knight d2, knight f6, f3. But it's a bit loose, right? Feels like a bit loose, and in some scenarios I can imagine like pushing the h-pawn. Yeah. I think this line somehow Prague has worked out for Prague,
so
right?
It looks like more moves, knight to f1.
Knight to f1, bishop b7.
Queen to b1 from the camera.
Queen
trying to guess
b1, yeah, but then b5 at some point has to watch out. Knight f6 for now. Knight 3 to d2.
Yeah.
And yeah, there is h5 if you need it. There could be b5.
Yeah, interesting that Prague's rating is under 2700 in Blitz, but he always seems to win tie breaks for tournaments in Blitz. Very strong Blitz player.
Yeah. No, that's obvious that all of those kind of young generation, they have fantastic Blitz skills.
Speedy. And after f3, he's played knight h5. He's trying to activate his dark squared bishop. He's played knight g5, actually.
g5.
Oh, I was trying to guess from the camera. Oh, what was that?
Knight g5, well, kind of attacking it yet again. Wow.
Okay.
And f3, there'll be b5 move.
Ooh, watch out. Yeah.
Then, all of a sudden, like, white almost reaches stability, but not quite.
Wow, after f3, he's played d5.
Wow.
Explosion in the center.
d5, And d5 apparently is not great, believe it or not, because after ed5, now if you take with the knight, then just c takes, queen takes, h4, and the knight's in trouble.
Wow, and this is actually happening on the board.
So ed5 played, and then what else does he do?
Knight takes, and he didn't take.
Whoa, queen
misses
b3. Queen b3, and queen b3 is such a miss, because then after knight c3, queen c3, knight e6, there'll be a square for black, and now black's much better.
Big advantage for Prague.
So that's quite a swing. So once again, just take the knight, and after queen c3, yes, I understand it looks scary, but that's tactical solution. h4, win a piece, white's better.
Okay. Instead, we see that exchange.
Queen b3,
C3.
exchange on c3. Now Prague is better. Knight e6, I guess.
Maybe we can get a different view on the players where we can see the clock, because Ding hasn't lost on time. That is, there we go. He is lower though. He's on 30 seconds.
f5.
He smells blood.
Yeah, just straightforward, going for the break in the center and the king side. Queen to b3, intending some c5 discovered check, which, yes, black chooses to allow. c5, king h8, it's not going anywhere. In fact, you don't even win a tempo, because c b6, it's queen b6 with a check, and then black continues with his attack. Disaster for Ding Liren. Takes, queen b6, king g2, and I feel like e4 should be crushing. Without much calculation, just like by the all the laws of chess, right? Like e4 is what you do here.
Practice exactly
that. I don't know, take on g3 maybe.
Yeah.
Take on e4 should be good, but like first take g3, and after queen g3 take e4, and wow, poor white king.
Oof. Prague did exactly what you said. He played e4 on instinct. He didn't calculate anything.
Yeah.
And then he had to stop for 20, 30 seconds, but...
fg3, knight g3 now, queen f2 or rook f2 or something?
Must be, mate. It must be. Rook f2, the rook comes in.
Rook f2.
Could be a sacrifice even.
For king h1. Now, apparently rook takes bishop just wins. Rook takes bishop, knight takes rook, and then knight e4, and you're threatening double checkmate.
One checkmate's enough. Double checkmate.
Double checkmate. You get more than 1 point if you deliver double checkmate while your opponent has lost on time. Can it be a point and a quarter?
I think he wants to play it. There we
Rook
go.
e2.
Takes the bishop.
Yep. Rook e2, knight e2, knight e4.
Opens up the diagonal.
Yeah. I mean, knight f3 kind of stops the checkmate for now, but not for long. Yeah. I don't know what to do. Do you go knight f2, knight d1, or do you go... Yeah, there should be a better solution.
You bring the queen in, looks tempting, and knight g3 threatened. Some like...
queen f2.
Too many tempting moves.
Check.
He keeps it simple.
Takes the rook, queen takes, but at least for now, I wanted to say for now, black is not winning immediately. No, black's going to win in the long run, it feels like.
He's a pawn up with an attack.
g4, just don't get checkmated on the last rank.
H5
okay. wouldn't be bad. Yeah. Knight e2.
Ding's defending well though.
Yeah. So Prague missed a direct win, and then Ding is defending pretty well.
Yeah, Prague looks a bit nervous.
Wow. No, he made his last move with like a couple of seconds only. Oh, well, now queen h2 is a threat. And there's still queen h2, queen h3. Trade on it. Well. But if you trade everything on f3, then black's going to take on h6.
He's still playing for checkmate, Prague.
And he's getting it. Yeah. Bishop c5.
There we go. Ding resigns.
Whoa,
Prague,
what a game. Yeah, well, Wei wins on the second board, so the score in this match is level. And they go on.
Yeah, I wonder, there are some other big board one clashes. I don't see the PGNs on all of them, but which games do we follow on the cameras? Here we see Hans Neman, his trademark left-handed play here. It's a queen endgame, level material. He plays against
Susanto Megaranto. Yeah.
Grandmaster. A very experienced player.
Yeah. Okay, so basically white has kind of a slight advantage in pawn structure and can sometimes speculate on like exchange of queens, then I win the pawn game. Yeah, and okay, but Hans has something totally different in mind because he brought his king all the way to b2.
What's he doing there?
Which is a little bit strange, to be honest.
Very strange stuff.
Yeah.
Black's queen defends everything, so you need the king. He's bringing it back.
Yeah, it's like somewhere like, all right, but now...
Megaranta's playing really well.
Yeah. Queen a6, okay. Maybe queen's going to enter from a2. Not really, no.
Oh, off
queen
the queen.
c6 gets no from Hans.
Okay, Megaranta's queen though, it's so tied down defending. Now it might be time for the king. There we go. Check.
And what? Back to c6. Yeah, that's the problem for white.
How to enter?
Okay, check on f7. He could try to kind of go all in with queen d4. You check and go to e5, but yeah, if your queen is not on the long diagonal. But yeah, because this position, I believe, has happened.
You need to push the king forward as far as it can go, and then now somehow get the checks going. But yeah, it's still hard to advance. Black's queen's on the perfect square. This should be a draw now.
Yeah.
I think Megaranta has found the perfect setup for Black.
Just waiting with the king and keeps the queen on c6. And whenever white's trying to trade the queens, it somehow doesn't really work. Queen c, king c2. Hang on. Now allowed king d3.
Okay.
The check.
Is he going to try and block with
it doesn't matter, right? Queen c5, black can trade and just go king c7, and you never can put black in a zugzwang.
Yeah.
So we are back to the same story.
Okay, I'm looking, while Hans tries to make progress, looking elsewhere. We have no big shock so far.
Yeah. Chilling Dragon has won their match. So basically Dean lost and they dropped a couple of draws on boards 4 and 6. All the rest was won by Chinese team.
Magnus wins his game, and okay, this one is a draw in the meantime. Total Fortress, great defense from Megaranto against Hans Neman. Hexamine winning, WR chess winning. Maybe...
Have we ever checked pool D? I'm just thinking. Who's in pool D? Because we had Grischuk, Ivanchuk, the game won by Grischuk, and that must be cast chess.
Yeah. Looks like Kazchess did win.
Did win, even though Mamedyarov has lost. Right.
Yeah, we have some results. I don't think we'll be able to show any games from that previous round, but okay, we have, in the meantime, Charlize in the playing hall to give us some updates. What's going on, Charlize?
I'm here at Calix, whose team just played against WR Chess. Team Magnus, tell me how this was, playing with the #1 team in the world.
Wow, it was amazing. Like, this opportunity is just crazy. I never thought I could play WR Chess, and this is like my strongest opponent ever. I'm just so happy to get this opportunity to play WR Chess.
Your mom told me that you learned chess during COVID times. Would you have imagined now, 6 years later, that you'd be on this international stage with the biggest players in the world?
No, absolutely not. I just started playing chess for fun. I never realized I would get this far, honestly. It's just surprising, shocking. Yeah.
And what do you love most about Blitz?
That anything can happen. It's just a surprise. It's like, even if you're winning, like up 10 points of material, anything can happen. You could get flagged, you could win, you could get checkmate. So anything could happen. I just love the surprise and turnovers that could really happen. Yeah.
Thank you, Calix. That is very true. Anything can happen in Blitz, and we're going to see a lot more of that today. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. That was a really heartwarming, heartwarming interview. Nice to see how enthusiastic some of the players are. And a special shout out to the Fearless Knights of Hong Kong China Chess School for the longest name in the event, the longest team name.
Right.
And they might have lost 5-1 to WR Chess, but I'm sure they all enjoyed the process. Actually, one of my former students, Yang Fan Zhu, is on that team. So yeah, especially proud to see him on the world stage.
Right. Yeah. Imagine learning chess during COVID and getting a chance to play against the best in the world.
And I believe that Calix, who we just saw, did play Alexandra Kostenyuk. So yeah, facing a women's world champion or a former women's world champion must have been a great experience for him. And we'll be following his results throughout the rest of the event. Elsewhere, yeah, I've been looking through the results. It looks like all the favorite teams winning.
they're still winning. Vichy Anand was playing Nicholas Theodorou, but I'm not sure yet. Once again, something's off with the PGN, because that's the only game and the only result that is missing in this match.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a big clash, I should mention. I'm not sure the exact final result. I think it might have been a 3-3 draw, but Team MGD1 played Uzbekistan in Pool C. So I think the second and third seeds in that group. And
first being Hexamind.
Hexamind are the top seeds, and MGD1 got silver medals yesterday in the Rapid. Uzbekistan, dark horses here. But Nodibek Abdusattorov defeated Arjun Erigaisi. And yeah, it looks like a nice game there, but they did lose on the bottom board. Everything else looked like it was a draw. MGD1, Aryan Abhijit Shah is the MVP. He's just crushing everyone.
Right. Well, Hexamind won their match, but not without a fight, because Levon Aronian apparently has lost.
Okay.
Levon, yeah, lost with white. I don't know what happened to international master. It's from Philippines, I imagine, for the team Red Pseudo Dragon.
We said it. It's these players, these underrated teams, especially from the Philippines, these players. Christian Arsa here. And yeah, it looks like this might not have been the final position unless Levon flagged. But
yeah, it says slightly better for black though after Rook F8, and
Rook F3 is forced, I guess.
Yeah, something like Rook F3. Rook F3 has to take with the Queen, and apparently DE4 is an unpleasant move. It might have been that Levon flagged if the result's correct.
Yeah, possibly.
D4, and then you cannot defend everything. After Rook E4, there's Queen B1.
Ah, that's very nice geometry.
So you'd have to go here, and then you have to go here. You're still alive here with white. It's not like black is winning or something, but up a pawn and, you know, somewhat weak king. Could be that he lost on time.
Yeah, or maybe the game continued from that endgame and Pleasant wasn't able to defend.
Anyway, Hexamind so far on perfect score as every other top seed team in the group.
And yeah, it looked like, I was going to say maybe we could check out Nodibek Abdusattorov against Arjun Erigaisi, but just looked like a very one-sided positional
which is, once again, not easy when you're facing Arjun. Oh, well, Arjun went for this C4 line, which I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, closing.
Arjun usually has those, like, you know, well-prepared, somewhat dubious lines. But here, Nodibek, just like each side went with their plan, and somehow White's plan was sort of a better plan. Right, 93, oof.
Just positional domination from White.
Just starts falling off. So Black basically spent a few moves, like starting with C4 and then B5, B4, making a weakness on C3, and never got to capitalize on this weakness. Yep, and that was winning and was winning till the very end.
Yeah.
That's being the final position.
Yeah, it's interesting modern chess, like blocking with pawn to C4. Computers will say nowadays that's fine, but I mean, we were taught don't close the center in the French. You have no counterplay. White's White's superior in the center, kingside, and that's exactly what happened. So yeah, maybe those older kind of guidelines still, at least in practical terms,
still apply. Yeah,
apply.
And what is the? I'm trying to understand what's the final score in this match, because Abdusatorov wins. Then there were like draws on. How many? 4 draws, and they've won back on the amateur board, so that is 3-3, right?
3-3. Team MGD1, it must be so nice for everyone knowing that, like, on bottom board, they're likely to win every game.
You start with +1.
Start with +1. Everyone else can just be solid. And if you get an extra win here or there, that's just a bonus. And yeah, it looks like those two teams will be likely to qualify, Uzbekistan and MGD1. If they continue doing well. Hexamind are the only other big sharks in that pool.
Right, shall we check Magnus's game or Ali Reza's game or what else?
Let's do it while we wait round 5 to begin.
Yeah, so what happened in Magnus's game against Gao Rui? Once again, this time the only success that it went past move 30, but Magnus has gotten... Okay, come on. H3, move 2.
Yeah,
actually... That is something new to me.
Yeah.
So it's hyper Moscow variation. Bishop b5 check is knight f3, d6, bishop b5 check was called Moscow variation.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense.
You keep the f1 unblocked.
Yeah, in this particular case it makes sense because you go knight e2 and you were planning to go f4. Black went f5 himself. g3. Okay, computer's not impressed, but that was the whole point. And I guess it was all fine for black until this moment. Rook e8, and apparently black had to try d4 because after bishop d8, bishop d6, rook takes. Happened to be better for white because this eventually falls, and Magnus went on to win this game.
Yeah, people just need to stop exchanging the queens against Magnus.
Yeah,
at any cost, just keep the queens
just
up.
Run away.
Just run away.
Yeah, just run away, and same that we've seen in Vish's game, right? So he was the one to kind of catch Magnus off guard by preparation.
Yeah.
He had much better, and at some point absolutely winning position had he gone c4 instead of a4.
Yeah.
But Magnus is magic in the end game.
Yeah, as soon as the queens come off, that's where the instinct kind of comes, especially in Blitz. Like the instinct saves Magnus so much time, and it always seems to work out. Yeah, this h3 move, it was fashionable in 2021. I remember that actually it was this Turkish grandmaster, Mustafa Yilmaz. Like everyone started playing it against him at the Grand Swiss, and I think he lost 2 or 3 games with black against h3.
Ooh.
And I think he was a bit upset about it, understandably.
Right.
So, yeah, because he's a big Najdorf expert, and hard to get the Najdorf if your opponent's playing things like this.
So, well, what I knew that... So it's all about the Najdorf. Like, so white is happy to play any other line but the Najdorf, and therefore, like, people keep inventing second a3 or...
Exactly.
Now it's even a3. Remember being introduced to e4, c5, bishop e2, and again, first you think it's a joke. It's partially a joke, but also it's a line, and if you don't know what to do, you might get in trouble.
It's basically the English opening reversed, but you kind of get an extra half tempo as black, or here white. So maybe we can also show the clash of the legends, Ivanchuk against Grischuk, because it came down to heartbreak for Ivanchuk. I think
that was pool.
That was the
C question
this
mark.
Was pool D.
Pool D.
So Kaz chess against Farm Valera chess training. And
the one that is the game with a lot of question marks.
Yeah.
So basically, somewhere here it says Grischuk was winning had he traded the rooks. Instead went rook e1, and then...
Let's try and get that up.
Yeah, pardon me. Got carried away.
Let's try and show this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we start here after some sharp middle game, knight e3, and then trading on e6 apparently was like close to decisive advantage for Grischuk. Went here d5, and then rook d6 is a big mistake. Had to keep the rook active with a check. Rook d6, g5.
Well, there's the mating net.
Yeah, that is. This king is in trouble. Rook to d1, knight e5, rook e1, knight d3, and a check.
And mate.
That was it. Checkmate on g8.
Okay, so Grischuk winning against Ivanchuk.
Mamedyarov losing, though. Did they win? They did, right? So Mamedyarov has lost, made the draw, but they won on... They pretty much won everything on the lower boards.
Wow, yeah, big blunder actually from Mamedyarov. I don't know if we have the ability to show that while we wait, but just, again, Blitz, a lot of variance, especially when it's a wilder type of position. But I would expect Mamedyarov to be quite decent at these types of kind of wild.
So somewhere here, first white kind of makes a mistake, and now it has to be very good for black with move like c4 or something. Knight f5, and you can see how bad that is. Rook g4. King h7, another mistake. Rook h3, kind of self-led and checkmated. Knight h6. Why was winning by force with a check and rook g6? But yeah.
And
the games are about to start. Or did they start already?
Oh, wow, that was sudden. We were waiting for the countdown clock, but the games have begun. So let's jump in here on the 5th round.
Yeah, and shall we go to Magnus Carlsen's game once again? Because I do not like his first move, and nobody can convince me otherwise. Dutch defense again from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and WR Chess here are playing against Kindness on Board Infinite team. So how kind will they be to their opponents? In chess, you don't want to be too kind, but nice that they are kind on an infinite level here. Magnus with the Dutch defense, as you say, kind of a, well, heading towards a stone wall structure.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I'm just like kidding, of course. It's a playable opening, especially in Blitz. It's just that like his experiment in Rapid didn't go so well.
Yeah. And
yeah, exchanges the knight on e5 just now.
Looks healthy already.
Yeah,
Magnus Carlsen
jumps to e4.
Okay.
And somehow, like the modern, modern stone wall, this bishop on c8 is never too bad. Strangely, so the whole problem with stone wall was that they would tell you white gets the knight on e5 and you keep this bishop on c8. But now that if black's aware of it, he finds the ways.
It's like a mindset thing as well. Like if you just forget about the bishop, everything else in your position is fine.
Yeah, you have control of the center.
And if the bishop ever wakes up and comes to life, that tends to be a decisive momentum swing.
Okay, so doubles white pawns on the c file as well as the e file. Where does the bishop go now? Is it b6, bishop b7? Is it bishop d7? Okay, here goes c5 immediately. Almost forcing white to go c4, I think.
Yeah, looks like that's happened. And then he's played bishop to d7. Oh no, he's played rook to d8.
So now if white takes, will he take with the rook?
Okay. I've just noticed that Magnus is 862 points higher rated than his opponent.
Okay, so that is a lot.
That is a lot. Oh, big move after queen to e2, b5.
Oh, b5, queen e2 was such a miss. That's a very nice pattern that sometimes occurs in this
tactics. Yeah. That's a bishop breaker. White bishop is trapped.
White bishop is trapped, and yeah, it's not much you can do. I mean, you could save the bishop, but it's arguably even worse than, probably you have to go d6 and somehow pray that, you have some, far advanced pawns.
Oh, there's still a lot of pawns. They're still not over yet.
Yeah. But they'll take the bishop and you'll put the pawn on d4, so everything's going to be defended. You'll push f3 to cover the long diagonal. Well, white went queen f3.
Okay. Very clever, actually.
bc4, bishop c4, let's see. And some sad news that, yeah, black won't be winning the bishop. Black will just play queen c7 and win the pawn. Yeah, Magnus is going to win this game.
Yeah, looking likely. And meanwhile, I'm just looking elsewhere. Pool B, dragon chilling. Ding is sitting out, taking a chill. Okay, Magnus now up a clear pawn.
Yeah, we are already getting some results that early. Well, the PGM says Grischuk has lost her game, which I don't believe can be the case.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's probably just an error.
Yeah, and it looks like Magnus, he's a clear pawn up. He's a big favorite in this game. It looks like he's likely to just grind it out, likely to win, big time advantage as well. Maybe we can switch to Alireza Firouzja because he is up against Shant Sargsyan.
Yeah, that is much tougher game.
Mm-hmm. Clash of two very strong grandmasters.
That'd be Pool B, right?
Yeah, and here we do see that Alireza has won a pawn. White's knight, though, is a bit lost on the other side of the board. It's going to come back to a nice outpost on d6. And, yeah, he just needs to cement things.
Yeah.
He can get his knight back, block any c3
D6.
advances. Should be winning. A very big pawn to have, that past b pawn.
Yeah. And now, like, very often you just let black take in these positions. And somehow it opens the b2 bishop. That's, by the way, what the engine tells me to. Well, maybe not this way.
Yeah.
Bishop d4 now, at least black can take twice and win the pawn back. There is no decisive tactic for white, apparently.
He has to just take the pawn. There's nothing else here for black. Just take that white knight off the board. It's too strong. Yeah, he's just double checking he won't get mated on g7 or that there won't be any nasty tricks. Alireza is still much better, but
bishop takes, right e takes, and I think, well, is it rook takes or queen takes? Because queen takes pins the bishop, right?
Makes a lot of sense. Bishop to f3. Oh, that's a nice
Bishop
way of
f3 defending this rook so that e5 is not an issue.
And after the black knight's moved, knight to d5, it looks like people are taking pawns now. c4 drops, a3 drops.
Queen c4, queen a3.
And king to g2.
Hitting the bishop.
Okay. King g2 defends. Oh, bishop f5 so sneaky, though. He wants to land a check on h3.
A little check is threatening, so queen e2 is maybe the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alireza probably has to do that. Like,
yeah,
you allow bishop h3 or something, you probably just end up losing on the spot. So defend your bishop. He looks like he was about to...
Does he not see? No, it's impossible not to see. Like bishop f5 is
the only
a move
reason.
made with an intention, right? So queen e2. Yeah. Okay, can black still find some trick?
He was about to play c3, it felt like, and then he took his hand back and moved his queen instead. Good move.
Yeah, so queen e2 intending, I guess, just push the pawns, c4 or b6.
Oh. Okay, Shant Sargsyan, the problem is the white bishops are so strong and the b pawn is a killer. What to do next? He's lost his time advantage, Sargsyan, so on the board, struggling. Yeah, I don't see any tricks.
No, there are no tricks. Half a minute gone for both players, around 30 last seconds.
Okay, and the white pawns are moving now. Queen to b4 has been met by c4. And once they start, they are hard to stop.
Knight.
Back
what did he do? Oh, back to 6, right.
Yeah. He could calculate taking that, but if not, then I'm guessing stuff like b6.
b6.
There we go.
Yeah, like very... Well, rook takes d4 and queen b6 all of a sudden. Maybe a chance.
Played. Alireza.
At least for, for a blitz game.
Changing momentum is so important, right? When you're losing anyway.
And then white has to watch out for the a pawn, and if a and c pawn disappear, all of a sudden could be...
And they do.
Draw, well,
instantly.
C5, queen c5, rook a4. But that is... I'm not sure if he's winning this one anymore.
Definitely not
Shrieking g7.
not winning on the spot, at least.
Yeah. Now, just go queen c2. Well, e5 creates such a huge weakness.
Yeah.
5 e4.
Now endgames aren't even drawn with the queens off the board, but he wants counterplay e3.
Does rook b5?
B5.
No, rook b5, queen c6 though. There was queen c6 check, right?
Yep, queen c6 as well.
Because now queen c6 does bishop f3. All right, but now e3 pawn will be lost, I believe, with moves like queen e5 or something. Well, rook c6 is a bit mysterious, but happens to be even better version because black just played h5 and weakening his g5 pawn as well.
Yeah,
it's captured that, but black cannot unpin. It's a Zug's one. Yes, you have to drop your g5 pawn with a check, which Alireza, by the way, does not even take. Rook d6.
Game over.
Precisely what you said. Like, they get to 5 seconds, and then Alireza is just better.
Exactly. He's just unstoppable. 5 seconds, and there we see Wei Yi making a draw on the top board for Dragon Chilling. And, okay, elsewhere, down on this match, Volodar Mertzin is losing. He's about to get checkmated. He's a rook down, and there we see the meekest of handshakes. Volodar Mertzin, the former World Rapid Champion, has lost. So Sky Chess taking 1 win at least. Actually, wait, did Levon Aronian lose again?
Yes.
Levon lost, so this match is actually quite close. It's coming down to the final board.
Has won. Yes, so it's 3-2 for Hexamind, right?
Yeah.
And the last board is still in progress.
But they are winning, and he's about to make a new queen. Hexamind are winning on the recreational board.
Yeah.
So Sky Chess putting up a good fight against the top seeds in this group. Alireza smiling, though. He's been, on fire. Fire-Ruja.
Yeah, Fire-Ruja, yeah. So is Dragon Chilling without the main dragon? Wei made a draw. Yuan Yi has won. Lu Shanglei has won, which should be enough. Well, Zhu and Jun had lost.
Oh.
But yeah, I think they won. Now...
There's starting to be some upsets.
Let's double check it. Okay. I'm trying to do the math. So Zhu and Jun loses, then the last board has lost. It's Wang Zhihao against Bai Xuyu. So that is 2 points dropped by Chilling Dragons, and then it's the draw for Wei Yi, and it's a draw on board 5.
Okay.
So that means Dragon Chilling make their first draw in the match, which I'm trying to present as a big thing. They will still qualify with 11 rounds and them being top seeds, winning almost every match. It's not, not the end of the world, but not all favorites will win all of their matches.
Yeah, and it looks like Endgame AI, led by birthday boy Hans Neman, they won, so they're up there with Dragon Chilling. Talking of favorites falling, Miro, Pool D, Kazchess have lost.
Wow.
They have lost their match to Interstellar Club, who we saw appear yesterday, just at the end of the Rapid. They made it up to the top tables.
Right, which is maybe they're lacking big starts, but they're very, very good team from China, like all level, and they've taken down Kazchess. And thanks to a win on board 2.
Mamajarov losing again.
Yeah.
Against Xiao Tong, Tong Xiao. And just feels like some players out of form, some youngsters now taking the scalps of their older opponents. Oh, big blunder by Mamajarov.
That is again.
Maybe we can show move 24. Mamajarov just losing a piece in one move.
24. So he was much better before that. No, much better as in like completely winning. And then Bishop D4, Queen D5. Plundering a double attack in one move. It's so uncharacteristic of Shah.
Yeah.
So he'd be one doing this to people usually, like finding those like sneaky. It wasn't that sneaky though. Yeah, it's just like dropping a piece in one move and
loose pieces drop off. Exactly. That's very surprising stuff. But that means Kazchess didn't win any of their games. 4 draws and 2 losses. 4 draws and
2 losses. Yeah, they'll still qualify because it's 4 teams qualifying from each pool. But yeah, it's not all smooth sailing for all of the favorites.
Yeah, that means they probably don't have too much more room for error. Like you can probably lose a couple of matches out of the 11 and be relatively safe. But you don't want to lose to all your three main rivals.
Right. Interstellar is probably not one of their kind of main rivals for the qualification. It could be fourth team.
Currently, though, Interstellar are on 100% alongside Mr. Birdie and friends. But yeah, Kaz Chess in third place, clear third, so should be safe. Okay.
And I guess we should be getting ready for round 6, which will be halfway through the group stage.
Wow, it's going so fast. 11 rounds plus the round of 16 later. It just sounds like a lot, right? But Blitz, it's
in Blitz,
so snappy.
It's an incredibly fast-paced game. I wish to say we could see more games in action, but it's very hard to follow even like 2 games simultaneously.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if we can show the end. Well, let's check out the playing hall first, maybe. And if we have time, we'll come back and show an example or two from this past round 5. What's going on down there in the playing hall?
I guess people telling stories and just...
we've got time. We've got time. We're being told that it will be at least 10 minutes before the next round. So, Miro, maybe we can check out Levon Aronian going from winning to losing in the space of a few moves for his second loss in a row.
Wow.
The player of yesterday. All that storytelling earlier looked like he was in a good mood, but probably that mood has soured.
All right. And again, the game is full of question marks, double question marks, and so on. And
we'll show that board in a second.
Levon was completely winning somewhere around here.
Bishop up.
Bishop up, for not much going on. Well, I guess the H-pawn is marching on, and that's what mattered at the very end. H6, knight G6. And he decided to capture this pawn. The H-pawn is getting dangerously close, but then Queen C1 misses a win. So it was the time to just go Bishop C6, let White promote, sacrifice the rook, and Black would still be better thanks to the passed pawns. And he went, I imagine, having been very low on time. He went with this check. Queen to G3 was not played. Also the first time. King here. And then he once again walks into it. Queen G3. And I know what happened, because both probably thought the H-pawn needs support. So they thought king takes, bishop moves, I take on H8, my pawns promote. But in fact, rook G3, you have to move the bishop, and rook G8.
Ouch. Wow. Levon, yeah, it's kind of tricky when your opponent has one clear plan, and then you're kind of reacting all the time. Like, it's so easy for the opponent, but then for yourself, yeah, it's possible to go wrong. So I can see why this kind of spiraled out of control.
Right, yes. So somewhere here, you were not sure, like, how exactly do I stop the pawn? And you, deep inside, you understand, like, it must be winning for me, but I've got seconds, and yeah, it's very easy to go wrong. Doesn't matter what the engine tells you afterwards. Yes, it was +5, but who cares?
Okay, so maybe Levon will take a timeout from the Hexmine team. He's on 1.5 out of 4 today.
Wow.
So losing some rating points. And yeah, luckily his teammates bailed him out.
Right. In other news in this pool, Uzbekistan has won their match convincingly. I think they will be qualifying.
Wow, 6-0 against Chess in Shanghai.
And MGD1 won as well. It was 6-0 as well.
Biggest shock, though.
No, 5-1. Biggest shock, because we kept praising MGD1 recreational player, but he did lose. That's possibly first game in the event.
Yeah, that's... I mean, 12 games in the Rapid, plus 5 games here, so first loss in 17 games for Aryan Abhijit Shah. And congrats to the bottom board, Krishiv Shah from the Chess Academy Hong Kong Team A for doing something that nobody
managed to do during 12 games of Rapid.
But I guess better to lose now than in the knockout stages. Yeah, elsewhere, MGD1 getting the job done.
Yeah. So Magnus's team, WR, what are? Yeah, they are winning all the matches for now, right? So that was a clean sweep. No. Vadim Rosenstein has lost.
Ooh.
So I'm checking. All the rest, yeah, they won relatively convincingly.
Yeah.
Magnus, I don't know if there was anything going on in this game.
Looked like
just
converted.
Slowly outplayed, and then White made a bigger mistake and lost faster than he should have. But yeah, typical Magnus game again. No queens on the board in the final position.
Surprise, surprise. Maybe maybe we could just show that on the board. Just the final
I mean, at this point, you almost like feel its meta was a laugh, right? So the moment the queens are off, and then White takes another pawn, and Rook A1 would have been better, Rook B7, and immediately queens are off the very next move. White makes a decisive mistake, and then this A pawn survives, and yeah, and that was it. It's already -3. That was the final. Yeah, Rook A7 and the game ended. I don't know what exactly. Probably a flag. Yeah, it says 0, so probably lost on time.
Yeah, Black is winning in multiple ways. Maybe a check and the Rook A2. And yeah, Black is 2 pawns up, which is 2 pawns too many. But okay, Jonathan Chen, he did defend quite well. And yeah, big rating underdog, 800 points plus. Magnus, yeah, maybe we can count how many games he's able to trade off the queens and win, because maybe it's going to be all 12.
For now, yeah. Well, he won one with queens on, right? The very first one, I think.
Probably.
The very first one, I think. So but we can blame his opponent for not making it to the endgame stage.
Yes. Elsewhere.
International trading seemingly won. Well, a good match, and I'm afraid your student lost to Rinat Jumabayev.
He's enjoying it though. He's yeah, he was living in England, spent most of his life there, but recently moved to China, back to his parents' homeland, and he's been teaching chess ever since. So nice to see. Actually, your favorite team, Schnappy Crocodile, they're in 4th place in Group A, so they might be making it
Go
through.
Schnappy!
Team International Trading are struggling right now. Yeah, Chess United, we saw earlier, have a very close match against WR Chess, despite the results, and Barris are in clear second. So, yeah, other than a couple of kind of odd results, Shaq losing 2 in a row, Levon losing 2 in a row, it feels like the teams are doing the business, most of them. And, okay, still a few minutes to go before round 6 kicks off. Yeah, it's nice to see Magnus playing though. Like, I thought he might rest a few rounds here and there, but he's trying to build some momentum now.
I think he's developed an appetite, not for playing, but for winning. And then as long as he keeps winning, he'd be staying in the team.
Yeah, it's a habit. You've got to build the consistency. And maybe he just has his eyes on 2900 Blitz. He's been there before, I believe, but he's adding a few rating points. Yeah, he's dropped to around 2800 in Rapid, I noticed. Still number 1, but...
Yeah, sounds incredible and improbable, but yeah, the same improbable is Magnus losing 4 games, which we witnessed 4 games in a row, that is. I remember there have been talks about 29 in Classical, which is out of the window right now. Yeah.
We need inflation to kick in again. Deflation is rampant right now.
Killing the rating records, right?
Killing everyone. I'm just sitting on my rating and then waiting until... yeah, I think 1 year ago, the same exact rating, I was like 60 or something. Now it's number 40 something, so just waiting. That's my strategy mirror.
Nice.
But no, Magnus, of course, yeah, still over 2800. Still a big gap, though. I think it's more about the gap between 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, if it's like a huge inflation and you reach 3000 and next one is 2980, it doesn't mean that much.
Yeah. And okay, who's impressed you the most so far today?
Magnus, I
Magnus,
think. Yeah, Magnus.
Probably.
Well, I did know he's a good player. It's just like the way he's And I think particularly Magnus wished this shift from Magnus visibly being uncomfortable when he walks into this like somewhat old, outdated preparation. And then the queens are traded, and even the last end game, he played with such a boost of confidence, like this rooks flying, creating counterplay. Yeah, that's, of course, it would be much more interesting to follow when the big clash is gonna start. We might see one today in a knockout. I'm still not sure how the pairings for knockout works. It's probably a predetermined pairing, like to say the winner of Group A goes there, falls into this bracket, that bracket.
Yeah, I guess the winner of a group will play the fourth in another group.
Yeah, same.
So we won't see like Hexamind against WR Chess knocking each other out in
so that means WR and Dragon Chilling kind of should be theoretically reserved for the final if they, let's say, if they pass through the sieve of the brackets.
Yeah, so there is some incentive for the teams not to take the foot off the pedal. Like if they lose a couple of matches, they might end up in second or third, and start actually having tougher opposition in the knockouts. The other player who's impressed me is Alareza, like just super sharp. He's world number 3 in Blitz for a reason, and he looks very confident today.
Yeah, well, number 2 would be Hikaru, who's not playing much other than online Blitz.
Yeah, I saw he was a bit upset that he wasn't here. Apparently he didn't get an invite. So if there's any teams watching who want a recruitment for next season, next year of this event,
you should consider Hikaru and the recreational player.
Yes.
That's a secret. I feel like it's a secret to doing good. Maybe not winning the event, but doing good in the event is like getting scouting for a very good recreational player.
Yeah. Miro and I are also up for grabs if the offer is right.
I'm inactive, yes. I'm inactive, so you might make it clear with the chief arbiter, but I'd be happy playing board 6.
And here are the current standings in Group A. Currently, WR Chess and Barris are both on 100%, but it's actually Barris with a slightly better tiebreak. This is Group B. Remember, we're mostly looking at the top 4. Those will be the qualification spots come the end of the day. Endgame AI and Dragon Chilling at the top there. MGD1 and Hexamind.
Uzbekistan and Sky Chess, okay.
This is a strong group, Group C.
Yeah, that's a tricky group. And then Mr. Birdie in France and Interstellar Club on 100%. Cast Chess is lost, and Chestnut Nova is also... Here it's tricky. Look at this Odlar Yurdu from Azerbaijan. So it's already 5 teams who are in contention. Then Qatar Chess Association with Nigel could have a say somewhere.
Although they were struggling, just 2 match points so far. And it looks like the counter was ticking down. We're going to see Carlsen against Dmitry Andreikin. That's going to be a big game in this next.
And I guess that's the one we'll be watching. So that is Team Barris against WR, the leaders in Pool A facing off against each other.
Yep.
Peter having the white pieces, this time not against Fabi, but Wesley. Oh, no, he is against Fabi.
Okay, so Peter Svidler against Fabiano Caruana. Maybe we'll check that one out later. In the meantime, Magnus has played H3 against the Sicilian again and tried to transpose into a C3 Sicilian type of line. But okay, Dmitry Andreikin pushing forward in the center. This is this is a bit offbeat. Both sides just playing with pawns.
Yeah, what's going on? But well, I'm surprised how useful H3 happens to be. There was also this other possibility that black doesn't go D4 and white goes D4, and then H3 is also useful to prevent bishop G4 pin, and here as well.
Yeah. And Magnus trades off a set of bishops with a check. And okay, starts to...
So he took on D7, Queen D7, and the PGN, the technology is once again behind a little bit. So traded, and I think he castled? Wow, that is interesting. Castled Knight C6, Rook E1, and I think D3 was just played.
Super tempting for black, right?
Wow.
The whole side.
Yeah.
Jan Gustafsson looks disgusted with Magnus's position in the background there.
What did he do? Knight a3?
Knight a3. He's got to develop something somehow.
Yeah, but how about this bishop? Knight a3. Black can do the same and go knight h6.
Yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Precisely.
He does develop.
Yep. And that's what he does, and then I guess
Queen to b3.
Queen to b3.
What is Magnus's plan?
That is quite artificial. I have to say.
So
I don't know. Is he
e6?
E6. That's what I'm thinking. Could it be that he wants to go e6? Because other than that, like Queen b3 is really weird.
Magnus smiling in the meantime. Maybe he's smiling at how bad his position is, how bad his dark squared bishop is so stuck behind its pawn chain. Queen c4 instead.
Queen to c4, so hunting for this pawn. Well, attacked c5 for now. But yeah, but not even sure how big of a threat it is. Like, okay, you take c5 if black somehow makes progress on the king side in the meanwhile.
Okay, so
speaking of progress on the king's side, is g5 ever move? I mean, that's my problem. When I see a bishop on c1, I tend to be over-aggressive.
Yeah, understandable though. Magnus is being aggressive on the other side in an attempt to break his bishop out of jail. He's played b4.
Yeah.
And that was met by rook to c8. And, ooh, capture on c5, it's coming to life.
Wow, rook c8 apparently wasn't the greatest. Knight a5, queen d4 is available.
Get the queens off. Magnus loves it. We talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he probably does need to get the queens off because dynamically he's always going to suffer with the bishop on c1. Oh, e6.
Well, e6,
Magnus,
and that is
the chaos button.
That is, yeah, okay, now we know the recipe. Keep the queens on the board. No.
Oh.
Decisive mistake. The queens are getting traded.
Will Magnus win again now that the queens are off?
Yeah, in reality, it's still a perfectly fine position for black, but we were cheering for, after e6, to go queen d8, to maybe sacrifice a pawn or two, but keep the queens on the board.
He's a pawn down anyway, Dmitry Andreykin, now after e7 falls, so...
Yeah, there still should be compensation with such a poorly placed bishop.
But now he has to keep the d-pawn on the board.
Like, yeah, like if this drops, it's all of a sudden like really bad.
Yeah, wait, there's a threat on a7 and rook d7 also wins the pawn.
Yeah, so is knight c6, rook d7...
Oh, you want a rook f3 or something? You want
nah, but it's not
enough.
Not really. Yeah.
Okay, he does drop back with his knight.
Yep, knight c6 played. What is he going to do? Because rook d8 I don't necessarily believe in.
Peter Svidler was watching a second ago, deciding how much risk to take.
Well, Magnus dropped the rook back to e4.
Ooh.
So I guess trying to bring the knight to c4, e3.
Yeah, once the white knight moves, the white bishop has a really nice square actually on a3.
Knight to f7, but that's precisely knight goes to c4, and then bishop a3 is a threat.
Big threat.
I think Magnus is getting there. b5, just go to e3. Not b2, please.
Although
yeah. It's a pawn.
Yeah, so knight e3, a much healthier square. Dmitry Andreykin continues pushing forward.
So a5 to have b4 in case. Is it a5 or? Yeah,
it was a5. And it looks like b4 is incoming. I remember these two facing off against each other in like 1999, 2000 at these World Youth tournaments. They're the same age. But yeah, Andreykin used to be dominant in the categories.
Yeah,
but yeah, Magnus
and the juniors. Yeah.
Magnus went. He went kind of sky high with his rating a few years later. Okay, it is the pawn, and the longer that goes on,
so what? Like now the PGN thing is once again totally behind. Rook e6. Okay.
Knight to b5 played. Maybe we just lock in on the board.
Yeah.
On the camera.
Like
take the pressure off you having to reenact all the moves.
Right. What's going on? Andreykin's down to 16 seconds already, and as we said, another endgame, another
Full point for Magnus, maybe?
Full point for Magnus. Maybe. I just realized that Rook on e6 had some problems.
Yeah, knight d5.
Right, there was no move.
Really nice move. The black rook is overworked. If you take the knight, the black knight drops.
Well, rook a8 though.
Okay.
So now, what do we do? Just take b4. Yeah. Let black take. Just take b4. Let them take a2, and then d2 is defended.
Oh,
knight to d4.
He's playing with 2 seconds every move now, Dmitry Andreikin.
Wait, yeah, just takes that. A2 is defended. It's just rook d6. And
it's going to be 3 pawns soon.
3 pawns soon.
Andreikin's running out of resources.
4.
You can take on d3.
Just take on d3 because rook b7.
Oh, it's going to be some ladder checkmates. The black king's in huge trouble. Magnus's rooks are coming in.
Knight e4 first.
1 check.
Yeah, but it won't help. Rook check.
Oh, this looks like mate.
Goes. Knight g4.
The black king continues.
The end, right?
Yeah, it's going to be the end with
rook to d5 and rook f7 is a checkmate in 1 found by Magnus Carlsen. Queen's off and he wins.
No surprise there. Magnus Carlsen doing Magnus things. Board 2, it looks like Fabiano Caruana just got the win against Peter Svidler in a rook endgame. Rooks behind past pawns.
Team Boris won on the last board, but that is probably not going to save them. They've lost on top 3 boards. MVL still play. Well, is MVL in a bit of trouble? Oh no, it's a rook against the bishop, so it's. Or is it?
Yeah, it's 2 bishops against a rook. In the meantime,
2 bishops against the rook, but probably a draw. And we are switching to Alireza,
who is winning. He has 2 extra pawns in this endgame. And, the white pieces are so offside. That's 3 extra pawns now. They're just pawn grabbers, these top players, these Blitz specialists. Magnus, Alireza, both 3 pawns up in their games. And, okay, what's the finishing touch here? Yeah, as long as you don't blunder a knight fork. Black pawns running through.
G pawn.
Ooh, careful after knight f5 check. Don't go back to f8. That's the only thing. And Alireza is debating.
He thought of going g2.
Oh, 2 seconds. 1 second. Oh, Alireza. Careful.
Check.
And
King of 3, and we're no longer winning. I don't think we are winning.
But, okay, he's running through.
G2, he's running through.
White loses on time. It looked like a winning position at the end.
These guys, they never lose on time. That's what I noticed. Like, I felt like Alireza, probably he made the move and got 2 seconds on the clock. That means he made the move with 0 seconds, fraction of a second, but still he never loses on time.
Yeah, the internal clock is strong. In the meantime, we go to Alexander Grischuk, who's 2 pawns up.
As you said, David, they're just pawn grabbers. C4, get connected fast pawns.
C4 would have been nice. The 1% there, but okay, still very much in control for Alexander.
And just take the pawn.
3 pawns up.
They're pawn grabbers.
And that's what they say, like technique. Oh, nice tactic, but not enough.
No.
Yeah,
it probably makes the whole thing much easier now that you don't have to worry about the rooks.
Yeah, it's like a mathematical equation. You just simplify. Knight to e5 looks good here.
Yeah, well, interestingly,
no rush.
Grischuk doesn't want it.
Okay.
Okay, g5.
Okay, don't
I put it on g6.
Yeah. Okay, he's... Yeah, there we go. He's going to go 3 pawns up again. Even if temporarily... Okay. Throwing a pawn off the board.
96 and g7, and that will be it. So I think Kostches wins. And that's probably important after them losing the previous match. Yeah. They would still qualify with 2 losses, but you know, at some point you have to win.
Yes, better not to risk it too much. So Kostches here, they are probably winning, although we don't have confirmation of some of the results. Some of the boards gave up halfway. Yeah, I didn't see any big shocks so far. MGD1 were behind at some point in their match. So I'll just check out what happened there. MGD1, oh, definitely not winning.
Well,
okay, it looks like MGD1 have lost to Red Pseudo Dragon.
yeah, which isn't a bad team, right? We haven't seen much of them in the Rapid, but they aren't a bad team. Ding Liren back on the team and wins in 21 move.
Wow.
So when you force him to play, he's winning.
Yeah, he was facing former England international who now plays for Australia, Heather Richards. Nice to see a woman on top board, but yeah, Ding. Yeah, he's done it a few times now. He's won very quickly. Yeah, white especially.
And yeah, they've won the match, Dragon Shilling, but Ju and June lost her game.
Oh, another one.
So Ju and June is not performing that well in this Blitz competition so far.
Wow, 0 out of 2.
0 out of 2. All right, so that's 6 rounds in the books. We are just crossing an equator, and I guess maybe we'll try to take a short break before going for the final 5 rounds of qualification.
Let's do it. We're past the halfway mark in the group stage. We'll be back. We'll show you the standings, and we'll break down more chess. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Step by step, we became part of the global financial system. In 2019, we went public on NASDAQ. In 2024, we built a digital ecosystem. Fintech, lifestyle, telecom, everything comes together in one unified digital space. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom begins with a choice, and every day we make it again. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Every year, Hong Kong plays host to spectacular international sports events. Our elite athletes compete for honors with other leading sports stars from all over the world. Join us in supporting our athletes. Come and enjoy the excitement of En-Mark events, Hong Kong's top sporting events.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Tired of paywalls? How about unlimited play, puzzles without limits, uncapped analysis, master-level studies, tools to learn and improve, and watch tournaments from all over the world, all for free. That's Lichess. No ads, no trackers, no subscriptions. Open source and funded by donations, not by data selling. Our focus is just on chess. Find us at lichess.org or on the app stores.
everyone, and welcome back to the FIDE World Team Blitz Championship, where we are now 6 rounds deep. We're more than halfway through the group stage. And Miro, it feels like the favorites are cruising at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So the whole group stage feels like a formality for the top seed players, and it's more about who's going to jump into the, into the finals, the luster. That 4th place in the group is probably the one that is the most fierce competition is going on.
That's right.
We'll update you guys closer towards the end. Who are the teams who still have the chances? Do we have a standings after or before the round 7?
Yeah, we'll try to do that.
Not all of the favorites are on perfect score. We've learned, right? So Chess lost the match, and Dragon Chilling has drawn one of the matches.
Yeah, so we have 2 minutes before round 7 begins. Just to point out, there aren't many players left on 6 out of 6. So individual players with 100%. I was doing a bit of a check. Magnus Carlsen is one of them. Anisha Giri. I think Carissa Yip was one of them, but there aren't so many. There's a couple of amateur boards, recreational players who are still on 100%. But it feels like, it's at least Magnus has woken up, and it's all changed. Maybe for WR chess, it's kind of nice to have a totally fresh start, like a rebirth after what happened in the Rapid.
Yeah, because it feels like disaster after yesterday's game. But you have 1 whole new tournament to play.
Clean slate.
And so for Group A, it's WR Chess, Baris Chess United, and Schnappi Crocodile for now. Trying to qualify.
And Theme International trading in 5th. They're maybe the only other ones in with a chance. This one, Endgame AI and Dragon Chilling, I think, almost guaranteed. But
but look, it's quite interesting because Chess Gurukul, who are falling quite far behind. They are one of the stronger teams in this group on paper, and yet they're not performing very well.
Pragnananda, his team need to start winning. Here we see Hexamind, Uzbekistan, and Sky Chess out there. MGD1 in 4th place.
And maybe Red Pseudo Dragon is with some chances. So that's 5 teams for 4 spots. Once again, it's a little bit shaky here. And then in Group D, Mr. Birdie in France, Interstellar Chess Club on the 2nd, tied with Kaz Chess, Odlar Yultu, and Chestnut Nova potentially in the mix.
Yeah, this feels like it's more open all the way down to 7th. They're in with chances to qualify for the top 4 and at the round of 16. But here we go. 10 seconds left before round 7 starts. And I think we might, this is an interesting all-Russian clash, but I think we might be following Ding in this round.
Ding Liren will lead his team in a match against the Philippines. He'll be playing Susanto Megaranto.
Yep. Magnus is facing a Grandmaster from Spain, rated around 2400.
Look at that tricky line White is playing. That's the Caro-Kann, Knight F3, E5, D5, E5, and Bishop F5 was met with Knight to H4.
Wow, I've been playing the Caro-Kann for years, but I've never seen this, I must admit.
I have to say, I do remember an amateur player in St. Louis telling me about the line with Knight F3, E5, but I think he had absolutely different ideas, like E6, early pawn sacrifice or something. Yeah, so this Knight H4 and G3 is totally new to me as well.
And for anyone not familiar, this is Susanto Megaranto, a Indonesian Grandmaster, very strong, very experienced. I think he's probably very good at Blitz. We saw him earlier defend a difficult position against birthday boy Hans Neman.
Whoa, C4. C4 is...
That's such a weird move. I would never dream of it.
Not cool, something you'd expect to happen, right?
It's anti-positional. It's kind of dropping a pawn. E5 is hanging also after C4 is captured. But
well, if black's going D4, I wouldn't go it's too anti-position. But first you have to answer what happens if the pawn's taken, right? Because E5 is still hanging. If you defend E5, black might defend C4.
Okay, and he just drops his knight back to F3. So what was the whole point of this sacrifice? I guess he wanted to go knight A3 next move, but maybe he won't get time now.
That's a big question. And almost like b5, I've tempted to say.
Okay.
b5, a4, b4.
Yeah. Makes
And
some
then
sense.
I'm ready to go knight a5.
Yeah. Ding. Maybe he knows that Ding doesn't want sharper positions. He
Yeah,
wants,
yeah,
something a bit quieter.
It's a bit of a psychological play as well, right? Knight g to e7, just simple and strong, he argues.
Yeah.
Knight a3 and knight goes to f5. Not defending the pawn, but finishing the development. Bishop g7 was the e7 was the last move.
Yep.
Right.
And I do notice Ding nowadays doesn't try to cling on to pawns. He just happily gives them back to get kind of stable.
So first,
easy
develop
development.
everything, castle your king, and then start playing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is g4 ever a move? No. Black just jumps to d4 happily.
And Ding keeps eyeballing his opponent. He's wondering what's coming next. I guess d3 or b3 are likely at some point just to get the white bishop out, complete development. But Megaranto suddenly started slowing down.
Yeah. d4. Wow.
Wow.
d4, believe it or not, I was reluctant to mention, but it was a computer suggestion to go d4, and apparently the point is if you take with the pawn, then g4 is very annoying. You cannot go knight h4 because takes and knight d6.
Wow, so he's blocked an outpost for the opponent.
Right, so black's supposed to take with the knight, one of the knights that is. Or maybe, yeah, knight takes, knight takes, knight takes. And then, yeah, you've sacrificed the pawn. You can get it back on b7 if you wanted to, or maybe play for knight d6 somehow.
Yeah. I'm materialistic. I would
bishop
take that
b7,
pawn.
yes.
Whoa, Ding castles. Nice.
Well, not the most unexpected exchange sacrifice ever, which white is advised not to accept.
Yeah.
Bishop d3.
In my mind, like Ding would take minimal risk there. He would just play rook b8 because why not? But yeah, he didn't need to rush. The bishop more valuable than the rook.
Yeah. Bishop e4, and I think both sides can be relatively happy with the outcome of the opening.
Yeah. Just looking elsewhere, Magnus Carlsen is a pawn up, as usual. And he's trying to get the queens off.
Pawn grabbers.
Pawn grabbers society. And yeah, it's early days in this round, of course. But Ding, with a time advantage, gives up the bishop pair, but black is very, very solid here.
Yeah, the knight on d4 is eternal. You probably don't move it even if, say, white threatens to win a pawn.
Yeah, you can take a pawn right now, right?
Yeah, the pawn's offered, but if anybody, it's probably black who'd be better. Bishop c5, rook d8, and so on. And g6 limits the activity of this bishop a lot.
Yeah, feels like with best play, this should be equal, though, or should be a way for white to neutralize the pressure.
He went to c3, and I think this long move was bishop to b4 that Ding made.
Yeah. The queen is
Queen
gonna move.
e3, naively hoping for black to take.
Yeah. I think the queen went back to c2.
Queen back to c2, g6. The question is if we go f4, because f4 defends the pawn, but it's very committal, like opening diagonal. Otherwise, if black gets to take on e5, yeah, that I feel like in a practical game, it's very unpleasant for white, because your c pawn doesn't really matter.
Basically a pawn down once the black bishop sits on c5.
Yeah, you went the bishop on c5, and then some rook and bishop endgames are bad. Some queen and bishop endgames might be unpleasant as well.
Yeah, should be a draw, of course, with best play, but a minute down as well, Megaranto. Can Ding push? Can Ding unleash his former self?
Unleash the dragon.
Okay, here we see 1 full minute
Megaranto's
up.
down to 17 seconds. Yeah. So could take on d1, take on b1. Is rook d1? No, rook d1 will be met with bishop d1, I guess, right?
Yeah, or queen to d.
Queen to d1, I thought trade the other pair of rooks and go queen d4, you know.
Oh. Yeah.
h5, h4 in collision is very typical in these positions, yes. And now he takes on b1.
Yeah.
Here, well,
but
takes
now
with the
rook
queen,
b8.
but this allows rook b8, rook b2.
Ooh, scary. But
rook b2, rook b2 for now.
Magaranto's under serious pressure. Oh, Ding changes his mind.
B2 first and then to B4.
Oh, it's so passive
The
for white.
rook on A4. Can put the queen on A1 or just F6.
Yeah, Ding would never play queen A1. It's too far away from his king.
Too far away from the king. Yeah, fair. To A3.
Now white's stuck, but I guess
black's stuck as well, right? It's quite a bit.
No pawn breaks, that's the main thing.
You need all of your pieces to be extremely active.
Does put his queen
Yeah,
on
like I
A1.
say, put the queen on D4 somehow, and just imagine like white cannot really drive the queen away, and then you can go F5, E5, like push the pawns.
What Magnus would do is he'd somehow, there we go, get his rook out, he'll play A5, A4, A3, put the pawn on A3.
Put the pawn on A3, put the rook on B2, it's like, yeah, slowly but surely improving the situation. So the way black wins is kind of activates his pieces to the maximum and then goes F5, E5, E4.
Rook F1?
Rook to, wow, was missed. Rook F1 was probably winning.
Probably winning a pawn at least, and that would have been game. Okay.
He gets the, no, he doesn't get the chance to do the same. I thought queen A1, but there was rook C3 available. So now white gets to activate his stuff. A lot rookie, no rook E6, F2 is hanging. Now, can he go rook B2?
Oh, rook B2.
Queen E5. But it's not the end. It's not the end. Hang on a second. Bishop D4. There is rook B5.
Nice.
That's a very, very good move.
Important for Magaranto not to let the black rook get active.
King F6, rook B3.
Yeah.
Still, the game goes on.
Yeah.
So F5 somehow. Get the pawn on F5, E5, and E4.
Oh.
F5 now? Yes.
They're coming. Oh, F4 maybe a good move.
F4.
Maybe a good way to stop black's pawns. Got to trade.
Right. Okay. Well, opens more files, and now the bishop can be defended with the king, and then black rook is set free.
Yeah.
King D4.
It's coming. Oh, white's in retreat mode. That's the pawn that drops.
Do we even want this pawn?
Yeah.
It was blocked and in a way was restricting white's bishop.
Black rook can come in now.
Yeah.
There we go.
So yeah, but that's A2 pawn we want, not the C4 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so rook D7, white activates his stuff as well. Rook C3, he will take the bishop on B3 if that's the move white's playing. Bishop E3, forcing the king to E5.
Going pawn hunting.
Oof. Both kings seem to be unsafe.
Oh.
That was it a good idea? Oh, well, apparently it was. King B4, bishop takes. The F pawn has to move.
Just push
the pawn. Don't lose on time.
It's a hard pawn to stop.
Yeah.
It's getting to F2 guaranteed, and from there it promotes, surely.
Oh, wow. And it's defended on F2. Yeah. So you go. King E6, check on it. Yeah, just rook G1 and rook E1, and there you have it. Ding Liren winning his game for Chilling Dragon.
Great technique from Ding. Yeah, put pressure, entire
very
game.
convincing in the end. For the entire game, it was like looking closer and closer to equal, but he kept putting pressure, wins in the end.
And that looks like Volodar Mertzin, my hair analysis. And who is Volodar playing?
So that is, what's the name of the cast chess, right? Is it
Hexamine?
Oh, that's Hexamine. Yeah, precisely.
Okay, so
yeah, that's Molsin. What are the results?
And there it's the handshake. It looks like Volodar Mertzin won with his pawns pushing forward.
Yeah.
And
Anish Giri has won, so he's on 7 out of 7 now.
Magnus too. Magnus on 7 out of 7. Looks like the favourites doing the job again. Lots of kind of, at least on paper, imbalances in this round. MGD1 squeezing past Sky Chess. Arjun Erigaisi and Nihal Sarin losing on top 2 boards, but winning down the bottom. So that is huge in the same group as Hexamind that we just saw.
Vadim losing again, Vadim Rosenstein, but his team wins all of their other games. Including Magnus, who for a change won a game with queens on the board.
Okay. His technique good enough. He won a pawn early.
Yeah.
And looks like he
He continues
today.
Like he chose two openings. It's E4, C5, H3, and it's a Dutch defense against anything black, against anything closed with black. Right. So C4, F5 was the opening in.
Okay. Maybe we can show that mirror.
Yeah.
We have a bit of time now before the next round, and it looks like Magnus got a big advantage very early on.
So in a sense, it's a similar pattern he's playing for. Go with the bishop. Okay, didn't get a chance to exchange the bishop on c3, but basically what he would do, take on c3 and get this pair of pawns. And arguably this turned to be even better. Knight f3, d6. Trying to understand if it's... Because there is a similar position with colors reversed from the first Lima.
Yeah.
Right, so probably d4, e4, I don't really like.
Now the d5 pawn is extremely weak, and
knight gets on e6, but yeah, this pawn gets easily surrounded, and it's just an extra pawn for black with not much compensation here.
Okay.
Just went on to win the game.
Yeah, don't let Magnus be a pawn up this early in the game. We talked about the pawn grabbers stuff, but yeah, Magnus looking good. Fabiano also has been winning many games. He won on board 2, and yeah, it looked like WR Chess. Full control for them.
Now, there was an interesting clash. Team Boris, who was the other kind of leading team in this group, was facing international theme trading. And Nicholas Theodoro won against Andrei. Kane Swidler made the draw. Well, what's the... Not sure. What's the result? Is it 3.5 for Boris?
Yeah, 3.5. They won the bottom 3 boards.
Oh, well, they won the bottom 3 boards, and then Peter Swidler making a draw was enough. Yeah, but there was a big fight, apparently.
Okay.
Vishy Anand winning again.
Bouncing back.
So did Vishy win all of his games but against Magnus? I mean, that's the only... Yep, that's the only... No, he did make a draw against Nicholas Theodore, but still,
that's
respectable score, because first board is not weak. Even in weaker teams, they have some really good players. Faustina Oro, of course, winning. Let me check Fausti's score. Is he on... Yeah, dropped one draw against Team Jin Hao from the Singaporean team.
12-year-olds these days. They're difficult to stop.
Yeah, precisely. So maybe check some other pools. Pool D. What were the results on top boards in Pool D? Grischuk Artemiev a draw. Lia Kwang beating Rapport. Mr. Birdie in France winning against Cast Chess.
Oh, wow.
Hang on a second. Is Cast Chess planning not to qualify? Because I said every top seed in the group, it's a formality, but it's not as easy.
They're going to be on the borderline now. Like
Absolutely.
They might still be top 4.
They might still make top 4, but seriously, like they are not doing very well in this tournament. Yeah.
It looks like they're currently in 3rd place, at least after tie breaks. Still joint 2nd because Mr. Birdie and friends have been killing everyone.
So that it is, yeah, this time it works like that. So there's one team wins all the matches and makes it probably easier for Cast Chess to qualify. But still, yeah.
Okay, and so that was in Pool D. That was the biggest surprise, the biggest match. Nigel Short against Ivanchuk.
Whoa.
Battle of the Golden Oldies. It was a draw in the end.
Yeah, there was... Yeah, the header is very exciting, but the game was not that much.
No. And, okay, Mirror, maybe we can check out some games from this last round. I'm trying to see where the most action would have been. We did see some mismatches, some... very one-sided scores. Endgame AI crushed it.
Firuja, yeah, we could just click through this. I know that's round 6. Round 7 is what we've just concluded, right?
Yep.
Firuja was seated out, in fact, and there was Aronian on board 1.
I guess they've done most of the heavy lifting. He did lose one game to Nodibek Abdusattorov earlier, so maybe he just wants to break.
And Aronian has played something... Okay. That's a funny line, by the way.
Okay.
That's what I do to people on internet, and
then they take on e4.
Yes, hopefully. d4, he takes.
He's been playing this a lot, by the way, Levon. I've seen him dabble with this.
Yeah, bishop g4 is already kind of very pleasant for white. But what's interesting, I've been clicking through this game with an engine, and at some point, yeah, like this e5, the whole e5 break, apparently is not correct. And with precise play, black could have held. Knight b5, knight to d5, bishop g3, and knight 5 to b6 was needed. Again, not an easy move to allow knight c7. Bishop g7, bishop g4. Now, knight c5. No, come on. The only move to stay in the game was knight c5, allowing the double check, hanging your queen, but attacking your opponent's queen. And knight 5 to b6. This time loses to knight check. And then king f8, we just take the queen, take the knight. So I had to go king d8, bishop f5. Bishop c2, hitting this, and Levon went to win the game further on.
Yeah. Oh, he could have castled at some point, castled inside just to show off, but yeah, that's
right.
Very nice.
One relatively quickly. Anish keeps cruising. Volodar has won his game as well. Katerina Lagno a win. Yeah. So at Team MGD1, they did win right at the end.
They did, even though Arjun Erigaisi lost.
Won with black against Erigaisi. Shall we check this one? Somehow I feel like there will be a lot of red moves, moves with double question marks. So I'm jumping to the position after 49 moves or 50 moves, which Compi says it's equal, balanced.
Okay.
Usually this b5 pawn is much more annoying than the d pawn, but I guess some dark squares are in black's favor. And what happens next? Queen e1 allows to take. So white's pawn down. Check on e8 is bad.
The white king is the real issue, I feel.
Yeah. Now, somehow I felt it was swings back and forth, but no. It's just like at some point, Arjun, probably being very low on time, he just continued to make more and more mistakes. And queen d5 seems like he wins the pawn back, but rook c2 and rook e2, the very next move. You can't really, can't really do much. So what happened was this, a check, and queen f4.
And too much there, checkmate incoming. So Arjun Erigaisi dropping, but his team winning. In the meantime, we have Charlize in the playing hall with someone celebrating their birthday. Take it away, Charlize.
I'm here with Hans Neman, who is having a special day because it is also his birthday. Hans, how does it feel to be here playing Blitz on your birthday? Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, there's nothing else I'd rather do than play chess on my birthday. There have been a lot of birthdays during this tournament. There's been Peter's birthday, there's been Alirez's birthday on the 18th, and my birthday. So perhaps me and Alireza should organize a protest because we did not receive cakes. So I'm quite disappointed, but I'm sure next year they might fix it.
Or
I felt personally offended.
Okay, well, I'm sure we're going to find a way to fix that. But have you been receiving gifts through the games, the results from your team?
No gifts, no gifts. I'm just, I guess, bad boy of chess, so no one cares it's my birthday. No one cares that it's my birthday.
Okay, well, we came here to give you a happy birthday, wish you all. I'm sure our fans in the YouTube comments are also going to wish you a happy birthday.
Yeah, no, whatever. I mean, my last birthday, I won the freestyle qualifier to Vegas, and then Vegas went quite well, so always good luck on my birthday. But 23, I mean, that's so old. I mean, I really, I honestly, 23 is like a wake-up call. I have to start winning something, you know, because honestly, 23. Okay, again, it's all relative, but personally, that's a number to say the least.
Okay, so then what do you think about 26? Is that super old?
If I'm not world champion by 26, I don't know. I'm gonna have to become a monk. Start changing something in my life.
Well, Thank you, Hans. I hope that the game.
26, is that what you asked?
Yes, that's what I was like, okay, how offended am I going to be now by you saying how old?
It's all relative. I mean, I'm more mean it as from a competitor, a chess perspective, right? Although I did have like 3 years of my chess career kind of taken from me by the chess mafia, I'm still catching up.
But then you see Vichy, who's well into his 50s and also still playing really well, competing. So
Yeah, I mean, he's playing well, but he's not fighting for World Championship, right? So that's really the only goal in chess, and Vichy's done that a few times. So I think the ultimate goal is to become world champion. And it's hard to enjoy chess if you don't feel like you're giving your best. So some people like to retire at the top, or I don't know. It's everyone's personal choice. Or you're Ivanchuk, you just keep playing chess forever, which is very admirable as well. Or Shirov, who I played as well. So.
Okay, well, you still have a few good years left in you to fight for that title.
Yeah, as long as the chess mafia doesn't return, I mean, I should be okay. But thankfully, FIDE is not a part of the chess mafia.
Okay, well, FIDE will try to organize some cake or something for your celebrations, but
and then I'll
enjoy
take you
the
out
day.
of the chess mafia category.
Okay.
Thank you.
You heard it here. Back to the studio.
Wow, Hans and his hot takes.
Yeah, thank you, Charlize. And yeah, it turns out this self-described bad boy of chess, all he wants is some cake.
Yeah, well,
and some world titles. But,
the latter is probably more important. I'm not sure how serious he was about the cake. And yeah, in defense of FIDE, I should say that both Alireza and him combined are not of age of Peter Swidler. So grow up, boys.
Yeah, they both turned 23, and Peter Swidler turned 50. So nice round number. I think that's why the cake came out half a century, as they would say in cricket. And okay, here are the current standings in Group A. Not too much has changed, other than the fact that Schnappy Crocodile winning their match has made them...
We're getting closer.
Looking very promising for them. And that top four looks almost fixed now. Theme International Trading need to go on a streak to catch up.
Yeah, so that's what? That's after round 7. So we have 4 more rounds, and it's 4 match points, the difference. Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Team International Trading. Endgame AI leading with perfect score. Dragon Shilling on 13. May win Newbies on 10. And then there is a big fight. Boards or places 4 to 6 with 9 points. Group C, Hexamind, Uzbekistan, Team MGD1. And then it's a tie for the 4th, Sky Chess and Red Pseudo Dragon. And finally, Group D, where Cast Chess and Cast Chess and Cell Chess Club. But Odlar Yurdu and Chestnut Nova, again, there is a fight for the 4th qualification spot.
Yeah, even those on 7 points, they're still within striking distance. So, yeah, still plenty to play for. Under 1 minute now till the next set of games begin. And
so what are we watching?
That's the big question. It looks like, again, not the top teams facing off against each other in this round. There we see Alireza Firouzja Black against Nikita Petrov, a very strong grandmaster. Maybe we watch Alexei Shirov against Ding Liren.
Yeah, there can't be too much Ding.
There's no such thing as too much Ding. And Magnus Carlsen plays Chinese IM Ni Xinyang. So maybe Magnus, if he's still going, we'll switch to him. If he wins before that, as he has been doing, winning very quickly, then we'll just show that game a bit later. But this is one player that Hans Neman mentioned, a legend, Shirov, who keeps playing. And yeah, still very, very strong competitor.
Right, absolutely. So what's not to miss in this group, a clash between Hans's team and the Dragons, which will come closer towards the end. 2 knights, defense and d3 from Ding, so we transposed into the Joko piano. Shirov going for an early castle. I think he's one of the few remaining who plays this line with d5.
Yeah, it kind of came into fashion, drifted out, came back into fashion, and now nobody touches it because White has many ways to put pressure without risking too much. Ding sits back. I actually played Shirov in my last competitive game. Well, it was a rapid tournament, but yeah,
so
I only needed a draw, luckily.
Bishop g4. knight d2, knight to b6 and b4. And I think what they do, they just keep expanding, right? So after bishop d6, I think the move was.
Yep. And Ding, I think he pushed a pawn. Was it a4? No, it was actually dropping back his bishop, saving his bishop on c4.
Yeah, I think it's bishop e7, and then you cannot move the bishop because d3 hanging, and then it's a4 is the theory. As here, it's you get to play bishop b3. Then all the usual stuff, knight e4, h3.
Yeah, and he gets his king out of the way. So in case White ever allows a pawn storm with f5, e4, that might land on the board. Shirov, yeah, former world #2, known for fire on the board. If he can get an attack, he would love that. But Ding, how can he keep it solid now? I think you're right, knight e4, knight g3 is very likely.
Yeah, Ding is looking to organize an attack of his own, I believe. Yeah, knight e4, knight g3 usually either forces a bishop to trade or you push it back, and then the whole f5 thing is not as scary.
Okay, and here we go. Shirov's going for it. He's just abandoned the queen side.
a4, f5. Okay.
Okay.
That is, of course, you shouldn't. He doesn't need to be asked twice. Yeah. Shouldn't let him do it normally, but Ding has some plans of his own. I imagine a5, a6. And there might need a b7 pawn. White will have some bishop d5 later on.
Keeps going. That has happened. Knight back to d7 and a6.
Knight to d7, a6.
Oh, how to react. It's always so tough, right? Like, do you bypass that pawn, but that pawn maybe becomes a thorn in your side later? Or do you just take it off the board and ruin your own structure? Dilemma. For sure.
Yeah, well, the problem with the moves like b5, then after bishop d5, you're forced to sacrifice an exchange, right? You're not playing this knight to b8, no.
Shirov would probably be fine with sacrificing the exchange, but okay, he avoids this altogether.
What did he do?
Took on a6.
Took on a6. b6. Still bishop d5 probably wins the exchange, or, yeah, like Black's forced to sacrifice an exchange.
Yeah, Shirov's not going to play knight to b8 and tie himself up for life. Oh, he does.
He does. That is wrong, Shirov.
Wow, because Black's just not moving anything now. Ever.
Yeah, that I feel like you just go queen b3 and pin your f3 knight, and then Black, like the whole sector is not moving. Rook and both knights, it's impossible to untie. No, it's an horrible move. No, look at Ding. He's shocked. He's shocked,
and
he's like.
I like queen b3 especially because I think Black's only way of untying is bishop to f7.
Bishop to f7, yeah, precisely, like exchanging the bishop. So yeah, after queen b3. No, but seriously, I'm not sure. Like, what do you do?
Yeah.
There's bishop b2 and c4, c5 ideas. There's knight c4, knight takes e5. It's awful.
c4, b5 is coming as well at some point. And looks like we have some moves.
Yes, so queen went to b3 and Shirov went queen d7, once again intending to play bishop to f7.
Oh.
But now I would not be... Yeah, wait, hang on. There's knight g5. This knight g5, once again stopping bishop f7, intending to play knight e6 potentially. No, it's such a pin.
Yeah, I have noticed Shirov. I've played him a couple of times lately, and he's maybe playing a bit more passive than he used to be, or a little bit more kind of reluctant to sacrifice.
Yeah, but that particular one is such a surprise. This knight b8.
And knight g5 on the board. Exactly what you predicted, Miro.
h6, knight lands on e6.
Now, although the knight is a bit stuck.
e8.
Okay.
And now. Yeah, rook f6 apparently was better. Don't ask me why. Knight f3 is a good move. So this knight, it's again, hits e5, but also I'm thinking it could be that knight h4 is a hidden threat.
Yeah, but what's the idea after bishop to f7?
Bishop f7 is knight takes c7 trick.
That's why rook on f6 is better to defend the bishop.
Yeah, the rook from f6 would defend the f7 bishop.
Yeah, okay, so Shirov doesn't allow that trick on the loose bishop.
What did he do?
He took on f3, doubling white's
Took
pawns.
on f3, gf3, but then again, there is no opposition to this light square bishop.
The master
You
of the
cannot,
position.
yeah, cannot really challenge these 6 knights. At some point, it could be white goes king h1, goes rook g1, and wins on the g file. Queen e7, tending to go queen h4, f4 by Ding.
Queen h4 anyway from Shirov coming in.
Yeah. Again, if you're a computer, you can just calmly go king g2 and pretend nothing happened because, yes, queen is in the attack, but nothing else.
Yeah, that would be a very classy move. He took on e5, and now Shirov has to sacrifice something, surely.
Yeah, yeah. So now, I guess you still take like knight e5, and after bishop a8, just play c7, c6, just shutting the bishop down and hoping for, I don't know, for some sort of an attack.
Ding can win a rook, he does. And Shirov's got to lock it in. There we go. Okay, Shirov has woken up and started sacrificing. This is fire finally on the board.
Finally fire on the board.
Shouldn't work, but here we go. Oh, he takes that black knight.
Rook e5?
Yeah, he gives back some material and then defends with
and
king.
then king g2.
Yeah, I think safety first.
I guess it's still objectively winning. f4, intending f3.
Oh, he was going for his rook. Ding's under 10 seconds.
Compy, yeah.
Wow.
Fine. Bishop f4, bishop f4. But knight f4 though? Knight f4 is, black is better.
Black is better. Ding's lost his material advantage, lost all of his advantage.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Oh, okay, better. That's not better really, but like black's position is much better than it used to be. Rook down.
Momentum's on black's side, and white's at least temporarily playing without the bishop. I guess bishop and knight cancel each other out. White's king is weaker.
No, what happened to Ding?
He just got nervous. And 5 seconds on the clock. I think it's mainly the clock.
Yeah. And rook to c8, intending to develop the bishop. Bishop b7.
Okay. Bishop's still bad, but the knight's getting out.
Yeah, now knight. Now, well, queen g6 check first. To f5, attacking f2 pawn. Ooh, such an awkward defense. Knight d7, yes, you cannot win this game without a knight.
Didn't keep changing
Almost
his mind.
begging for a queen's exchange.
Shirov has to say no. Ding is a pawn up. He goes back
Wow,
with his queen.
queen f8 is...
And now the bishop's alive at least.
Yeah.
Ding's better again. Oh, Shirov's now down to 2 seconds.
Rook g1 to f5. Again, now Ding's making progress.
Big progress. Ooh, hesitation, he attacks the black queen.
Yeah, check. Queen e5 now once again, trying to trade the queens to e7.
The chase continues. That's a check.
Hang on, there's rook e8.
Oh, there's rook e8 coming.
Yeah,
Careful. Okay.
King g2, at least like defend the pawn.
Now Ding, oh, that's a really classy move. Now we queen e7.
Now you go queen e7.
Get those queens off. And
Now you
Shirov
go
can't
queen
avoid
e7.
it. Or can he? Oh,
wait.
King move?
King move?
Wow.
Was not on the radar.
Oh, queen f4.
Queen f4, that's the whole
Ding's
point.
losing on time. Ding's clock. And he's flagged. Ding Liran forgets about the time.
That is
heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Yeah, that is absolutely heartbreaking. And Dragons will win their match because they won 4 other games already. Motelov, Lushan, Gley being in progress, but Ding was
tough.
It was tough.
Yeah, we saw the nerves. We saw his hand shaking a little bit, and 2 seconds versus 2 seconds, it was a bit random. Here we see Grischuk deliver a checkmate. And yeah, elsewhere, Magnus Carlsen moves on to 8 out of 8.
Oof.
Very smooth win again.
If anything can compensate for Magnus's disappointment, it's a 100% score in this round robin.
Okay.
8 out of 8.
Wow, out of the blue, Hans Neman delivers a checkmate. It looked like a position he was a pawn down. Not much was going on. And wow, birthday blessing there.
So he was complaining about the lack of the birthday present, right? And then he's got it?
And then he's got it. So that means that, okay.
Hans's team, how's Hans's
Endgame
team
AI.
doing? I think they won relatively smooth, yeah.
Yeah, Endgame AI just cruising. They've won every single game so far.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, it looks like things are wrapping up here in round 8. Most of the top matches have now been decided. And yeah, Hans Neman, I can confirm it was in the final position. Yeah, it was.
He did deliver a checkmate.
He did deliver checkmate. And that's happened. Niehaus Areen blundered checkmate in one apiece up a round ago. Here we see Wang Hao.
What's happening here? Wang Hao. Check.
Has he tricked his
Hang
opponent?
on. No, rook e2.
Is this just a repetition?
Wait.
Both sides have passed pawns.
What's king f1? I don't quite get it. He could go king f1, right?
But then the white king comes closer to the pawn, I guess.
Ah, right.
And now we'll see mutual queens, queen endgame, and someone's flagged.
No, he's claiming it's an illegal move because the pawn was left on d2. He put the queen on d1 and left the pawn on d2. But I don't think it's a loss anymore, right? It seems like the clock's getting adjusted. His opponent's getting
2 extra
some
minutes.
time, but it's not, it's not as severe of a punishment as it used to be.
Yeah.
At some point, I remember it was a scary thing to promote a pawn because some people say you have to put it on the first rank before swapping it for the piece.
And yeah, you definitely need to take it off the board before pressing the clock.
That's true. It cannot be the queen on d1 and the pawn on d2 at the same time.
I also learned the hard way when I tried to make a queen and I saw my opponent holding both the queens, the spare queen and the queen that was off the board in his hands. I tried to grab it and then lost on time.
Ooh.
That's happened before. So promoting a pawn, much easier online than over the board.
Promoting a pawn online in anything else but the queen is tricky.
That's tricky. And you need a little bit of time. But here Wang Hao will be, I mean, it should be a drawn position, but we'll be hopeful that he can win due to the clock situation now.
Okay, and he's a pawn up. It's an H pawn, but somehow black does a strange thing because you can't really stop this pawn in a queen endgame. I don't think. Okay, H pawn though, maybe.
I actually had this exact endgame, and you could go queen f4 there, and he's offering a draw there, black. The answer is no. You can offer the queen exchange to get your king closer.
Queen f5.
And he's doing it. He's.
Oh wait, queen c6 check. It's actually queen d5 check, and the king is still in a square.
Okay, he could bring his king the other way, maybe, but Wang Hao.
Yeah, there's also at some point there is also like a billion checks to the white king.
Yeah,
you're allowed to block with the queen. Yes,
he does. And yeah, this should be heading towards a draw now.
Some unexpected individual results. Maybe I'm searching and can't really find anything. Okay, Alexei Sarana losing, but they won the match anyway.
And okay, it looks like Baris in trouble. I'm not sure the result between Vishy Anand and Dmitry Andreikin, but Baris losing to Chess United 3-2 before that result has come in.
Yeah.
This looks like a very drawn endgame now. Put the king anywhere other than h5, and Wang Hao. Is it the clock?
I think so.
Oh no, he ran out of time deciding where to put the king.
Wow.
Double disaster, first with that promotion and then the clock.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, he defended so well before that. And in this queen endgame, but then losing on time, that again something that this Blitz is about.
Yeah. And we've seen many world-class players blunder mate in one today. Not the first time we saw someone forget about the clock, ding as well. Yeah, it's just heartbreaking when it happens, but we've all been there. Very relatable.
Yeah, and just to confirm, yes, Baris has lost to this Anand's team. Anand himself winning So that's Chess United, yeah, Arnold himself winning a game against Andreikin. And again, I would love to see the game, but it says unplayed. White is victorious, which is not true.
He's just so strong that he won by kind of mere
Peter
presence
Svidler
alone.
lost, then Fausti won against Ramazan Jalmakhanov, and Hampi Conero defeating Aloan Urman. That's how they've scored 4 points.
Okay. Elsewhere, although Hexamind did end up winning, Levon Aronian's having a really rough day. He lost to someone rated 400 points below him.
Wow.
From Kidult Chess Academy Hong Kong. That is Zhao Chenzi. And Levon just got mated. And I would normally expect the colors to be reversed.
Yeah, we could check this one.
Let's show it.
And again, don't know what. Yeah, we could check a bit of the opening.
It was a
Knight c6 was good. Nimzovich
defense.
Defense is Knight f6, c6, bishop b4. That is
That's the
Nimzovich.
Nimzo Indian there.
I'm not even sure. That was Nimzo Indian. And that is Nimzovich opening would be 1b3. Nimzovich so confusing.
1e4, knight c6. I'm doing some googling. It is the Nimzovich defense.
It's, yeah. So that is my kind of first language, because in Russian it is the Nimzovich opening.
Okay.
And then defense, because we don't add Indian, and the Nimzovich defense is the knight f6, c6, bishop b4 thing. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Nimzovich, he had a lot of influence on openings.
Yeah. So that was the line, and yeah. Somehow, slowly but surely, Levon got outplayed.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Rook here, knight d8.
Nice move.
And I've seen this stuff happening to people that, like, yes, white has done quite a lot of stuff here, but the pawns are on their initial squares. It takes you much longer to open the files. And then, yeah, bishop e7, still good, still good. Here, white is still better. Rook g2, and don't know. There was a sequence that would win for Levon. Basically, all the way up to this point, it was equal until pawn grubbers association. Bishop a7, and that was something not to do, because knight e4, breaking the contact between those two rooks. And yeah, there was a time to take on e4, even though it would have lost. And after rook e5, b6, switching the bishop off as well. And now knight f2 is unavoidable.
That is
painful. Levon.
Big
I
trouble.
guess you just can't stop the checkmate, because after queen f1, he resigned immediately. What do we...
Rook g1.
Rook g1, queen f3. Not knight f2. Well, and look how tricky Levon is. That's lovely. Queen f1. He apparently lost on time. Now, my argument was, is it rook g1, queen f3, or is it queen f1, rook g1?
Or knight f2 first.
Yeah.
Same order. Same thing, different order.
Yeah. But not knight f2 here.
Yeah.
Tricky.
Maybe we show that back rank checkmate.
Knight f2. Yeah, you would think, okay, I'm winning the queen against Levon Aronian, but he doesn't need the queen in that case.
Doesn't need the bishop, doesn't need anything other than the rook and the pawn.
Right, but not all the rest of the team. Alireza made a draw on board one against Nikita Petrov, so they've lost the mini-match on top boards, being huge Elo favorites, but thanks to wins of Volodar Murzin and then Vidit and Katerina Lagno, they've won the match by minimal margin, I think.
Okay.
Or did they? No, they did win the last board as well. No, sorry.
And elsewhere,
Uzbekistan, did they win? I see them winning on top two boards, but they've lost on the bottom boards. I think Uzbekistan makes a draw against Red Pseudo Dragon in this group, which makes the situation quite confusing going into those last 3 rounds.
Yeah, both teams, I think, in contention. Currently, Uzbekistan are in joint second. Pseudo Dragon are 5th, 1 point behind 4th place. So Uzbekistan should be fine. But yeah, it's very close, especially in Group C, where the top 5 teams are all within 4 points of each other. Hexamind are probably the only ones who are pretty much safe.
So let's say Group A, WR clearly qualified. Boris, even after a loss there, probably. It's hard to imagine them not qualifying.
Yep. 2 points clear of 5th place.
And they've already played with WR.
Yeah, at this point, it's like, yeah, we see the scores, but it's a bit deceptive because some teams still have to play.
Right, it's not the Swiss system, right? So
Yeah.
that you've, if you're behind, you're playing that kind of weaker opposition. It's not like that. And some teams that might be doing very well now, it could be that the three last opponents are those monster teams.
Exactly. And it looks like WR Chess, Mr. Birdie and Friends, and Endgame AI are the only 3 teams across the pools to be on 100%.
Yep. Any individual 100% scores? There was Magnus Carlsen, of course. And it was Anish, used to be Anish.
Anish, I'll
Still.
double check. In Group D, there's nobody on 100%. Anish is on 7 out of 7. He sat out 1 round now. And Group B, Pool B, 1 player on 8 out of 8. That is the recreational player Pamungkas from Indonesia.
Cool.
Very nice. I'm not sure which team he's playing for. And actually, Indonesia team, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Anish still on 100%.
And there's one Magnus Carlsen. There's one Magnus Carlsen in Pool A. Believe it or not, but the second best score goes to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's on the same team. So guess why are they leading?
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Faustino on 6.5 out of 7.
Fausti, 6.5 out of 7, quite impressive. Wesley Saw, 6 out of 6.
That's
so probably you have the best players, the best Blitz players in the world. That's how you get such a good result.
Mystery solved. Okay, so yeah, we talk about recreational board being so important. But it's even better if your top seeds, your top boards are on form. And I'm not sure how long to go before the rounds, but maybe we just, if we get the opportunity, we can show those standings for everyone at home to know the stakes for the last 3 games here at the group stage, the round robin. And
right, that'd be very informative going to the last round.
And here we go. We do get the standings indeed. And
Pool A, Snappy is snapping.
Yeah, nice.
Wow.
They should be relatively safe.
Yeah, Snappy probably goes into the last 16.
Yeah.
Chess United, Paris, and somewhat of a disappointment is the Theme International Trading, who are doing very well in Rapid, but somehow not as convincing in Blitz.
Yeah, so Barris are maybe the only ones who could get caught by Theme International Trading. But
yes, still not absolutely safe.
No. So let's go to Group B, where Endgame AI, Dragon Chilling, pretty safe now.
Yeah,
they'll be in the next round.
Gurukul, Indonesia, may win newbies. Global Ramblers with Shirov and friends are not qualifying. Plain and simple. Well, that's strange, but somehow it's not as fierce competition as some other groups, right? Group C, so Hexamind for sure, and then Uzbekistan, Team MGD1 tied for the second. Sky Chess and Red Pseudo Dragon are fighting for the last qualification spot.
Yep. And here as well, it's quite open, I would say.
Wow. 6 or even 7 players, 7 teams, because the Mongols.
Just 2 points behind 4th
8.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, well, here with three rounds to go, anything can happen.
Yeah, it should be Mr. Birdie and Friends and Kaz Chess probably. But yeah, Mr. Birdie and Friends through already. Kaz Chess should be quite safe. But
but all the rest, like Interstellar, Chestnut, Nova, Otar Yurdu, all of them can play chess very well. Farm Valera, is it the team with Ivanchuk?
Yes.
I think it is.
It is.
Yeah, currently in contention for the 4th spot.
Yeah, I'm surprised Qatar Chess Team down on 5 points only. They've been struggling and they are out of contention pretty much. So there we have the standings. We'll mostly be focusing, I guess, on the last round or two on who's making the top 4. But for now, let's still try to hunt for some interesting games. And okay, who is playing who? That is Levan Aronian against Alexander Ipatov. And Hans Neman, birthday boy, against Ding Liren.
Yeah.
I know we've been following Ding a lot, and heartbreaking to see him lose on time against Shirov, but that is probably the most spicy game of this round.
Yeah, and the match itself looks not easy at all for the Dragons. Yeah, so top 4 boards, you know, these are the Blitz specialists. Hans, Denis Lazovic, Alexei Sarana, then on board 4, former World Blitz champion Lenier Dominguez.
Yeah, Zhu Jian'er, I think, is quite good at speed chess as well.
Against Zhu Wenjun, who has lost a couple of games. And then the recreational board, which used to be kind of one of the strong boards for the Dragons. Let me check how he's performing in Blitz. Not great.
Not great.
Gotta say, he actually played 4 games only. Then no, more than 4 games, but I guess seated out 4 games. Yes, 4 games only. Started with half out of 3. So he'd given it all in the rapid.
Yeah, sometimes it works that way, right? Like you give 100% energy, you get your best result ever in one tournament, suddenly you have to play a brand new tournament and hard to reset. So, okay, we will be following Hans Neman with white against Ding. For the current standings as well, I mean, they're both pretty much safe, but yeah, 2 of the most exciting teams of the event. And yeah, good to see Chess Gurukul catch up, or at least enter the qualification spots again. With it would be strange to see Prague to leave the competition this early.
Absolutely, like they have a fantastic team. Yeah, Prague and Vaishali, and yeah, to have them not qualify would be
a big shock.
A big shock.
Okay, so
just to check, Magnus is facing off with. What team are they playing? It's how does Schnappy
Crocodile. Okay.
Will Schnappy schnapp the WR chess? We will not know because we will be watching this game.
Yeah, but
Ding Liren against Hans Neman. Hans Neman was white against Ding Liren, and once again PGN is somewhat delayed. We see the Jacopiano with some funny move orders, 92 before C3. But back to normal right now.
Hans is very, very good at the Italian. He has a very set repertoire, like with white Italian, with black Berlin, like in E4, E5. He knows all the details in all of those lines.
Yeah, it's amazing how Hans, you know, he has the reputation of a bit of a rebel, and yet he has a very, very classical kind of approach in chess style.
Exactly. And he studies very deeply in the openings, and yeah, we see he's memorized all the lines. So is Ding, though. And this is one of the main 4 lines of the Italian. And yeah, here I believe black can do a few things.
So
H6, C6. At some point you can take on D4. I'm never sure exactly when, and then play D5. But yeah, Ding is the first one to stop in this theoretical battle. And Hans really wants this. He's playing all his A-list openings. He's not chilling and not saving his openings for later.
So push 4, C, yeah, I guess like C6 is probably the move.
Yeah, C6, H6, along those lines. At some point, black normally expands C6, B5, A4 to try and compensate for white's center. He brings his knight to H5.
Knight to H5.
Hans is so quick.
Knight F1 and the H knight went to F4, I think. Which I guess exists.
Yeah,
it's not like you cannot do that.
It's always strange in the Italian. It looks so strong on knight on F4, but often if it can't do anything, then it's like what?
Later on becomes a source of problem, right?
Exactly. You could just get kicked back and.
Right.
Ding shaking his head. That's not a good sign. He's over a minute down already.
Yeah. And what I've noticed, if you have these 2 knights here, that if white gets the knight on F5, and then it's a bit of a problem, because if you take, you know, the one knight has to leave, white's going to take on F4. Very often this bishop is useless on A7.
And Ding just needs to move. It looks like he was trying to recall theory, but at this point it's a blitz game. Like, you can't just sit there and try and remember your preparation. You just need to move.
That's the problem with those like long Italian lines, because it has to be either say meaningful all the way through, or you play something schematic. I don't know. You play the bishop f5 Caro-Kann, you exchange the bad bishop, you go e6, e6, and then at least the moves come easy. Maybe the position is not exactly equal, but at least the moves come easy. So e takes d4. Oh,
wow.
okay.
Had a bunch of moves.
Bunch of moves at once. White is still apparently better, according to machine. Rook e5, so still the bishop cannot join. It's all very time sensitive. Once again, give black some time to play queen d7, c6, swing the rook over, go bishop b8, black better, right? But no, you won't get that much time here.
King to h8. Played
Once again, we are a bit stuck here, right?
Oh, apparently a mistake according to the evaluation bar.
Yeah, king h8 is not great. Well, for a simple reason, yeah, white just like brings more pieces over. Bishop went to g8 and bishop f5.
Ooh,
bishop f5, cutting this rook away. The knight hanging. Knight g6. I guess
probably
is
take it
bad.
as something on the h file.
Right. Yeah. So bishop f5, breaking the connection between this rook and the bishop. Knight h5 does bishop h7.
Ouch. And the knight is hanging on the edge of the board.
Yep.
Ding in big trouble. But this is why you don't play these long theoretical lines. Magnus would never allow this.
Right.
Hans, he's memorized all of this, studied it.
He's
reaching for his knight, it felt like.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he sees it.
Bishop
He's
f5. Oh, now he does.
Yeah, he does.
Now
Bishop
he does.
f5. Oops, no, not bishop e4. That was my bad. Bishop f5 is the move. That's quite bad. Well, it's so bad that the engine strongly considers to take on f5.
Wow. Ding would rather resign, I think, than give up the exchange and battle
Knight
on.
h5.
He retreats his knight.
But yeah, but then it's... I know.
Went to g6.
Knight g6, sorry. Knight g6, bishop takes, h takes, and such an awful position. So this king is weak till the end of the game. The bishop on g8 as well, and you just go h2, g4, or knight g5, other knight to f3.
I like that because, yeah, once you put a knight on g4, knight on g5, bring the queen to h4, it's just mate.
Probably you end up checkmating the black king. Yeah.
Ding looked so unhappy a second ago. 30 seconds left.
Could be a checkmate by 4 somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, just
eval bar sky high for white.
Right.
And Hans has so much time. It's been very impressive from Hans to unleash this preparation here. And, oh, he plays all the best moves, of course. Knight h2. He's stopping queen f6. Yeah, he's played this fantastically.
It's not even clear what black has to do in this by this point.
Bishop a7 to f6 would be the best move.
Right, because I thought, yeah, like go c6, bishop b8, you spend 2 tempi and you attack the rook you're not willing to take necessarily.
And, okay, so all Hans needs is that final attack. Something to do with bringing the knight forward, bring the white queen into h4.
Is queen g5 immediately? Yeah.
Yep.
Just queen g5 to g3.
Now
queen f4 is allowed though.
Knight comes.
Doesn't matter if it's like loses queen f4, at least not to get checkmate. Now queen f4 drops the pawn. Never mind me.
G6. I thought the king was on h2, like you were pinning and swapping, but no.
But now next move knight g4 and queen knight g4, knight g5, queen appears on g4. Yeah, and he just resigned with 5 seconds on the clock.
Level material, but so dominant for Hans Neman there that Ding had to resign.
So Ding 2 consecutive losses, and this match will not be easy for the Dragons. So that's +1 for Endgame AI. Withdraw on the women's board, Zhu Jiner against Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah, maybe we go to Magnus now, WR Chess against Snappy Dragon. The most snappy name in... this game's still going. I saw a board that had finished. I think that was...
Correction, it's not a dragon, it's the crocodile.
Oh, Snappy.
Crocodile, who is technically a dragon.
Too many dragons in this tournament, sorry.
Yeah.
That's my bad. Snappy Crocodile, of course.
Snap,
How could I get that wrong?
Magnus is winning, though. Magnus is...
Queen's off the board.
Queen's off the board and an extra pawn.
And every time he's an extra pawn up. This is against Grandmaster Zhu Zhangyu from Snappy Crocodile, not Snappy Dragon.
Right, b6. The alternative was to take on b3, but Magnus gets b6, b4, pawn straighted.
Oh, knight d4.
Knight d4. Nice
Using a
trick.
pin.
And g5. Trades, takes on h4. Equal pawns, but all of white pawns are isolated.
And the knight is normally really good. It's on a stable square, outpost.
Yeah.
But especially when the pawns are isolated like this. He is going for the black c pawn, though. Magnus defends it.
Has to go to e8.
d4 hangs.
h5 hangs there.
Ooh.
Yeah, as long as the b5 pawn survives, I feel like white has chances.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
So what you'd like to do... Okay, the rook's cut off. Knight f6. So he did evaluate this. King f2 is a brilliant move. Knight g4, king g3, right?
And
wow, losing to tempi like this.
Magnus is getting nervous.
I don't fancy Magnus's chances. It's also like 3 seconds or something.
Now it's level material. The white h pawn is going to be a real.
Yeah. Who's better? Rook d2.
Zhu Jiangyu, he's very quick. I've played him online a bit. And he's found some really cool tactics to play in this position.
b5 is hanging though. Bishop e2, surrendering f5 pawn. But a bit. Yeah, but h pawn is still there. H pawn is still there. c7 is still not defended properly. Okay, so now the knight joins the party.
Yeah, but how to continue? Magnus can push
Magnus
pawns.
really wants this 9 out of 9. You can tell, right?
Yeah, one of the few remaining players on 100%.
It was so winning. Now it's no longer his.
Check, but where's the rook going?
With one? I know it's 9 seconds left.
Does the king go forward? It does. Magnus is taking huge risks here.
How?
He gets
to match this b pawn.
Okay. Check.
Check.
Very.
Just to see whether. Yeah, that's a good check. So by this point, it's almost guaranteed he'll have to sack the rook. But wait a second. c5. There's bishop h5, right?
Yeah. You got to be careful.
You might not be able to stop this at all.
Yeah, maybe bishop h5 was a better move with the rook on e1 because knight e6 check you could always take it off. But here we see some checks from Magnus. His king coming. Can't push the pawn because there's the knight check.
Bishop h5. Okay, he'd be extremely happy to go with knight f8 and just.
Oh. Magnus though, how's he stopping this pawn? He's just hung his knight.
He's hanged
his knight and resigns.
Wow.
Magnus no longer on 100%. Zhu Jiangyu takes him down.
Man.
Wow. Our myth about the
knight f8 was still absolutely perfect. Yeah, but Magnus done something unthought of. Fabi loses on the second board, believe it or not.
Wow.
So, well, they will win the match because Vadim has won already.
Although Alexandra Kostenyak in a bit of trouble on the board we see just at the bottom of our screens where the crowd is gathering around. Alexandra Kostenyak needs to hold a draw. And yeah. Wesley so smiling in the meantime. Duda smiling. This is the position. It's rook and bishop versus rook. Of course it is.
Yeah.
To end this round. There's always going to be one. Can she hold on? What do you think, Miro? Is
Alexandra, well, I think if anybody would know Cochrane defense, that'd be her. I mean, she's doing it even at like not being cut down to the last rank. Yeah, you put the bishop on e5. That's how you try. Yes, block with the bishop, and the king is cut on the last rank. That's where you go to h4. Well, h6 works as well, I guess.
Yeah.
But the technology for the Cochrane defense, you put everything in a row, and then the white king goes in one side,
you
go to the other. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, eventually, if you really need to, you switch to the second rank defense. There's a long way to go before white can make progress here. Snappy Crocodile need a win to tie the match.
We're getting... That's not a good move. And then that's a Philidor position.
Yeah,
Man, it's a Philidor, but yes.
Now then she's been caught and she realizes...
Rook g7, no, it's not a check.
And now the rook goes the other way.
Will she recall? No.
White gives the check.
Wait, we won now. That's now on the fourth rank.
Yeah, and now
so d3 it had to be d3.
Yeah.
But that is also winning, right?
Black's king can
not the check.
Run?
It's not done like that. Okay, I'll find this game and maybe I'll show off my knowledge.
Yes.
No, I will not get a chance because the PGN is stuck with like
we can
much
set
earlier.
it up. Maybe we can set it up a bit later, and after this game.
That's a checkmate.
She falls.
That's incredible from Schnappi. I promote Schnappi Crocodile into a dragon now.
Yes. They draw 3-3, and
that's a heroic effort, drawing against such a monster team.
Exactly.
So that's 3-3. It doesn't matter. WR, you won't stop. They will qualify, but now Schnappi Crocodile is almost guaranteed to qualify, I believe.
Yeah, if they'd lost that match, suddenly it would have been unclear.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on 13 points, 3 points above 5th place. So Schnappi Crocodile, great win there to tie up the match.
Yes, even huge favorites. They are not. It's not a smooth sailing. They drop a match or two.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happened in Pool B? Neman won, but hang on. Did Dragons not win?
They breathed fire back, so it was 3-3.
That was 3-3.
And
still okay. Yeah, Dragons are still qualifying. Prague's team have won, I think.
Yeah, Prague's team have won. Very important for them. What we might do, Miro, since it's round 9 and since it's the final sprint, last 2 rounds incoming, we're going to go on a short break. But when we come back, we will look at all the standings. We'll be trying to figure out which teams are in the danger zone and which teams need to win. So we'll be back in just a few minutes for round 10 as we see the last push in the group stage. See you soon.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Step by step, we became part of the global financial system. In 2019, we went public on NASDAQ. In 2024, we built a digital ecosystem. Fintech, lifestyle, telecom, everything comes together in one unified digital space. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom begins with a choice, and every day we make it again. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Every year, Hong Kong plays host to spectacular international sports events. Our elite athletes compete for honors with other leading sports stars from all over the world. Join us in supporting our athletes. Come and enjoy the excitement of N-Mark events, Hong Kong's top sporting events.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Tired of paywalls? How about unlimited play, puzzles without limits, uncapped analysis, master-level studies, tools to learn and improve, and watch tournaments from all over the world, all for free. That's Lichess. No ads, no trackers, no subscriptions. Open source and funded by donations, not by data selling. Our focus is just on chess. Find us at lichess.org or on the app stores.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Team Blitz Championship. Round 10 has just begun, so we're going to jump straight into the chess. We have 2 more rounds remaining here in the round robin, the group stage. Top 4 in each group will qualify for the knockout rounds, the round of 16. And Miro, it's crunch time.
Absolutely. I'm trying to find kind of the closest match for the favorites and possibly will send us into Pool C. I'm not sure how close it is, but Alireza Firouzja on board 1 against Wang Yunhao. That is, what team is it? A Shenzhen Chess Club.
Okay.
It's actually another solid team from China that we haven't covered much of.
Yeah. And yeah, the Shenzhen Chiyu Chess Club, they've been doing okay, but yeah, I think they need a miracle. I'm not sure if mathematically possible for them to qualify.
I'm confused now. There was one pool that it didn't look easy. Was it Pool A, in fact?
I mean, this pool is close, but it's 5 teams qualifying for 4 places. Pool A. Okay, just while we watch this game, an update for everyone at home. Pool A is, again, 5 teams going into 4. Actually, maybe on paper that's the closest one, because duo Beniajan Costa Calida from Spain need to win to get into the top 4.
Yeah.
So maybe, it's your call. You've got the power with the boards. Miro, do we stay here or do we go to...
Well, we are shown that Magnus is seated out after a loss, and it was Fabi on the top board. Let's just watch some Alireza chess in this...
It's been a while since we saw Alireza.
Yeah. So it's a French with a 6-A-3 line, which avoids some nasty Queen B6 stuff, so on.
Minimal theory is always good.
Yeah, very positional. I believe Queen E7 is... I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with this move. It all feels like it's probably like, I don't know what the theory is, and then I'll just play like a sensible move.
Yeah, we've all got anti-French bias. Like, probably this position is totally fine for black. I think the idea of Queen E7 was to go Queen C5.
To go Queen C5.
There we go.
Yeah.
And, okay, it's not a fun endgame for black, but very solid.
Yeah, it's been... since Nimcovic's books, there have been some discoveries that this position might not be as bad as he was trying to tell us.
In my mind, it's still terrible, but because of his work and because of the work of others. But yeah, modern practice and modern computers show black's position is defensible.
So B4 to go bishop D3 to go knight E2, I imagine. So something that has not changed much since Nimcovic. The knight still belongs to D4 in these positions.
Yeah, and a knight exchange, not too bad either for white if the king can come into D4 later. Yeah, black's bishop is the main problem. Put it on the dark squares and black is better.
Yeah,
but
that is. Don't play the French, kids. Or know what you're doing if you do.
If you do, you have to be willing to play these types of positions from time to time. Knight back to B8.
Knight back to B8, and Alireza went knight A4.
Ooh, changing direction.
Which is a cool move now that I'm thinking of it. Because if knight returns back to D7, you might just want to keep the knight on A4 for now, go like king F2, king E3.
No rush.
Yeah. No, so it's psychologically not easy. You just went knight B8 and then to return to D7, and the bishop D7 is played.
Oh, but now that black rook is... stuck, to say the least.
Yeah, aren't you just like stuck there forever? It's almost like Shirov's knight on B8, and then it's and C4, which is very logical, I want to say. I don't know if it's the best move in the position, but you see the rook on A7, and you feel like that's the moment to open the position up to get those open files while you have more rooks.
Yeah, exactly. Just playing a full rook down now, Grandmaster Wan Yunguo. But yeah, it was a tough position either way. Suddenly, tactically, it's become tough, and always saddles himself with an isolated pawn as well.
So he went bishop C6, pawn takes, right? But then after, I know, there's a little tactic that I was almost falling for. Rook c1, I wanted to say knight d7, rook takes c6, but then the dead rook from a7 defense. Yeah, bishop f5 is a clever way of stopping it.
Classy. And yeah, I guess you have to try and get out with a5.
a5, as long as there is no b5, yep. There is an option for Alireza, yes, to jump to c8 and d6.
Okay.
And then still it prevents development for quite some time, because b5 is a threat. You cannot go knight d7.
Very nice, very nice. I mean, how does black get out? Ever?
g6, back to d3.
Okay.
Okay. Some exchanges, but not enough. b5 is coming.
b5 will win a pawn, most likely. Okay, he opens things with d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can get a full board on the a full view on the camera here, since things.
Yeah,
things
so
are moving
BGN
fast.
Catching up. Rook a4, bishop e6, rook d4.
Alirez's won a pawn. He's also a minute and a half up on the clock.
Yeah,
that's knight.
So
might finally move though.
Find a way to keep this knight on b8 for longer.
Knight e4, knight f6.
Knight e4. Yep. Seems like a nice move.
Yeah, cemento on nice squares.
Yeah, and when you play, like, looking at the way Alireza makes moves, he doesn't strike you as somebody who's very fast. But then you check the clock, and his opponent is on like last 6 seconds, and Alireza still has more than a minute. So bishop c4, knight d7, which runs into takes, and knight b7, and I'm cheating, I'm looking at the engine, but that is, yeah, knight b7 is such a cool move. Okay, this one wins, I guess, but knight b7 would just force you to go knight c5, pretty much resign. Yeah, here, well, g3, rook c7, then bring the king over, I think, or
when in doubt, activate the king.
King f2, king e3, or KH4 first, just not to think of any g5 stuff.
Also makes sense. Alireza wants to win on the spot, but he doesn't need to. He's winning long term.
Yeah.
Maybe he's wondering whether black is threatening to get the knight out via c5. And after knight
b6, like jump to c5 and then knight b6, rook b7, rook d6 and knight jumps.
Yeah, but
rook d6,
he wants to
forcing it a little bit. Rook takes, now attacking the h-pawn. And he just takes the h-pawn and 4 versus 2 on this side of the board. Rook defense h2, so just king g4, king g5. Yeah, this is it.
Full of holes.
This is it.
Black way too slow with the pawn.
Absolutely.
You can take.
Doesn't even want to take. King to f6. Check here. And then, yeah, pick your poison. Now, rook behind the passed pawn. And then, doesn't matter where you go, he'll take the...
Threatening more checkmates. Yep. The white e-pawn running. That's the beautiful connect 4 pawn structure. And they're all going to promote.
Now, there's absolutely... Rook e5 even. So then, even if the pawn reaches b2, you get rook e2.
There we go, handshakes.
Power of play by Alireza Firouzja. And by the time his game is over, it's already a huge, huge plus for his team. I think they've already won the match in reality. Yeah.
Okay, and Alireza Firouzja has got a very similar rook endgame to the one we just saw, with some fixed pawns, some weaknesses. Shake of the head by his opponent, Anish. He's centralizing his king, and it's a race. Can he make a new queen before white does?
G4.
It's not so clear.
That's actually activated the rook quite a bit, right? Takes. Wait, but now H2? Was H2 a move?
H2.
I didn't quite get it.
The white
maybe it was a check. I know. King would. Yeah. No, it's a bit chaotic now. Anish is a pawn down, and also it's an f pawn, which is quite threatening.
He's fighting for a draw here.
Hang on a second, f7.
Anish went
just march with the king. Yeah. Just go with the king. There's also an a pawn going forward. A5, a6,
a7. Anish is about to lose.
A7, and the king marches forward.
The white rook moves. f7 is coming.
Or king f5. Yeah, that's also the way. Yeah, just move the rook, f7 next move. Or he does it this way, king e8 and then f7.
Very nice. And the Hexamind team captain, team manager, gesturing there, but Anish does resign in the end. Turnaround in this Rook endgame. And could have played it safe, but he wanted more.
And Anish, was he on 100% before that? No, I think he did make one draw. He was, for a very long time, he was on 100%.
Oh, wow.
He was
Anish
100%.
He was on 8 out of 8 before this round?
Yeah, sitted one game out and was on 8 out of 8. And
that's why he pressed. He could have bailed out with a draw at some point, but he wanted 9 out of 9, just like Magnus did. But both of them at some point overpressed. And Hexamine do win their match 4-2. That is clinching for them a spot in the knockout stages elsewhere in this group. Red Pseudo Dragon looks like an important win for them. D1 winning. Uzbekistan winning. Yeah, maybe we'll recap the standings a bit later. I don't know if there's any other games ongoing, Mirror.
No.
No.
Pool A still shows Fabiano's game in progress, but again, I think it's just problem with PGN because Fabi has won, it seems.
Wow. Big result, though, in Pool A. Schnappy Crocodile do beat Theme International Trading. So
wow. Schnappy's in.
They're in.
Schnappy's in with the round to go. So could it be there just
guaranteed?
Like, yeah, specialists in Blitz?
Wow.
Yeah.
Schnappy Crocodile with a bunch of very strong Chinese players. Underrated Chinese players, I should say. And
in Pool B, there was a fun pairing because Ding Liren's Chilling Dragon team has played with, I guess, one of the weakest teams in the competition. And I think it was a sweep. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. The recreational board taken 1 point.
And in the meantime, Hans Neman keeps winning. He's only dropped 2 draws to Pragnananda and Megaranto.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on fire today, Hans Neman, on his birthday.
Quite impressive. Well, we could look at some games if we wanted to, but what's more important, I believe, is to get the standings before the last round as quick as we can.
Yeah.
Because this is where it's all going to be decided.
Yeah,
round 11. So once again, a reminder, we have 4 pools with 12 players, 12 teams that is, and only 4 of them will progress through into the last 16 round, which will be played today.
Wow, it does look like, the groups, Pool C, D, there's a lot to play for in the last round. Group B, also 4th, 5th, tied.
Right,
6th is 1 point behind. Yeah, there's a lot to on the line here in the last round.
Okay, in theory, can we have the top seed not qualifying? Not in the A group, not in the B group. I believe like both WR and Dragon Chilling have qualified. Cast Chess, group
Cast Chess are in 2nd place. They've lost 2 matches, but Mr. Birdie and Friends have beaten all their rivals for them.
Yeah.
Mr. Birdie and Friends still on 100%.
Wow.
And 48 game points. So that is out of 60. That is bad.
Quite impressive, yeah.
Not bad. And yeah, Chestnut Nova, Interstellar Club, Odla Yurdu, and Farm Valera Training are going
4 teams to compete
the last 2 spots. On paper, actually, there's 5 teams for the last 2 spots.
Wow.
But, yeah, Group D is definitely the most open. Group C,
that's Hexamind. That is, who else?
Yeah, they're through 19 match points.
Uzbekistan? Is Uzbekistan through?
Yes. Uzbekistan and MGD1 are guaranteed as well.
Ah, right. So that is
so it's
more or less decided.
It's Red Pseudo Dragon or Sky Chess for the last spot. Sky Chess with lots of Uzbek players and Armenian players. Okay, maybe we do look for some games and then we'll bring those standings as soon as they are available to show everyone at home. We will do that very shortly. Yeah, it did feel like a round where some players, top players, were sitting out. Maybe Magnus Carlsen resting, saving energy before the knockouts begin.
Yeah, that'd be very important because my theory was, maybe Magnus lost and once again doesn't want to play. But if he doesn't want to play today, he might not be playing tomorrow at all. He might not get a chance. So they will need him in the last 16.
Exactly. So a reminder for everyone at home, we've got one more round of round robin, one more in the group stages, and then a short break before the round of 16 begins. So the top 4 teams from every group will be thrown together in some kind of order. And the knockouts, yeah, we will see some big players leave the Blitz competition at the end of the day.
Yeah. So if we could get an analysis board before we get into getting ready to show the standings, if we could get the analysis board, there was a win for Nordibek Abdusattorov, which was, well, the game was decided by a big blunder by his opponent from Malaysia Chess Hub. So we'd probably play something like h5 or even bishop takes g6, computer tells us. Too many pieces on the d file, so after white played queen g4, Nordibek went knight e5, rook e5 and knight f6. And you'd think he won a pawn, but apparently it's more than a pawn. After queen d4, it's +4, -4, -4. This falls because the bishop and the pawn is hanging. Bishop c3, queen there, knight there, game over, just like that. So 4 moves ago, white was slightly better. And then, yeah, one unlucky aggressive move, queen g4. And these top players, they always wait for you to play aggressive and silly move. And that's all it takes. Yeah. Lose the game.
Do you notice from the players from Uzbekistan as well, they're so sharp, like they treat it like a sport, like they're happy to outlast the opponent, but they're also just waiting.
Yeah, that's true, like tactically alert very much. Yeah, because we've had this conversation during Rapid once or twice that, yeah, some tactics you just do not expect them to be there, and this is how they get missed, I guess not by everybody.
Yeah.
So Nordibek finds this stuff.
Okay, and elsewhere,
Erigaisi has won with black against Nikita Petrov once again. Been a lot of red moves because here apparently white could have held the position with queen d4. Compi tells me, and after bishop e3, rook c2, there was, I guess, no way to break this pin further on, said he. And then I've seen that queen a4 was played, which would once again make this position equal, because here white could have taken on f7 and apparently have enough pawn to play with f5. Instead he took on d3, and this is where there was no way to break a pin. So a couple of times, even Arjun is not always perfect when it's blitz, when it's on seconds, but he's more stable, sort of, and he wins at the end.
Oh.
MGD1 is through, right?
That's right.
No problem for them.
No problem for them. It looks like Chess Gurukul, barring a huge turnaround, they should be through as well. So Prague, yeah, Megarento, I've got to say, really impressive. Like he drew very comfortably against Pragnananda.
And Hans.
And yeah, probably shouldn't have lost to Ding, but got ground down. And yeah, very nice from the Indonesian Grandmaster, although they...
let's check if anyone is on 100%. I don't think so. Anish losing, yeah, I think we passed this stage. So MWL and 8.5 out of 9. Okay. That's Group A.
And Faustino Oro.
And Faustino Oro.
12-year-old.
Yes. Song Yixing as well for Team Schnappy Crocodile.
Ooh, nice.
So 8.5 is the highest score in Pool A. In Pool B, let me check. 9 out of 10 for 4 players. Neman on board 1, which is probably the most impressive. Lu Shanglei as well for China. So Ding Liren might not be performing very well, but then in Pool C, who's the best scorer? Suyarov Muhammadzohid, sorry for mispronouncing his name. He's not playing for main Uzbekistan team, he's playing for Sky Chess. So he's on 9 out of 10.
Okay, not bad.
Not bad at all. Harika, 8.5 out of 10. And finally, Pool D, we have Ranak Sadwani, 9 out of 10, and Carissa Yip.
Okay.
As well as Nin Yin Long, which is, I believe, the recreational board for Mr. Birdie and friends. So that's Carissa and him from the same team, a 9 out of 10. Liek Wan Gliem, 8.5 out of 10. So they're completely destroying this pool D, because, yeah, just won all the matches thanks to those 3, and I believe the other teammates are falling.
Yep. And they do have the most game points out of everyone in the whole event. They have 48 out of 60 game points. And
which makes it what? We've played 10? 11. We've played 11.
This will be round 11 at the moment.
That will. Yeah. So 10 was 48, 4.8 average.
Yes.
It's almost 5-1 every match.
Exactly.
Out of 10 matches.
Not bad. And
crazy.
WR Chester just half a point behind on 47.5, but they have dropped a draw, whereas Mr. Birdie and friends are perfect on 100%. It's just a few minutes now before the final group stage rounds begin. That means we will be saying goodbye to some teams. This will be their last hurrah. I'm wondering if we can get the standings, though, just to figure out what we will be playing for. And then we will go into the tournament hall to follow those games live. And I'm just checking to see if the pairings are out. Will Magnus Carlsen be back is one question. Which matchups are going to be the most important? That's trying to figure out, like, head-to-head, are there any teams who are both in must-win situations facing off against each other?
That'd be probably the match to watch. So no boards I can see in Pool 8, even though the pairings should be out.
Arjun Aragaisi against Alireza Farrugia is going to be maybe the standout individual game from the last round. Arjun has had up and down events, so has Alireza. And okay, in Group D, okay, Chestnut Nova have, I think, good chances to qualify. And they will be playing against Kazchas, Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Alexander Grischuk.
Kasper Chopin against Mamidyarov, you have Rapot Dada, Sadwani against Van Gaal. Yeah, but they need to win.
Chestnut Nova need to beat Kazchas to have any chance.
Yeah, that'd be hard.
But if they win, I think they might be potentially in. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Okay. We see teams in good spirits. I think many teams can relax this last round.
Levon with his
story time with Uncle Levon. And he's making them laugh again. Maybe he's telling the same story to a new crowd.
That's one way to go about it.
And Shelley's will have to catch up with Levon. Although last time Levon was telling stories and making jokes, he did struggle in the next few rounds. I think he's lost 3 games today, Levon Aronian, although his team have done a lot of good work on his behalf. Okay.
Getting ready.
Getting ready. So what do we follow? Do we follow Alireza Farrugia against Arjun Aragaisi, or do we follow Alexander Grischuk against Marc-Andrea Maurizi?
Yeah, we could probably follow Grischuk for this one, because, yes, as you said, Pool D is probably the least clear.
Yep.
Right, so who's true? Mr. Birdie's true, and Kazchas is true.
Yes. And Interstellar Club almost pretty much through. Odla Yurdu are just 1 point ahead of Chestnut Nova, though. And now it's story time with Ding and Zhu and Jun. Okay, it's Zhu and Jun. It looks like they've rested a couple of players, so she's playing on board 2 next to Ding, the 2 players
so
with the world titles.
They've decided to put it this way, because, yeah, a female player can play any board as long as it's not more than 100 points ELO difference with, say, the lower board.
Okay.
And June, of course, she's rated that high that she could probably play. She can play the second board just behind Ding.
Yeah. And it does look like, they have rested a couple of players, so it will be Zhu Wenjun, women's world champion, in very good spirits there, next to Ding Liren. They were title holders at the same time. And nice to see them side by side. Their match won't matter so much for the standings. They're already guaranteed through. Okay, Pool B, also further down. Yeah, not everything's decided.
In Pool B.
Pool B, it's Indonesia and Maywin newbies, both in must-win situations against each other, but that's further down the boards. And here we see the standings as we get ready for the final round. Endgame AI, Dragon Chilling are through. Chess Gurukul, unless something crazy happens, are also through. They have good tie breaks as well as their match points. But
yeah, so they're
elsewhere.
probably true. Yeah, but those 3 teams, Global Ramblers, is there a chance Global Ramblers? No, it has to be like all teams losing. Global Ramblers don't have that great of a tie break.
And okay, we move on to Group C, where pretty much the top 3 are through. It's just 4th and 5th place. That could turn around. Red Pseudo Dragon and Sky Chess. So we will be watching out for their results in this next round. And Group D,
Mr. Birdie absolutely demolishing the field. Cast Chess cannot be shaken out. Interstellar, Chestnut Nova, Otlar, Urdu. 3 teams for 2 spots.
Yeah, this one is going to be very close. And back to Group A, where WR Chess, Snappy Dragon, Chess United, and Barris are all
that competition's over.
Yep.
Yeah, qualification is over. It's just what place you qualify from, which is an important question, but...
That's true. You ideally don't want to qualify in 4th place, because then
Because you are playing with winner of some group, right? Very likely.
Then you get one of the top seeds, and good luck. But yeah, if you qualify in 1st, that's ideal. You play, on paper at least, an easier opponent. If you finish 2nd or 3rd, it probably doesn't matter so much, but yeah, ideally as high as possible.
Right. Our options are either Grischuk against Maurizi, and that's where my vote goes, or what else could we do? Caruana, Domingo Nunez. Now that's, I mean, I'm not saying it's not an interesting match or anything, but like the closest rivals, Ding. Well, actually, Ding's team plays the Mongols, who need to win, I think, who are in contention.
I think they needed to win, but they also needed a bit of a miracle. 30 seconds till the games begin.
Yeah, there is Firuja Erigaisi. Now, I changed my mind. It's not Grischuk, it's Pool C. How often do you see Arjun blitzing against Firuja?
True. We haven't seen Arjun today, actually, so...
right.
That would be nice to
we've
follow.
caught some end of his game where he lost, I think.
Yeah, we didn't see him live in action on camera, so... yeah, Grischuk, his team are through. We'll see him in the next round. Marc-Andrea Maurizi plays against him, and he and his team are almost in must-win situations. But here we go. This is the A-list game of the round. Okay, looks like a very quiet kind of Queen's Gambit declined. I never know what to call this.
Yeah, that is an opening.
It's an opening. It's a bit of a hybrid, and
yeah, you could theoretically go with some sort of colle. It could be like white first going d4, knight f3, e3, bishop d3, and then changing its mind. His mind going c4. Yeah, I'm not sure myself. Right, probably. Nowadays, we should be able to check it online. What's the name for this opening?
But irrelevant, because now they've morphed the pawn structure. And sooner or later, we might see white with hanging pawns.
Yep, very likely.
Very high responsibility. And yeah, it gives attacking potential to white, though.
Right. Now, the question is, where do you put the black knight? Because knight c6 would invite d5 very often, but is more active. Knight on d7, much more flexible, much more defensive, but then the knight is, like, knight's prospects are quite restricted. Yeah, so Alireza Karp just goes knight c6.
Yeah, he puts more pressure on the white center, and
rook e1.
Yeah, rook to c8.
Don't take d4 for now. Yeah, there will be bishop h7.
Yeah, discovered attacks.
This is e8. And this is where you can already consider going d5.
He waits. Both sides are waiting with their rooks. Rook c1, rook e8 as well. And yeah,
rook e8.
Very prophylactic move there, waiting for d5. But if d5 doesn't happen, then rook e8 might feel like a wasted tempo.
Right. But now, seriously, like d5, ed5, no, ed5, knight d5, and then white's probably crashes through with all those like famous Kasparov-Portish type things. So after d5, Compi says knight b4. No, a3. Okay, no nonsense, no d5. a3. If we are waiting, we can wait a little longer. Knight a5, knight e5.
Knight c6 back, or
Yeah. That's my first instinct.
yeah. Why not? The white knight is better on e5 than the black knight on the edge of the board. So challenge.
Ali Reza, yes, agrees with the commentators.
Yeah, and hanging pawns. You want to keep pieces on the board, so it's a bit annoying for Arjun.
Right, and sometimes you're kind of in time to go f4 and defend this knight. So whenever black takes, you take with the f pawn, but not here because d4 is hanging.
So Arjun's made a decision. Okay, they're repeating the moves now.
Knight f3, knight a5, knight e5. Yeah.
Okay. Will we see a draw, a quick repetition between these two? It's hard to blame Alireza because he's black, and yeah, why not?
His team's through, and both teams are through though.
Okay, yes, he can stop the clock and claim. There we go, it's a draw. And
does it mean we get to see both Erigaisi's game with Swaruja and Grischuk's game?
It does.
Yeah, so we can quickly switch to Alexander Grischuk and Marc-Andrea.
Yep.
Maurizi in Group D, the first book. Yep,
that is a wild position.
Let me see if I can bring it up.
Marc-Andrea Maurizi with white. He's his team are in a must-win situation against the top seeds in the group.
Oof.
He sacrificed a piece though, and unsound according to the evaluation bar. But
yeah,
practically this does look a bit scary still.
Still, yeah. Like as long as we remember, it's a Blitz game, right? So Alexander didn't take on g3. Went back to e7. So he. Probably wants to eliminate the knight on d6. Rook d1.
He didn't want the f-file to open up, I guess, after an exchange.
So he was scared of bishop takes, f takes, maybe. Yeah. Well, takes with the pawn. So now
he offers the queen exchange.
Queen g5. Yeah.
Can't take.
Good move.
Piece down.
Good move. But then if you don't take...
But where do you go? Where do you run?
Yeah, like now white doesn't have any knights. The king on d7 would be a very, very safe square for the king.
True.
So I guess
black's knight's coming back into the game as well at some point.
Queen c4.
Okay.
Keeps the queen on the board, of course. But probably ready to sack more material, I'm thinking.
Rook takes.
Yes, like if bishop d5, does rook d5? No, bishop d5 for now.
And
c5,
the knight comes back in after queen c4, knight to
f6, f2, f3, limiting the bishop. Yeah, hang on. So this, and this. Knight d7 is also very safe. Yes, and that's what Alexander does.
Rock solid.
Knight d7.
Knights are the best blockader. Black can push the h-pawn.
H-pawn.
Do anything here. Yeah, a piece is too much, especially when it's such a strong blockader like this knight.
Right. How did he ended up sacrificing a piece? I'm checking. So bishop f4, bishop c6 was all good.
Oh, actually,
g5.
Maybe he blundered a piece.
Quite possibly blundered a piece because, yeah, you cannot go bishop e3, the knight has no squares, and then, g4, and bishop e7. The piece was blundered.
Okay. And Grischuk should now be converting. He's got his eyes all across the board here. Maurizi is trying to play on the queen side now. There's some b4.
Yeah, but that set up on the light squares you cannot possibly break. So now the king is getting to safety on h7.
Maximum safety. Okay, the black queen is hit. And gets
okay, there's a bit of annoyance going on.
How do we escape this?
To h5, or g6 first, rook g4, queen h5, rook h4, queen g5. That's one way.
And then you offer trade of queens, queen d5 at the end. Okay, so he has to go to the 5th rank, Grischuk. Clocks are ticking. Maurizi.
Yeah, queen h5 is good enough.
Wiping the sweat there with his hands. Nervy game.
Why doesn't he want to go to h5? It's like he sees something. There he went queen f6.
What? But this is going to repeat the position a third time if he plays queen g6.
G7, so he decided to go g7, f8, but that's awkward.
h8 maybe? b2 he could go.
Can he go b2?
Run on the diagonal. 10 seconds though, he's spending way too long here. He goes long.
Yeah, something weird happens. So this queen d3 check maybe that he was kind of worried about.
Yeah, and this is a bit scary for black suddenly. Lost a bit of control.
He kind of made it sharp himself almost.
And this could be a huge game for this this match because elsewhere, Chess are winning one board, but everything else still in the balance. So Maurizi really needs to win this one for his team, otherwise they're out.
Okay, so Grischuk brings even more pieces in. I guess next way to improve the position would be to go e5 and f6. So get control with some dark squares as well.
He's doing it. Oh.
f5. Yeah, well, I guess it works as long as you keep control over the e5 square. Queen f6, rook to c4. Can take the pawn. Now goes e5.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Still looking in control. He's playing f4 next. So white has to block.
Takes it. Oh, g5. Wow.
Feels like someone's going to flag. They both look so
yeah, they're making those moves so slowly that it feels like 4 minutes.
Okay, at least this
rook on g7. Yeah, but Grischuk is not making that much progress. It's incredible.
Okay, Maurizi comes back. The white king is under heavy
fire. Take the pawn.
Yeah,
just take the pawn so that the bishop is never disturbed. Return back to e6. Free the knight, then jump with the knight, yes. Just like that.
Get those queens off.
Oof. Knight h5 finally. And g2 is attacked bajillion times.
He's found the plan. White's d-pawn is still under control.
Wait, but now if you take everything on g3, that would be d7.
Okay.
g3, d7, take two rooks.
It's got messy suddenly.
Oof.
Wow. Grischuk has
rook
blundered.
d2.
Rook d2?
No, he could take on d2. That would have been fine. So he blundered a piece back, and then even bishop f4 was possible.
All three results back on the table.
Wow.
So a big attack still on the white king. Maurizi, clinging on.
G2 was a check, queen b5 check.
And
whoa,
the king's running. Check.
What's going on? Takes h2, but then your own king is exposed, but there was no checks.
The knight's defending the king. Then
the knight's defending the king, yeah.
There we go. But
so what's the material? All of a sudden we start counting pawns, which was not on the table.
Black's 2 pawns up.
Yeah, black's 2 pawns up. Queen h3 was an option. Queen h3 check.
Check.
Look for checks, right? That's what they say.
Oh, he's trying to play safety first.
Knight e6. Oh, knight g7.
Oh wait, he's hanging his queen.
He's hanging his queen now.
The white queen was attacked. He nearly dropped it.
Wow.
He spotted it.
e6.
But now check.
And e4. And once queen e2. Knight back.
Surely now.
Check from c4. And from g4. And
h1.
G2,
h1. So
G2, h1, checkmate in 3.
Oh,
Alexander, what are you doing? Can't believe. Look, he's always making a move with 1 second.
Yeah, I think a few years ago, Grischuk would have spotted that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's something unheard of happening here.
But he's put everything on light squares, but
wow,
he's making it so hard for himself.
Absolutely.
But there we go.
Somehow managed to run away from those perpetual checks. Queen c4. It's like he completely, I think, his mind is blocked with the idea to trade the queens. He even gives away his f-pawn for it. He went queen e2, just making sure, I mean, he should be winning still, question mark, but now it's much trickier, right?
Oh, there's a fork in the air.
Probably not.
Now white's way too low.
Knight b4, yeah. Now white's never going to be on time. And I say never, but still it's the bishop. Okay, knight d3. Are we on time? Yes. We push and we push. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
That's a draw.
It's in time. It's in time.
Not a draw.
And white too slow there. Maurizi resigns.
Wow.
Grischuk finally was winning the whole game.
Wow. What was that?
Had us on the edges of our seats. And in the end, that means that Kaz Chess are going to win their match. And that means
Stop Chestnut Nova from qualifying.
Chestnut Nova have been leapfrogged by Odla Yurdu. So the Azerbaijan team, Kaz Chess, has done a good one, a favor for Odla Yurdu, another Azerbaijan team in the race to qualify. That's the last we'll see of Marc-Andrea Maurizi. And elsewhere, it looks like things have wrapped up. There's still a couple of crowds here and there, but the qualification spots pretty much decided now. And we're just waiting for final confirmation of the last games.
Yeah, so the relatively big match in Pool C, this MGD1 against Hexamind, was won by Hexamind, it seems. Yeah. 3.5, 2.5, which once again does not have any impact on qualification. Then what do we do, David? I think we have to wait for kind of confirmed qualification spots. But I imagine last 16 could be not that easy to set up, and we might have to take a break later on. But first, yeah, let's figure out, let's confirm who's qualifying with what score from what place and so on.
Exactly. I just realized in Pool C, it was 4th place versus 5th place in the last round. Sky Chess against Red Pseudo Dragon. And it was Red Pseudo Dragon just needing a draw. Sky Chess needed to win the match. And of course, it was 3-3. Came down to a couple of games at the end. So it is Red Pseudo Dragon who progressed. So we have more dragons.
More dragons. So we have 2 dragons and the crocodiles
in the last
in the last 16.
Exactly. And yeah, it looks like everything elsewhere just wrapping up now. In terms of individual games, I don't see any big shocks, really. I mean, the heavyweight clash between Hexamind and
Sindarov lost the game. Okay, let me just check if and what it was and if it was any interesting. Yeah, he was completely winning.
Okay, maybe we can show this on the board.
Sindarov, yeah. If we can get it on the board. So it was like a position Sicilian
dragon.
With Sindarov, yeah, dragon, Sicilian dragon, Sindarov being better. Then white went with all-out attack with F5, take my pawn, I'll crush you through. F takes, H takes, and then a spectacular move, bishop F8. Oof. Nice. But the trick is...
There's no threat.
There's no threat. So black could have captured this, and after rook F6, which is like a killer blow,
with the pawn.
E takes F6, and F7's defended, and white done everything, and there is still nothing.
2 rooks down.
Yeah, and instead he chose to react, rook F8, and then, wow, the knight D5 was good. But rook F6 says double question mark, but is still winning. Queen C5. So the only difference is like black is able to sack the queen on G5, but still white managed to convert later. Oh wait, after bishop G4, in fact, it was just a marginal advantage after knight C4. So the adventures are not over yet, and then bishop G7 allowed bishop E6, which was found. F6, queen G6, which is not that apparent to me. Like, I'm not sure if I would have played bishop E6.
I love the style that this FIDE master, I'm not aware of him, Gierdman.
Yeah,
but
just trying to get to the king. That's one target on the board, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Caveman chess, but we love it. We love it.
Yeah,
it's
rook
romantic
F6,
chess.
Rook takes, pawn takes, rook D6, and that was it.
Wow.
That was it. Uzbekistan has won the match. But yeah, there was... It's not every day that you defeat World Championship title challenger
in
such a way. Yeah,
maybe
nicely played.
Gukesh watching with interest. Yeah, you got to checkmate. You got to attack the top seeds. They don't want. They don't want that. They want to be respected.
Nobody likes to be attacked. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so that was spectacular. I'm glad we caught the end of that game, and. Yeah.
I've forgotten, did Magnus, we've discussed it, did Magnus play this last round?
Or didn't he? I didn't see him. No, he didn't.
I don't think he did.
2 in a row.
2 in a row.
So he might be back shortly for the round of 16, which will happen in a bit of time. But yeah, we're just collating all the results right now. And we're getting double, triple confirmation of our 16 teams.
Maybe just click through some individual results once again from one pool to the other. Yeah.
Yeah. And nobody ended up on 100% individually.
No. Unless we are missing somebody who played like 2 games, 3 games, but yeah, no big scores.
But Faustino Oro, 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah, MWL 9.5 out of 10, Faustino Oro 9.5 out of 10. So somehow this pool A had the big scorers, the heavy hitters. Wesley Saw 8.5 out of 9. And with Wesley, somehow you expect him to make like a few draws, be very solid, like don't lose. No.
He looks in a good mood, though. I think he's not he's not tense.
He's not as stressed as this. Yeah.
Sometimes he plays it safe because he's nervous, but here he's just been playing free.
Well, in Pool B, we have Pamungkas Arjuna Satria from Indonesia on 10 out of 11. It's an incredible score. Well, and from the top boards, Hans Neman on 9 out of 11. Did he lose his last game, that means?
Hans lost to Alexander Bortnik.
Oh, yeah.
In the last round. That can happen. Bortnik's very good at Blitz.
Absolutely. So for Pool C, the best scorers, the top scorers are the same guy who's from Uzbekistan, International Master Suyarov, who's playing for Sky Chess. 10 out of 11. And 9 out of 11 for Harika Dranavali, once again.
Nice.
And yeah, and women's board is also like everybody found at least one female player, right? So women's board is also quite tough.
Exactly.
And finally,
Group
D. Group D, best player is Ning Yinglong for Mr. Birdie and Friends, 10 out of 11. Second best player comes from the team of Mr. Birdie and Friends, and it's Kai Saip. And the third best player comes from the team of Mr. Birdie and Friends, and it's Lia Kwang Liam with 9 out of 11. That's incredible, man.
Wow.
Like out of whole group, which is 12 teams, which is 48 players, right? Do I do the math correctly this time?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
48 teams?
How many teams? 12 teams. 12 teams, but it's not 48 players. It's 6 players a team. It's more. It's 72 players. Doesn't matter. Never do math on there. Anyway, so 3 best scorers in the group from the same team, and no wonder they have won all the matches and they've absolutely dominated on board points.
Yeah, dominating Group D despite not being the top seeds. And yeah, it feels like Mr. Birdie and Friends, they have a score to settle after what happened yesterday. They were sole leaders in the last round of the Rapid, for those of you who weren't here with us before, losing, going from first down to fourth, dropping out of the medals, and they mean business. But we have confirmation now of all of the final results, all of the group standings. So let's check out who has qualified, who's made it to the last 16. And here we see the pairings. Okay, this is the big one. These are the 16 teams remaining.
So WR with Indonesia, Otlar Yurdu with Uzbekistan, Mr. Birdie and Friends with Sky Chess, Chess United with Dragon Chilling, Endgame AI with Paris is already a tough pairing, but look at the next one, which is Team MGD1 against Cars Chess.
That bracket, that third bracket.
Yeah.
Whoever wins is going to deserve it, of course, but quarterfinals, that's another guaranteed huge clash.
Right, and the lower bracket, Hexamine Chess against Interstellar Club. Hexamine probably being a huge favorite there. And then Chess Gurukul against Schnappy Crocodile.
Okay.
Go Schnappy.
Exactly. Pragnananda is in the Chess Gurukul team. He'll try and stop the crocodile, but won't be easy. And yeah, up the top, WR Chess, big favorites. Uzbekistan against Otlar Yurdu. It's
that is
going to be
tricky, right? Yeah. So Uzbekistan, of course, Uzbek national team in the squad, but then I think their women's sport is not as strong, possibly, and they had been struggling on recreational board, while Azerbaijan, they have young talented players. They have Rauf Mamedov, who was a terror on internet 20 years ago. Like Internet Chess Club, there was no chess.com around, and Rauf Mamedov was crushing people on the internet.
Exactly. So can he rediscover that form? That's the big question. He will need to for Odlar Yurdu against Uzbekistan, but it does feel like we have most of the big players still in the mix. It is sad to say goodbye to, what is it, 32 teams?
Yeah.
But yeah, the 16 we're left with, yeah, we can't complain.
Right.
Okay.
So the big, not even sure, like the big matches to watch might not be the top seeds, but like, you know, that group of death or whatever, bracket of death.
Bracket of death, bracket number 3 there. And the good thing I think about the round of 16 is that each team will play each other twice, white, black, so they'll switch colors.
Yeah.
So we'll get more action, we'll get more choice. We can follow Magnus one round, we can follow, I mean, I think it was it Vishy Anand against Ding, quite likely?
Oh, yeah.
So that's that's promising some fun pairings.
Right. I think we do get the chance to take a short break before the round of 16 starts, and we will be back with you guys a couple of minutes before the games will start.
Yeah. See you soon.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Step by step, we became part of the global financial system. In 2019, we went public on NASDAQ. In 2024, we built a digital ecosystem. Fintech, lifestyle, telecom, everything comes together in one unified digital space. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom begins with a choice, and every day we make it again. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Every year, Hong Kong plays host to spectacular international sports events. Our elite athletes compete for honors with other leading sports stars from all over the world. Join us in supporting our athletes. Come and enjoy the excitement of En-Mark events, Hong Kong's top sporting events.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Tired of paywalls? How about unlimited play, puzzles without limits, uncapped analysis, master-level studies, tools to learn and improve, and watch tournaments from all over the world, all for free. That's Lichess. No ads, no trackers, no subscriptions. Open source and funded by donations, not by data selling. Our focus is just on chess. Find us at lichess.org or on the app stores.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Team Blitz Championship here in Hong Kong. I'm David Howell. I'm joined by Yevgeny Miroshnichenko, and Miro, it is knockout time.
It is, yeah. That's usually said as part of a tournament, because after every round, not every game, because it's 2 games a match, but after every round we'll be losing half of our participants.
Sad.
Yeah, but I guess it's kind of logical to have round of 16 this day, qualification day, because in a way 4 teams were more or less pretty fine to make it through out of those large groups.
Yep.
So now we have it, the round of 16, and game 1 will start in a few minutes. So let's once again take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the bracket shortly. Just a recap for everyone who is only just joining us now, who missed the 11 rounds of group stage of round robin earlier. I think not too many surprises overall. I mean, the biggest storyline maybe Magnus and WR Chess, the top seeds overall, coming back after a difficult day yesterday.
Yeah. And what else? Yeah, there might have been like 1 or 2 clashes at the very last round for qualification, but basically all the stronger teams made it through. And then, yeah, in some groups they were unclear, like places 4, 5, more or less equal teams. Some of them went, some of them didn't. Yep.
Yeah.
But the big guns. Big guns, the top 4 seeds, which is WR Chess, the Dragons, Sleeping Dragons, Chilling Dragons. No, they're not the sleeping, Chilling Dragons. Hexamind and Cast Chess are all through.
They're all through. And Mr. Birdie and friends, special shout out to them. The top scorer is the most impressive of the bunch in the round robin. But the knockouts, it's all about that now. The big hitters, as Miro says, still involved as the players now re-entering the arena, figuring out who they're playing next. WR Chess do play Indonesia. We showed this a bit earlier. Odla Yurdu play Uzbekistan. Mr. Birdie and friends play Sky Chess. Baris against Dragon Chilling. I believe that there was a bit of confusion earlier with the brackets, so that's our fault. We got overexcited. We wanted to show you at home exactly who was playing who, but this is set in stone now. And Endgame AI against Snappy Crocodile. That's going to be fun to watch.
MGD1 against Cast Chess, Hexamind Interstellar, and Chess Gurukul against Chess United.
Exactly. So that might be Pragnananda against Vishy Anand, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true. That's the one.
That's going to be a fun clash of generations. But I think what we were saying earlier about the bracket of doom, that killer bracket and the third one there, that still applies.
Still applies. Yeah. I think players are getting ready. We are getting ready for those games, and let's see if Charlize has something to say from the playing hall.
Welcome back. We are live in the playing hall, and a few hours ago this was packed with team, buzzing with players, and now we have come down to the final 16. It's been such a long day of chess. I know that everyone working here is a little tired. I can't imagine what the players are going through, but this is one final push where they have to play to qualify to the quarterfinals that begin tomorrow. Behind me you can see team WR Chess. Everyone is submitting their board orders and they will be getting to their seats very shortly, and the action will begin. Stay tuned, it's going to be an exciting round. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. It is sad that we have lost half of our, well, more than half of our teams, but that's the way of life sometimes, and they'll be getting to watch these knockouts. They'll be getting to maybe do some sightseeing here in Hong Kong. I think some of the players might be jealous that they get a bit more time off, but yeah, it's all about the knockouts now. And who are you most excited to be following in this next round of 16?
Yeah, I'd probably, I don't know if it's original, I want it to sound original, but basically I do not want to follow Magnus's team so much, because I feel they still be in the mix.
Yeah.
And is the bracket of doom, maybe, to start with in the first match, to see either Hans's team against Crocodile, well, okay, I'm biased here, Snappy, or what was the other one, MGD1 against Cast Chess. Yeah, that's a big one, of course, and that's very hard to predict.
Exactly, that's 2 of the top seeds in the whole event. And yeah, Magnus's team, WR Chess, they will play, they're the kind of top seeded here, they will play the 16th, at least on paper, 16th rated team. So they should be big favourites to progress. And yeah, I'm kind of excited about the Indian clash as well. Chess Gurukul, well, at least on top board.
Team Boris against Dragon Chilling.
That's
also, yeah, Dragon Chilling is, of course, the favourite, but Team Boris can surprise, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
So the format for this match is starting from round of 16 is 2 Blitz matches, right? So it's, they change in the color, and that's why it's like, if you had a misslip and the first match, you still get the time to fix it.
Exactly, and you can lose the first match 6-0, and if you win the next one 3.5, 2.5, you still get
yeah, so that's match points that count.
Yes, it's all about the match now. So yeah, the players, we might see a few kind of safety first decisions once the team is in the lead. We might see some nervous looks across the line and players bailing out with a draw. And yeah, we will get playoffs if it's one match tied, one apiece. Then we will go to a third deciding a match to see who goes through to the quarterfinals that start tomorrow. There we see on the right of our screens, Peter Svidler leading in his team. And yeah, they've been doing very well so far. I've been very impressed. But yeah, Pragnananda seated as well. Who can we spot? Game's starting in just a couple of minutes' time now.
Will we see Magnus in the squad?
Yeah.
That's because he was an 8 out of 8. He lost in the 9th round, and then he did not play last remaining boards.
And I've heard that Magnus is indeed expected to be involved. He's back. He's been saving his energy. It's funny, Magnus got 8 out of 9 in the round robin, but still didn't gain any rating points.
Yeah.
That's how high rated he is in Blitz, the world #1. There we see Hans Neman taking his seat for Endgame AI. Also very impressive performance from him on his birthday. And Endgame AI, full of Blitz specialist Denis Lazovic as well, number 22. One of the highest scorers so far.
Yeah. Like, well, I wonder how this Endgame AI numerology works, because Hans is 7, Lazovic 22, Sarana 02.
Wow.
And I didn't pay attention what Dominguez had.
But it was just random, surely. Maybe their favorite numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Magnus, unsurprisingly, on board 1 for WR Chess.
Exactly. And they will be facing Team Indonesia, who have been quite impressive. I think weren't necessarily guaranteed with us needing to get through to this stage. But yeah, making it past WR Chess would be the biggest shock of all. As, especially over 2 matches. It means that the favorites are probably more likely than ever that they'll go through, right? There's room for error.
Yeah.
And they will always get a second chance.
What's interesting, they've never been featured on a broadcast, and that means they've never made it to top boards in the rapid chess. But in Blitz, it could be that, you know, kind of lower rated but Blitz specialist players.
Yeah. Exactly. Is this Team Megaranto? Team Indonesia. It is.
Yep.
Magnus, it's not going to be easy for him. Megaranto drew against a couple of strong players like Hans Neman and was it Sindarov? Okay, which match are we going to follow?
You tell me, David.
Okay.
I do not have the PGN right now, so I'm waiting for it to appear. Yeah. And my guess was the bracket of doom, the death group.
Yeah, so maybe the clash between Team MGD1 and Kazchess,
which will be Arjun with Grischuk.
Arjun with Grischuk. We've seen a couple of their games. Arjun, we've only seen him make a quick draw, but Grischuk, we saw how nervous he was getting in the conversion stage in a totally winning position earlier.
During this larger break after 11 rounds, I got to have a chat with him, and he said, okay, you've seen this, but you haven't seen the game before when I won being down the rook for the pawn.
Wow.
So it has been some action-packed day for Alexander Grischuk, but there will be more to come in the next 2 games.
Some adventures. Yeah, I think I would go for that one, or clash between Vishy Anand and Pragnananda. Maybe in the second round fixtures, we follow that one.
Yeah, and we've been focusing on the top boards, but yeah, Kazchess has done something tricky, and they have Richie Rapport on board 3.
Trying to.
I don't know how good Richie is in Blitz, though.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a very good chess player, so he must be good in every format. But yes, sometimes you have some people who just prefer shorter or a bit longer time controls.
Yeah, I think Rapport has been scoring decently, but maybe not as heavy as some of the other players that we've seen so far. There we see Magnus waiting. It's nice to see Magnus and his team all in white, the opponent's team's all in black, with their outfits, their uniforms. Vidit's in the crowd, so Vidit has been rested for this set of matches from his Hexamine team. They are playing elsewhere. They're playing against Interstellar Club. So they will be favorites, big favorites to progress. And Areza Faruja ready as well.
So that's Alireza, Levon, Kiri, Mozin. They do have a substitute, but I keep forgetting
it's Vidit.
Who that is. That's Vidit, who I wonder if he played a game today. I'm not sure. Yeah, now that you said, I do remember him in the playing hall, but he might have not played a single game.
He had a tough time in the Rapid. He lost quite early on to a much lower rated opponent and then just got dropped. Or maybe asked to rest, I'm not sure. But Vidit's been chilling. He's been sitting out and, seconds now before the games begin.
And Mr. Gustafsson, the 7th player of WR team.
Exactly. A lot will rest on Vadim Rosenstein, I think. Like, he will need to score at some point. And he did have a couple of wins in a row in the group stage, so maybe building confidence before the knockout stages. Recreational board, we talked about it, especially in the Rapid, had a huge role. But in the Blitz, so far, it has been the superstars who've been scoring heavily. And yeah, big crowd gathered here. It's a weekend in Hong Kong. And a lot of fans in the building. Magnus, Jan Gustafsson in the background, Fabiano Caruana.
Yes, but there are not that many easy matches, if at all. Maybe WR has the kind of the only relatively easy opponent. And then I'm looking up, for instance, at this MGD1 against Kastches. Grischuk Regisi board 1, Nihal Sarin Mamedyarov, Mendonca Raport, Wanhao Puranik, Asabayeva with Harika Ranavali and the recreational board, which probably is an advantage for Team India. And Grischuk went for Grunfeld, so...
Grunfeld and the famous pawn sacrifice line, where, in recent years, they've mostly been pushing that pawn forward 2 squares to c5 to try and open up the dark squares and the diagonals.
Rook c1?
So if you take that pawn, maybe white takes it back.
Yeah, knight takes d5 is possible. Yeah, e3, but now he's for real returning the pawn and just like opting for, I don't know, exchange Slav structure with black bishop being on g7, but on the other hand, black having a pair of bishops.
Not super impressive starts by Arjun Erigaisi.
Doesn't seem to be like, a real opening idea. It's more of a, like, I will get the position which is easy to play, not necessarily aiming at some big advantage.
Although I did just see f4 up here.
F4, yeah, that is, well, conceptually, it's very, very clever, right? So we've gotten an exchange of Dark Bishop, and that's why, like, now Stonewall setup makes much more sense. Also, there is no black knight to jump to e4.
Yeah. Do we think we'll see him throw the h-pawn down the board?
D6, knight goes, bishop d7.
Is it time for more pawns? H4.
So that's, like you can castle and then play it a bit slower, like queen e2, knight e5, or you can go for all the marbles and go h4, and then if h5, maybe g4.
Yeah, that's Arjun's style.
It is. Well, he starts with g4, which is sort of, I guess, what can be called sort of a middle ground because you're not fully committed.
Yeah, and it can be positional, just gripping the dark squares.
G5, and who knows, maybe even castle short later on.
Or the pawns.
Rook c8, h4. And computer likes it a lot, this one.
This is looking promising suddenly. Maybe we wrote him off too early. He didn't impress the first few moves, but then there's this deeper idea.
But remember Magnus's game in round 1 when he was like playing some in a very modest Vienna game, g3, g6, bishop d2 at some point, and then all of a sudden it wants h4, g4, and so on.
Yeah, it's only calm for a matter of time before things explode. And Grischuk, like, raised with the eyebrows there. Maybe realizing now he's...
It's actually quite an unpleasant position. Once again, as long as the second rank stays free from the pieces, it can be very fast. G5, H5, queen goes to H2. it's actually quite hard for black to, to solve those problems already.
Yeah, he's burning time on the clock. As
That
he
goes bishop
does.
d7. I imagine f5 is what you think of. But yeah, after h5, you're just not getting time for that.
Yeah, he's just got to hope that that nothing happens on the king's side. He's got to hope there's no breakthrough, but he has no counterplay. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, that's the bigger issue. So white does not threaten the checkmate necessarily. So even like after h takes, queen to h2, you move the rook. There is no checkmate straight up. But yeah, but what do you do? Like that's knight b4, bishop b1, and you're getting stuck.
Yeah, knight a5 maybe, but so slow.
Yeah, right.
And he's down to 45 seconds. Grischuk, big trouble ahead.
Much to do. That's okay. E5, which seems like a desperate breakthrough.
Okay.
Wow.
He is hitting the g4 pawn, but d5's hanging, e5's hanging. That feels like all in, last hurrah.
If I tell you that computer makes a computer move here, you'd immediately guess it was h6. AG is still very good.
Maybe h6, because when the black bishop goes into the corner, there's some knight takes d5.
Yeah,
and
there was computers. It was computer's trick. It was this, and then if the queen goes to the wrong square, it's rook c6, knight d7 checkmate. But AG is good enough. Knight takes d5 and queen d8.
Okay, so
basically it's de5 and white is 2 pawns up because bishop g4. Well, you can take bishop g4, bishop e4. It's just computer looks at all those positions as like being winning for white, which I imagine computer's right.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like black's bishop on g7 is dead. Like it defends, but it doesn't do anything else. And a pawn is a pawn. Arjun once more though. Maybe he's looking at queen h2, although black will be able to slide the rook to e8, escape with the king.
Yeah, but how effortlessly he's gotten a winning position from the very modest line. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, that's what these top players do. They play these innocuous systems, but there's always a big idea. He does take the pawn as we expected. And he does cemento. He guards everything with his bishop in the center.
So d takes bishop g4 and bishop e4, right?
On the board.
Yeah. The problem of Grischuk, it's not only that you're under attack, but I mean, any sort of endgame will be terribly bad with this bishop. Yeah, so basically that's
never taking that
an awful
knight.
piece. Yeah,
never taking that knight in the center. Okay, Arjun goes forward.
Knight g5. I was thinking, then if knight e5 is ever possible. No,
played it. He's played it.
Played it. I mean, he needs to complicate something.
He needs to randomize it as black.
Yeah, precisely. It's like it's no longer that important if it's objectively sound.
Yeah, I'm surprised Arjun rushed in with this because, like, unless he's calculated it, suddenly it gets
rook
a bit
takes,
messy.
bishop takes, and there is a tactic available for white, which was rook 1 square further to h8,
Rook
and after
h8.
bishop h8, queen h2. That was a beautiful tactic. Rook h7 actually returns all the advantage. Now after knight g4, black is fine.
Yeah, and the white
he's
queen
played it.
The white queen doesn't have the h-file now.
You're right. So the knight defense. The rook on h7 is actually kind of loose if you cannot back it up with the queen.
Arjun's lost
Knight
control.
g4, and then and rook e8, and black might start having threats of his own.
Queen to c2.
Queen to
played.
c2.
Ideas of some sacrifices on the g6 square.
More or less everywhere, but now
queen takes c8 is the threat.
Queen takes c8. But now move this bishop. That the rook on h7 is loose, so you get the chance to go bishop e6. Rook e8 is a blunder. Now bishop g6 completely wins. Arjun goes with knight f7, which is not the right move. There is knight e3.
Oh, Grischuk's got 4 seconds now to find knight takes e3. He takes with the king instead. Is he getting
with the king,
now?
bishop g6 no, there's no checkmate apparently. King g8, the game goes on.
Wow.
Because even if you play all this sequence, bishop e8, queen e8, you take on c8, but then your rook on h7 is still hanging in the end.
And e3 is hanging. Queen to c7 has been played, but he's hung his rook. He's hung his rook.
c7 could have... No, the king's on f8.
Oh, the king went to f8.
Ah, well, pardon me. So the king went to f8, so it's completely different. It was better to go to g8.
Yeah.
check, king back to G, yeah, king on F7 now. The PGN is not catching up with it.
Follow on the board here, and Arjun's still attacking. Queen to F6 is a big threat. Grischuk's not got no time, 1 second left.
G8, takes
Sacrifice.
E7, Queen E5, King E7, no checkmate. Arjun was hoping for, well,
he's hoping for a knockout.
G5 can go to, no, cannot go to H7, can go to H8.
Ooh.
F8.
It's going to be a check.
F7.
Where's the
And now you go to F6. He could have gone to F6 and knight E7 and take the knight. Okay,
doing the
he
same
finds
thing.
it. Finds it.
The knight
and
drops.
takes E5, and that will be it.
Ooh.
Queen E. Oh, well. That the moment where there was no check, but King D2, a very cool move.
Hide on the dark
Very cool
squares.
move.
And Arjun's king will be quite safe, it looks like.
Yeah, Queen F4. No checks. Still, well,
takes it.
Grischuk takes it. Gives King G7.
He's still alive. He's going to get the pawn.
Yeah.
Wait.
Well, White's winning objectively, but all of a sudden there's quite a lot of technique required.
Yeah, running out of pawns, so got to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, knights are so good normally at the
yeah,
holding.
gonna put the knight on D4, and then put the pawn on B4, and it's kind of a fence on the 5th rank, and then you can march with the king.
King goes around its knight. In the meantime, Magnus Carlsen has won very dominant one-sided game. He was winning as early as move 10.
Yeah, and the team has won, of course, including Vadim Rosenstein.
Vishyana and very solid draw against Pragnananda. Never really out of the balance. Oh, he's making big progress here, Arjun. He's forced all the black pawns to the light squares.
Wow.
And that means they allow the white king in.
Oh, right. Now he sacrifices the F4. But no, he decided not to. And I don't think it's a good moment of hesitation.
Okay.
He should have sacrificed it. Because now what black is supposed to do is to try to reach with the king to the queen side and be ready to sacrifice the bishop, right? King E4.
And Arjun, oh, he went the whole way around with his knight.
Bishop F5, King C3.
Put the bishop
I guess
on C8.
you go King D5.
Bishop C8?
Oh, Bishop C8 also. No,
Oh,
yeah,
now,
you can do that.
It's been deflected away.
Right. But yeah, but White King is locked away.
Yeah, it's cut off. Now the king
So
comes back.
just don't blunder your bishop to a knight fork, and that should be no. Now
good
he's
draw now.
saving. He's saving the position that at some point the evaluation was, I don't know, -8.
Wow, Arjun had tactical wins. He had positional wins.
Positional wins, the endgame wins, and yes, the magic of Alexander Grischuk.
Okay, and this is going to be a win for Team MGD1, but...
Cannot go King D5,
Ooh,
so that's not
nearly.
so easy. Now Knight F4 with the tempo, and the king gets to D4, and we might be walking back into the kind of dangerous territory.
He's had to give way. Ooh.
Okay, so Knight gets to C3. King
Now
E5.
the king comes.
King goes to E5. Knight D4 check. Forcing King in third.
This is...
Wow, it's still not over.
Not over at
Still
all.
not over at all. Knight here, and now...
So tricky defending against all the potential forks.
Right.
At some point, the white king will step forward.
Knight E3. King E6, no checks.
No checks.
Oh, man, there was a check from C4. White could have taken.
Okay, driven back.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Is there any progress? That's the big question.
There's also been a lot of jumping already.
Yeah.
Attack the knight. Just attack the knight and go back.
Okay, where to go next? Arjun's tried most squares on the board. How can he force the black king further away to get his own king in?
Yeah, believe it or not, but that's been 30 moves since last capture with no pawn moves.
Okay. So the arbiter can step in after 75 moves. More likely, Alexander Grischuk plays on and on and on, and then if anything goes wrong, then he stops the clock and claims.
Right. No, but that's
just before anything
precisely. I
happens.
think, like, if you lose b5 pawn, that means no chance. So right before white captures b5 pawn, if it occurs, you probably have to try to claim.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Arjun, I'm not sure he knows the rules because his team have won. He can just agree a draw here. It doesn't matter anything.
Right.
But I guess it affects Blitz rating, FIDE ratings.
I don't know how much you care by that point.
Okay, the king has come in though.
let me tell you something. Dragon Chilling did not win the match.
Wow.
Did not win the match. They've tied.
Okay.
They've tied. Yeah. So the draws on top 2 boards.
And in the meantime, it's Arjun. He's made huge progress. He's driven
made huge progress, but still, how do you win B5? Even like you've gotten to the best possible squares. Well, knight D5 is not exactly what you would think.
But okay, how does Black guard against this knight C7 threat now? It's knight C7 with the pawn.
And then this is where you claim Grischuk's very experienced.
It's touch and go. It's very close.
And believe it or not, but it's 160. He loses it by 1 move.
No.
It's like move 49.
1 move away.
Seriously. So let me double check. It's move number 67, I believe, was a capture on A6. Yes. So that would mean plus 50, 117.
On the 50th move, the pawn drops.
And on move number 117, Arjun will capture the B5 pawn.
Wow.
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
That's absolutely crazy.
And Magnus finding it crazy as well, sharing some stories, laughing there. But yeah, that is going to be disappointment for Alexander
That is
Grischuk.
dramatic. And he had a draw at some point. He could just like keep the king on E4. There was no way for Arjun to make progress, and of course, like it's like you don't criticize anybody with like seconds on a clock, really. But now, it doesn't really make sense to add. I mean, they obviously have to add time, but I think Grischuk might as well resign after losing this pawn.
Yeah, his opponent gets an extra minute here, and it won't change the result. Arjun Erigaisi is going to win. Niehaus Arena in the background was wondering, actually, it's the 2-minute time bonus.
Yep.
And we go on, but yeah, the pawn's too strong now.
Yeah, just checking some other results. Seems that Uzbek team
3-3.
3-3
against Odla Yurdu of Azerbaijan. And Kaz just losing this one. They were one of the top 4 seeds. They're going to lose 5-1 to Team MGD1. And okay, the game points is irrelevant. It's more about the match. But yeah, that shows
C6
uphill battle.
Well, don't go King C7.
Yeah, don't drop your pawn. Bishop takes pawn, and the Black King marching up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can try a few things. It's about where to put the knight. Maybe put the king on C5 and knight on C6. Rearrange things.
Knight on C5 should be fine. Knight on C5, then you go just B6 and well, B6, King A6. And he can go B7 and take with the knight, I guess.
Yep. And he'll defend his pawn. There we go.
Bishop takes, knight takes.
And eventually Black gets zugzwanged. There we go.
King A8 and there we go.
Arjun Erigaisi gets the win.
What a game.
Yeah, leads his team to 5-1 victory. And yeah, they're on the brink now. Kaz, they need to win the next game, the next match at any scoreline, but a match victory is all that it takes, and they will stay in the tournament. They'll force a playoff, but they're on the brink of elimination right now. Magnus' team won 5-1.
And Magnus won a spectacular game himself. Yeah, Wesley So was the only one to drop a point. Vadim Rosenstein in a good form, winning. What happened to Schnappy Crocodile?
Ooh, bad round.
Schnappy schnapped some points, no?
They were defeated, and the scoreline, let's see, the scoreline Schnappy Crocodile, they lost 5.5 half to Endgame AI. Hans Niemann's team are stacked. They've got lots of Blitz specialists. Hans Neman, Dennis Lasvik, Alexei Sorana, all dangerous, and Dominguez.
Dominguez, ex-world Blitz champion.
Exactly.
Mr. Birdie and friends won. Yep, +2, thanks to wins of the recreational player and Sam Samian.
Yep, so looking good. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy, huh? Even the very first game of round 16 feels absolutely different. Like, it's so shaky because they understand it's a knockout. It's not unlike the group stage when the favorites, they're kind of relaxed. Even if they lose the match, it's unpleasant, but there is still distance to kind of recover. Here, you lose one match, you don't win the second one, and you're out.
You're out, exactly. We might be saying goodbye to some big teams. These players that we see in front of us, very likely to remain in the tournament. Hexamayan Chess, they won. Hans Neman, his team crushed 5.5 to half. They crushed the Crocodiles. And okay, it looks like we're taking our seats for the rematch. At least there's no...
Yeah, this one's going to be fast, right? There is no change in teams. There is no...
Exactly.
I don't think they have... No, this is for the round, right? So the team composition is... or board composition is for the round, not for one game.
Exactly. So you get a rematch against the same opponent. Magnus was so dominant against Magaranto in the first encounter, winning very quickly with just 28 moves with white. So he'll be quite confident in the return fixture. Where do we go? That's the biggest dilemma. So many big stars to follow.
Yeah, maybe the match that was kind of close, or hang on a second, Dragons, the Chilling Dragons, they did not win. Is that right?
It was 3-3 in the end.
It was 3-3. So why don't we watch this match and therefore this game, so that be Dingley ran against Dmitry Andreikin on board 1, or Wei Swedla on board 2. Because, yeah, there's a... I don't know how good is the chance, but there is a chance for Dragons to be out.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, like first match is a draw, and then, yeah, they are not without a nerve.
Yeah, the champions from the Rapid that finished yesterday. It would be a huge shock to see them leave before the final day of Blitz, to see them eliminated. Okay, and that's going to be a fun one.
Trying to understand what was the result for Prague's team against Anand's team. So Prague made a draw, but then, well, Aronian lost to one Forest. Kartikian, yeah. They won on the lower boards.
And just as we wait for the games to kick off and begin, we have Charlize in the playing hall. What's it like in the arena right now?
Still needs to push. Okay, so pairing officers, please make the...
In the first game, except for the game between Barris and Dragon Chilling, two very closely tied teams who drew their game. So now they've got the second game that one team has to win in order to make it through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Players are taking the seats. I think this is going to be a pretty dramatic round, just on the fact that teams are fighting to stay in the competition. Of course, if it's tied, they do have playoffs. Otherwise, they are knocked out, and it is goodbye time to go home. Anything can happen. Tell us who you're rooting for. Players are taking the seats and games are about to begin.
Thank you, Charlize. Games are indeed about to begin. We will be saying goodbye to some very big names after this set of matches. And the only question is, who's it going to be?
Right, in case of... Honestly, in case of Cast Chess and MGD1, doesn't matter who wins, we will be saying goodbye to very big names. Right, Chess Gurukul wins against Chess United, Odla Yurdu, draw against Uzbekistan, and another draw is Barish against Dragon Chilling.
Okay, so those...
Endgame AI, and absolutely, well, they don't like crocodiles. 5.5, the highest score out of everyone.
AI is taking over the world.
Yeah.
Endgame AI. And yeah, very impressive from Hans Neman's team. Yeah, so I think we do begin with one of those matches that is hanging in the balance, that was a draw between Barris and Dragon Chilling. Let's follow Ding. Dragon Chilling, the World Rapid Team champions. But yeah, after that, I would love to also check out Prague against Vishy Anand. Vishy Anand's team also in a must-win situation. We could be saying goodbye to Anand, Faustino Oro, Jordan Van Forest, and the likes. Very, very strong team there.
Right, and Fausti had a fantastic result in the group stage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wonder if they will manage to bounce back. Okay. Magnus, very convincing win in the first game, and here it's hard to imagine Indonesia coming back, but you never know.
We will likely see Magnus a lot tomorrow. We'll be following his games closely as they progress deeper into the tournament. Quarterfinals start tomorrow. But, yeah, he looks very calm. He's looked sharper today, at least. One blip in an endgame that he was actually better, almost winning, and it turned around. But other than that, Magnus has played perfect chess. And there we see Indonesian Grandmaster Susanto
Megaranto. Okay, and that is Mr. Birdie in France against Sky Chess, right?
Yeah, and should we follow
the Dragon
chilling?
Yeah, Dragon chilling. Let's see if Dragon is chilling. They were not very chill in the first round. There were 2 draws on the top boards. Then Shalmakhanov won against Lu Shanglei, and Alua Nurman has taken down Lie Qingjie.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive, and yeah. Players from Kazakhstan, I have to say, there's this kind of surge in level because they've invested a lot, like past few years, and there were no strong players. But yeah, the foundation was building, so we will see more and more names.
Yeah.
Now Bibisara is like almost the world challenger, just missed it by a thread. Yeah. So there will be more and more strong players from Kazakhstan. Peter Swidler is a player from Kazakhstan nowadays.
Yeah, they've invested so much in coaching and infrastructure and hosting 2 World Championship matches. And maybe they've seen their neighbours Uzbekistan as well perform to a great extent. Here we see a Queen's Indian between Ding and Dmitry Andreikin. And
okay, so the hybrid, the double fianchetto Queen's Indian.
Very solid stuff.
Bishop to G7 and then castle, and yeah, there is no universal recipe how to refute this line, which was considered dubious back in the day, but apparently is perfectly playable, especially in the Blitz.
Yeah, and Dmitry Andreikin, he kind of plays certain variations very consistently. I think I've seen him play this one as well. Here we go, the black queen attack.
5 F6, which is not an obvious choice. I would have thought of Queen C8, but yeah, F6. And he played with confidence, so apparently the plan is to go with the pawn to F5 later on anyway.
Play a Dutch defense, but super-powered Dutch with already a set of minor pieces off. Black is very solid, but white has a little bit more space. White probably slightly to be preferred, and Ding not taking too many risks, as we see.
Ding is chilling. Ding is definitely chilling, as well as my Pigeon relay. So it's a good thing. It's a familiar position, so we can watch it from the camera view.
Yes, and there we go. Dmitry Andreikin did push forward with his pawns.
Yeah, so the difference to the kind of quote-unquote normal Queen's Indian defense would be that the black bishop would be on e7, right? So sometimes, yeah, they very often go knight e4 and sometimes even support this bishop with f5, but the bishop, the other bishop would be on e7 instead of g7.
Yeah, but okay.
Knight to c6, and that is a bit provocative because it's in white's d5, for good or for bad.
Yeah, Ding is tempted. There we go. He does go for it.
D5. Knight went to A5.
Oh, I don't like it for Dmitry Andreikin here.
A to C1, right?
Yep, the rook came out, and black's blocked the center now. But his knight on the edge of the board is a bit stuck.
There is, well, very tempting B4, C5, or computer recommended C5 immediately, not letting the knight a chance to run away.
Wow. Okay, it's a big advantage.
C5, yeah, that's a big advantage for Ding Liren.
He just has to go. Like, black's not threatening F4, black's not threatening anything, just forward Ding. The games that he's won in this event and in the rapid is when he was pushing, when he was he was going forward. Like, play a couple of prophylactical moves on the king side. Black meanwhile is going to go d6, maybe reroute this knight via b7. Still not great, but black all of a sudden gets a solid position. And hang on, what is he planning to do? So, bishop h3 or
bishop f1, which is like one conventional way of going about this position, unpinning the knight, threatening knight g5. But yeah, he's got so much going on for him on the queen side, so he can just like push the pawns. Bishop F1.
After a minute of thought, though,
Yeah,
that's a big time investment.
And here, by the way, yeah, just take on F3 and go F4, I guess.
Yeah, very thematic. F4, even if it's a pawn sacrifice, opens up the white king.
Just go F4. Now, Dmitry doesn't do it. D6, which allows, I guess, white to go F4.
Yep, very thematic. White blocks now. I'm really surprised by both players. Like, neither side wants to really go for it, it seems.
Right, but now it's not so bad for Andreikin, because even if, say, now after knight b7, the pawns are getting swapped. Usually one of the major problems in this position is the e6 square where white knight lands on, but there is no white knight anymore on this board. So f4, you just drop the bishop back. Not sure f7, g7 or f6. Yeah, b4, the knight on b7 is still not great.
Yeah, very blocked position now suddenly. And I could imagine if all the rooks disappear, this is going to fizzle out towards a draw. But Ding might be ambitious while there's still pieces on the board.
Right, but also like it's very, very limited resources for white to open up the position, right? So queen f6, and if black just sits and waits like that. Yeah, the knight on b7 is not great, but it kind of fights with c5 break. And it's about the only idea you have in the position. So I think Andreikin kind of improved the situation for himself quite a bit.
Yeah, and Ding might need to win because Peter Svidler, maybe until the last move, had a huge advantage against Wei Yi on the second board of this match. We see Peter in the background. Big advantage for him. Whichever team wins this match progresses. Whoever loses is knocked out, remember. So, okay, this one could mean a lot. Ding making progress, getting his rook in.
Yeah, got his rook in. Well, I guess Andreikin is relying on knight d8 later on to kick this rook away from e6. Yeah, but not easy. Not easy. Queen, I don't know, queen e1, double on the e-file, or what do you do?
I'm looking elsewhere in this match. Dragon Chilling are winning on board 4, but worse on board 2. This could go any direction.
Quite a mess, yeah.
Okay.
Just checking if there are any results. Not yet.
Nope. And,
so queen e2. Now, there is no knight d8 because the queen's going to be pinned.
I'm just looking elsewhere. Like, I literally can't predict this match. Ding blocks the second rank. Offers a rook exchange. One rook is off.
Now you can trade and go to d8. Right. Andreikin. It's interesting because sometimes he plays those wacky lines, but he's a very classical player. So I imagine how disgusted he was with his knight on b7. So at least like knight on f7 defends the king. You can play bishop f6, king g7, make it even more solid.
Someday that knight might get round to f6.
Right.
Knight h6, knight g8, knight f6.
Wow. And now we are swapping everything.
And Ding just offered a draw, I think.
This bishop takes. Did he?
I mean, he made eye contact. It looked like he said something. Oh, maybe he was just looking at his opponent.
Bishop f8.
Okay, playing on.
That is... I'm not sure if he has to, but maybe they know about the situation in the match more than we do.
Breaking news that Hans Neman has lost against Snappy Crocodile, or at least it seems that way. According to the results, we'll get confirmation a bit later of the other matches. But here, yeah, still nothing decided.
6.
Dragon Chilling.
It's a very solid position, but still not the end, and especially on seconds, anything is possible. Andreikin plays tons of Blitz, but mostly online Blitz.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit different animal.
He's online all the time playing.
What's knight e4?
It's a pawn, but he wants a check. He's going for the white king.
The check.
But
hang on.
He can just block on the second rank.
Right, it's confusing. I guess technically something like rook d4 wins the pawn back. Or does it? I'm not sure.
Just to mention that Peter Svidler has just won on the board next to this. We see the kings in the center.
Yeah, but Lu Shanglei won for the dragons on the fourth board. The score's level. The score's level.
Board 3 looks like it should be a draw in the meantime. Wow, this is so close, this
It's
match.
so close, and yeah, once again, despite being a pawn up, being a pawn up, apparently it's level, or it was level until the last move, because now rook b8, bishop b5, and for whatever reason, white wins, which white didn't.
Wow.
Oh, well, he did find 93. What's going on?
What's happening here?
Ph3, king f3 needed to be played.
Why did he go to the edge of the board? It's mating net as well around the white king. Ding's going forward, though. Still wants to win this.
Okay. No, but king f3, he was winning. Now he's
checking.
Check, and king g5 comes in with the king, or maybe goes h3 first.
Still advantage.
Still not over. Yes, king to g5. And bishop f6 blunders the bishop.
Oh, he runs away, Ding. Now he's definitely not winning.
Wow.
This match is probably going to overtime. We might see these two face off again. It looks like everywhere else it's equal.
Yeah, it can be anything, but yeah, such a close match.
Okay.
Draw on board 4.
There we go, draw here as well. So it all comes down to the recreational board.
Seriously, so board 3 is still in... No, but board 3 is still in progress, but I think Yu Yangyi is winning a board 3.
Well, that's changed.
That is what? That is...
Wow. Yu Yangyi
is winning. Yu Yangyi is winning, which means +1 for the dragons and recreational board. Dragons are in trouble.
But holding.
Oh, not in trouble anymore, I guess. Not anymore. Yeah, bishop on c2, anchored. And it could be black who's playing for a win now. And might be winning, in fact. h3, f3, like way too many pawns.
She should have been giving checks there.
Yeah.
But Eileen is going down in this game. It looks like the dragons are going to roar once more.
Yeah, so the king is transferred to e3, I guess. And then you can... Yeah, one way of winning it would be put the bishop on e2 and then go to...
wait a second.
Yeah, that was nice.
And Yu Yangyi has won, confirmed. So Dragon Chilling are going to win this match, assuming there's not a last-minute blunder here from the player with the black pieces.
King g1, and then, yeah, bishop e2, king goes... King e3...
Just keep going to the queen side.
Keep going to the king-queen side, yes.
Wang Zihao, just as he did in their victorious rapid campaign, keeps coming up with the goods. And he was in big trouble in this game, but here we see...
Yeah, king...
It's over.
And that's 4-2, and that's a win for Dragon Chilling in a nail-biting match.
Wow, the closest match, it feels like. Barris are out. We will not be seeing Peter Svidler anymore, despite his win over Wei Yi. A great game there.
Grischuk took a revenge, but his team still lost. So Grischuk wins against Irigaisi, but Mamedyarov lost, Raput lost, and Wan Hao all lost.
Wow. So they're eliminated. They're out.
That eliminates Cast Chess from the competition.
Wow.
Pragananda won against Anand, Arwin won against One Forest, and this looks like a win for Chess Gurukul.
And Uzbekistan, after drawing the first match against Odlar Yerdu, they win the second, thanks to Nodibek and Javakir Sindarov winning on the top two boards. I'm being told that we have Charlize live in the arena right now as the games finish. Take it away, Charlize.
I'm here with Dragon Chilling's secret weapon on board 6. You guys won the Rapid yesterday. First, tell me, how does that feel? You're a world champion with world champions.
Just very excited because I have never been world champion. It's the first time, yeah, and I prepared for it for a long time. So, but I still lose a round and have a draw yesterday. But finally, I was the champion.
And the Blitz, how confident is the team in doing well in this part of the competition?
Just like the first round, my teammates, two of them were lose, and I just thought I must win. I must win the game. But this round I can hardly win this. But but she just lose her rook, and finally I pick one game. Yeah, and the second round, I think she may be very angry, and I just prepare a new opening. Yeah, and she don't know how to play, and finally, but lose half. But finally, I take her all the pawns and win. Yeah.
Do you feel the pressure when you're the last board playing and everyone is around you watching? Does that make you nervous at all?
Not at all, because I just think I must win. That's how I feel. Yeah.
Wow, a winner's mentality. That's amazing. Good luck for the rest. We'll see you tomorrow at the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Goodbye.
There we heard from one of the stars of Dragon Chilling. He's been in fantastic form over the last few days, and that means that the round of 16 is over. Dragon Chilling, nail biter, but they come out on top. They survive in the competition, and it looks like, Miro, no tie breaks, no playoffs.
It's honestly, the way how matches looked close, it was hard to believe, but it looks like there's no tie breaks. And yes, just to confirm, we have WR Chess winning against Indonesia. They won the first match as well. Hexamine Chess winning the second match, and Game AI just barely but beating Snappy Crocodile. They won the first match 5.5. Sky Chess with Mr. Birdie and friends. Mr. Birdie and friends go through. Dragon Chilling, we've witnessed it. Dragon is in MGD1 Chess, another win against Kazakhstan. Chess United against Chess Gurukul. So Chess Gurukul is through. And Odlar Yurdu is out. Uzbekistan by +1 in 2 matches. Oof. So 3-3 and then 3.5, 2.5. But Uzbekistan goes through.
So close, but those are the margins at this level. And yeah, incredible that there are no playoffs. More importantly, tomorrow is going to be very exciting. We see the quarterfinal matchups. If we're not mistaken, that's WR Chess against Uzbekistan. Magnus Carlsen against Javukir Sindarov.
Or Abdusatorov. So they've changed the board order.
Yeah. Nodibek Abdusatorov, who I did see has sneaked up into world number 3 on the Blitz rankings. And Mr. Birdie and friends, the informed team against Dragon Chilling.
Yeah, Endgame AI against Team MGD1. So just very powerful Indian team against Endgame AI Hans and his friends Blitz specialists. And Hexamine Chess will face Chess Gurukul.
Yeah, and yeah, a lot to look forward to. All the big names that we're going to witness, they're coming up against each other now. And I can't wait, personally. Miro, we have a player of the day. Just like a couple of days ago when it was Alireza on his birthday, it's...
Yeah, Hans, despite him losing the last game, he played fantastically through this Blitz day 1. And yeah, happy birthday, Hans. And there you have it. It's yours. Player of the day, Hans Neman.
Exactly. The bad boy of chess, as he calls himself, Hans Neman. And yeah, his team were on fire today, Endgame AI.
Absolutely.
Not just winning, but winning in dominant fashion.
Right, and I think that concludes today action-packed day 1 of World Blitz Team Championship. So the only thing that is left is to say thank you. And we wanted to thank you, every partners that made this tournament possible. So thanks to Hong Kong China Chess Federation, the Major Sport Events Committee and Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau of Hong Kong, as well as Freedom Holding Corp, their long-term partner, for their commitment to promote chess in the region and worldwide.
Yeah. Thank you to all of our partners for making this happen. It's been a very dramatic day here on the first day of Blitz. There's only 8 teams remaining. Tomorrow are the quarterfinals. From myself and Miro, we're signing off, but don't miss out. Tomorrow, we're going to be crowning the World Blitz Team Champions. Same time, same place tomorrow. See you there.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Step by step, we became part of the global financial system. In 2019, we went public on NASDAQ. In 2024, we built a digital ecosystem. Fintech, lifestyle, telecom, everything comes together in one unified digital space. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom begins with a choice, and every day we make it again. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Every year, Hong Kong plays host to spectacular international sports events. Our elite athletes compete for honors with other leading sports stars from all over the world. Join us in supporting our athletes. Come and enjoy the excitement of En-Mark events, Hong Kong's top sporting events.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Tired of paywalls? How about unlimited play, puzzles without limits, uncapped analysis, master-level studies, tools to learn and improve, and watch tournaments from all over the world, all for free. That's Lichess. No ads, no trackers, no subscriptions. Open source and funded by donations, not by data selling. Our focus is just on chess. Find us at lichess.org or on the app stores.